Hey, J-Bo Nation! Shaming of Jay. He's not a dopey dumb bitch. He gets laid. The court jester. The court DJ. It's time to dive into the case. To the case. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, my brother. So, we have survived it. We have survived the Karen Reed trial. How do you feel?
I feel good. Day 31. It's I can't believe we made it through all this. Our family has grown, I feel, significantly.
Me
and
too.
I was thinking about this morning, both you and I have got a lot of heat. I mean, so much so that even yesterday, I'm not going to name the streamer, but apparently there was a streamer who on their live decided to say that you were a piece of garbage and what a piece of garbage I turned out to be. But I have to say, Bob, hate views are still kind of views on YouTube. They don't distinguish. But I have to say, the point being, our family has grown and we have so much support, and the people in the chats have been so amazing, and the subscribers and everyone. So I got to thank everyone. Thank the mods. This has been it's been a lot, but we got through it, Bob.
Yeah, it's been a lot, and it's to be expected with cases like this, I guess, that people will misconstrue. It's like my thing with it is that the bottom line is, like, our content speaks for itself. It's like with both of us, what I've seen happen is people assigning things to us that aren't the case, which is what irritates me. Like yesterday, I popped off during the jury things because I don't really care what they say, because they obviously don't listen to our content, because the only people that I care about are the people right here in this chat. You know what I mean? It's like, like the people that watch our content know what we're about. And, neither one of us have been screaming. We're certainly not guilters. Like, I that thing that you sent me about that streamer was like talking about how we're like, it may sound like we were guilters, didn't it?
Oh yeah.
I mean, like, talking about never seeing our channels and like having zero idea. And it's strange to pop off like that. Like, it's weird to me. That's not how you and I operate. We operate in a much different way. We like to promote our friends. We want our friends to do well. We're building a community. And I think it's borne itself out. And I agree, man. Like, our family has grown over the last month and a half, and it's been magical. I've loved every single bit of it. And like you said, man, we're eternally grateful to y'all that have discovered us during the trial, and we hope that you stick with us. Because Jay and I are gonna have to be thinking, what's next? I mean, we got Baldwin, but that's July.
Yeah,
there's gonna be some time to kill, and I mean, the fact of the matter is, as much as we were looking forward to this trial, there was plenty of days that were slow. This isn't like it was a banger every day. We had the witnesses that we were like really excited to hear from, and but for the most part, it was a typical trial, right? Which leads us into today, and it's the big day. It's the day that we've been waiting for.
Absolutely.
A lot of burning questions, Jay. There's a lot of burning questions.
One thing, it made me reminded me of is Murdoch, where like we've all been through this together, and like we know the court reporter, and we know that Judge Bev, and like I know people like to hate on her, but people gonna miss Judge Bev. I think even the haters are gonna miss Judge Bev. Like we've all been kind of through this together, so it's kind of a cool thing. I remember thinking, like, when Murdoch ended and we got it was like, wait, what now? What do we do now? We've been so invested in this for such a long time.
I remember like that, like the day the verdict came down, like especially on Twitter, that was it. It's like, where do we go? What are we gonna do now? Like, what are we gonna do with our days? Well, everyone have faith. Jay and I'll figure it out. We'll keep us busy, and it's like, for me, I love Judge Bev. I've grown to love the woman. I don't like it. I can't tell you. I had preconceived notions based on things that people were saying on Twitter, and I know better than that. I know never to believe Twitter. Like, I always have to go with my gut, and I always have to judge things on my own merits. And I thought she's done a fabulous job of getting us through this trial. You know, I mean, I think she really did. You know, I know there's people out there that are like, she's biased, she's biased. She's really not. She's really not. When you look, and I said this the other day, and I'm going to repeat it because it bears repeating. Everything the defense has really wanted to get in, they've gotten in. Like, she has not barred them from anything. That is the opposite of bias. She has allowed them to put their case on, and they got it on. And this is where we're at right now. So, today, like, there's still questions. I saw a comment that that Lally's not even giving the closing, which is insane to me.
I saw that too. That
That's
seemed
wrong.
very hard to
I think
believe.
she's arguing the jury instructions. I don't think that it's a situation where she's giving there's no way Lally goes through all of that shit
Right?
and then turns the closing over to his second chair. Now, like, I'm going to put that at a 0.000000001 chance that she's actually giving the closing. It's going to be Lally. Yannetti Jackson, I know people say it definitively. It's Jackson. It's Yannetti. But I don't think anybody knows. Like, I don't know. I've thought long and hard about this. And as polished as Jackson is, I think I'm going with Yannetti. I mean, he's that hometown dude. Like, you got to go with the home team guy. But, I mean, ultimately, like, that was I'm sure a collaborative decision between Karen and her two lawyers. Not to exclude Miss Little, but I don't think she was ever in contention for doing the closing. But, I think that that's a conversation, because this is it. This is it. All the evidence is in. We've still got people, and the thing that I do love about Twitter is you can see where other people's mindsets are at, and people are dug in. They're dug into positions, and it's fat. Like, to me, those last two witnesses, Dr. Feelgood and Dr. Science, were like, boom. It was like they were definitive for me. They just, because they have no skin in the game, and they could have been called by either side. You don't think Lally would have liked to have called them? You don't think that Lally would have liked to have put Dr. Wolf on, or Dr. Science on? I can't remember.
Rentschler. Rentschler or something.
Rentschler. They would have liked to put him on instead of Trooper Paul. I mean, really? Of course he would have. I mean, but he couldn't, because they came down the way they came down. And, the counter to that argument has been, with a lot of their witnesses, that they were not giving them the inculpatory intel, meaning they weren't giving their doctors or their witnesses the DNA evidence. They weren't giving them any of the things that lean towards guilt, and they were allowing them to form their opinion based on, just their side of the story, which, I mean, isn't unusual, and really where that lines up against them is in closing. I mean, that gives Lally an argument. It could be a powerful argument. Says, look, those guys were all compelling. However, they all made their conclusions based on half the story. They didn't have half the evidence at their disposal. So if I'm Lally, I'm certainly digging into that. People were like, it's unethical. No, it's not unethical. It's a legal decision, and it could turn out to be a mistake on behalf of the defense. Instead of giving their experts the full story, like, this is all we got. This is everything. Take it all into consideration and come back with your opinion based on everything, on the totality of the circumstances. And they chose not to do that. So, I mean, we'll see how that plays out.
Make sure you're checking your Venmos, because I just got two. One from Dawn, who's, I believe, not your edit. It's $10 in honor of verdict day. One from Ann Piccolo. Happy closing day. Thank you so much.
Aww, you guys are so sweet. Ann Piccolo gave me one too. It's my first one today. Got no love from the other one, but I got one.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I've got to be more persistent with my my Venmo thing. Like,
well, I see Dizzy has a pin, so that we're in the right direction. We got this thing now where people can find it.
Yeah, it was very hidden. It was very hidden, and I'm totally incompetent on it. Like I said, I didn't realize that I could thank people in the actual app. So I spent like a half an hour, like, going back. Like,
it's a little annoying too, because you can't, like, I try to thank everyone on there, but like, once you thank, you have to, like, go back to your like, it doesn't let you just go down and, like,
right. Right, you gotta go back into the list, scroll all the way. So if I'm like 40 people into it, I'm like after I type in my thank you, then I'm going scrolling all the way down. And it's a lot, man. All right, you're keeping an eye on it, right?
Yes, I am keeping an eye on it.
All
Someone
right, so
asked,
which one is it? So I'm in live. Oh, closing. I got it. Just kidding. Never mind. Found it. Found it, J-Bo. So good morning, beautiful humans. Jay and I have been chatting quite a bit. We are excited to see you. Lovely to see you. So Jay, so Joel of STS like absolutely texted Allie and I last night, begging Allie because he was down a guest. So so we're actually not gonna have our gal, our
"What?
pal, our gal Allie for closings because she's gonna do STS.
What?
Yeah, it's outrageous. It's outrageous.
Holy shizzle!"
I know. I know. I
Well,
mean, do you
I
think you and I can carry the day though, bro?
we can, and that was. I hope that he appreciates it and plugs the shit out of your podcast and all your things. I hope also,
Right.
just as a reminder, Ruth Markel reached out to me, and I believe it's this Tuesday at 7 today at 7 p.m. She's going to be on Joel's show to talk about her son and how it's coming up on the 10th anniversary of his murder. So if
That'll
you
be
guys,
amazing. That'll be amazing. And tonight I've got a big show coming on. I've got two shows. I've got a very
I
busy
saw it when I
day.
went to stream out. I'm like, Bob is a busy man today.
Yeah, I've got a
Three
lot
streams.
going. I made the terrible. Well, I promised Bill Dorshow I was going to be doing these every Tuesday because he's like, I'm old. I need to get this story out like now. All these stories because I'm old and like you're too big. Like so I'm like, all right, dude. Every Tuesday night. So 9 p.m. is going to be Bill Dorsch, Gacy, more Guevara. He's got a lot of great, like just stunning, mind blowing Guevara stories, which is that cop that talking about bad cops. Like Guevara makes these Canton cops look like saints. Actually, this guy put 51 plus people in prison on murder charges that all of them were innocent. Like it's an insane story. All of them have served like 15, 20, 25 years before being exonerated. It's a devastating story. And then but tonight at 6 p.m. right here and talk about like some controversial stuff. We're slipping back into Delphi. It's the reunion of HLN Headline News's Down the Hill podcast slash documentary. So I've got Barb McDonald and her co-host on that, along with two of the producers and the writers who you may not know at this point, but you will. You will after tonight. It's going to be a great show. Dan and Andrew are also promoting their new true crime series, which is called Deviant. I know that the first case that they dug into is Israel Keys. He sent me kind of the a primer on the first episode, and it sounds like it's gonna be really good. Like they're all from like CNN and Headline News, so the production value from their content is going to be really spot on. So that's tonight at 6. I'll be promoting that on Twitter, so look for that link tonight, and we'd love if you come join us because Delphi's back, dude. I've got to get back onto the Delphi horse so I can continue to take the beatings over there. Because Jay, I guess I'm a bit of a masochist. I love to take beatings all over the place. It's like oh my god, it's unbelievable. It's so fun. It's so fun, Jay. So you got a little taste of what I've been dealing with on Delphi for the last year.
Yeah, you know what I find I don't know if funny is the word, but the people that like I'm sure you've had this too. People that have like had your back and been on your side, and then all of a sudden like you say like one thing that they don't agree with, and it's like, oh, I'm so disappointed in you. I'm done with this. Like, and it's like, dude, like we talk about all the time. We don't have to agree on everything. Like, it's okay. Like,
Right.
it's like, and particularly like the announcement, like, I'm out of here. All right, bye. Like,
Right.
it's fine. I know we're well aware that there are other places you can go, and that's cool. We're appreciative that you're here. But like we're doing the best that we could do. We're trying to. We said this since the beginning. We're trying to take, particularly in this case, We're taking the evidence as it comes. We're making our assessments. What else can you know? And if
That's
you
it.
disagree, that's fine. You know, you don't have to like come at us like we like killed your dog or
Right, we're
something. Like,
not the murderers or the suspected murderers. So calm down. Everyone calm down. You know, like sometimes I wonder, like, especially like on the Delphi thing, I think that people come at me and like I don't even know. I've never said whether or not like I'm not Richard Allen's innocent. I'm not that guy. But like I've said that I think that the PCA leans innocent and the state better have a hell of a lot more evidence in order to prove to me that that guy's it because what they had in that PCA, that ain't it. That ain't it. That's not enough. Based on like all my years of experience, it's not enough. And then it became like the procedural nightmare where that's all I was talking about. I was never talking about the case itself, like the underlying facts and evidence, because we don't know it yet. But like I think that people like were concerned because I was making sense to people. And like they took it as very threatening. Like and that's like I'm always gonna try to use my common sense and explain things to people like, because all I could, the best I can ever hope for, Jay, ever, 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 is to give people to take pause and maybe think about something in a different way than they're thinking about it. That is the best case scenario. Like I am never out here stumping to try to get people to change their opinions. I let people because you can't do that. The only person that can change a person's opinion is themselves. So the best that we can hope to do is just try to give another perspective. And if that perspective causes that person to say, well, shit, I didn't think of it like that, and causes them to think about it, and then they change their mind based on the concept of taking in more information and digesting it, and maybe that changes the way they look at something, that's a good thing. Like in every, not just court cases, but in life. You know what I mean? It's
absolutely.
just like you should always be open to hearing other ideas. At least that's how I feel. Like our channels will never be an echo chamber. Like there will be cases I guarantee where Jay and I will be like, this guy is guilty as fuck. There is going to have to be some kind of miracle at trial to like Huerman. Like there is like I have zero doubt that Rex Huerman is the murdering psychopath that we think that he is. And like I know presumed innocent, I get it. I know that that's my mantra. I'm just saying that my opinion right now is that I feel very secure that they got the right guy. That's of course always pending trial.
Right.
But I feel pretty confident that they got the right guy there. You know what I'm saying? And like,
Right.
that's going to be one of those trials where it's very different, where there's not going to be all these, ooh, we're kind of flipping sides. Ooh, that was a point for the prosecution. Ooh, that was a point for the vet. This is going to be like, oh my God, like trigger warnings because all the horrible shit that they're going to be putting in about this guy. I mean, like that's one of those cases where we know they've got some pretty infallible DNA evidence against him. They got him, like everything just lines up.
Buying burners, Google search. I
All of
mean,
it, all of it, man.
yeah, it's
Yeah. So, but I mean, for the most part, I think that we both just like to try to get people to think a little bit, just kind of
and
go
also
outside your comfort zone.
and also I think we try to I get I get heat about this all the time, just you how dare you make a joke, but there are just certain things like I made that video about Biv just like kind of staring down. Like there are just certain things you can during a trial that like you can like
I thought that was amazing, and that
like
crushed on Twitter too.
it
It was
did. Thank you.
hilarious.
Thank you
Like
guys
that,
all for
like that,
retweeting it.
that zoom in that you did on her was like it was like a masterwork, man. Like that, like little nuances like that show your comedic genius. Just that little like zoom in on her with just that look, that look where she's definitely checking him out. Just kind of swinging in her chair. It's like all she needs is like that fan, like between her legs, like in a hot church, like, oh, Lord, Who does
Thank
the
you.
magic man? Yeah, it's
But
like,
like we try to provide people give a shit for this, but we try to like make these so like you're not just sitting there just like particularly like during like boring shit. Like we try to provide commentary and entertainment for you, even though it is a trial. We get it. We're not like
okay,
we
one thing we're never making light of is the fact that somebody lost their lives. So like let's just put that out there. Okay, we're both funny guys. Like I'm gonna do goofy shit. I'm gonna make voices. You're gonna tell wisecrack. That's what we do. Like and if people want super dry, boring shit, there's plenty of places to go out there for it. Because again, that ain't us, And it's like I'm always gonna. The one thing is that our personality is always going to be our personality. You're never going to get like a fake me and a fake you. You know what I mean? It's like
right.
it is what it is, and I get I'm not everybody's cup of tea.
Right.
I get it. I get it. Like it would be a weird world if I was. It's like there's going to be people that just can't stand me, and I get it. And it's like I used to tell people, I'm like, I don't know, like, because Allison would always want us to be together. I'm like, I don't know why she'd want to hang around with me that much. It's like I'm not that likable. So, but it's like it is what it is. So, yeah, I'm excited about today. So from what I have figured, it sounds like and you can confirm because I dipped off towards the end of it for the law and crime thing. Are they each getting an hour?
That's what I heard. Each getting an
Okay.
hour. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So that's interesting. But
Which
I appreciate her giving him a time limit on that.
let me ask you this: so does that mean because Ali said maybe this isn't the case, but does that mean like Lally, if he wants to do his rebuttal, he's got to do 45 like initial and then like or however he wants to split it, or is he like that's how it should be, right? Equal time. Like if he has he's got 2 bites, but like
Oh,
he's got to split it to equal an hour, right? Like or can he do an hour and then more?
so Jay, I'm hearing there is no rebuttal.
Oh,
That's what I'm hearing. Zero rebuttal. 0, 0. I heard the noises. Did you hear the noises?
I didn't have the volume on, but now I do. But
All right, Diz, would you? So let's see. Maybe switch us over here. Boop. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, the dude. No
that's
rebuttal.
surprising.
No rebuttal closing. That's the word on the street. Like I cannot confirm it, but people said, "Hold on, I'm going to shut my squeaking door."
Looks like that there folks are confirming that. Dizzy says no rebuttal, no rebuttal in Massachusetts. Defense goes first. Interesting, interesting, interesting. So we're gonna
So
have
yeah,
a
2 hours, dude.
all
Like
right.
2 hours
There we go.
verdict watch. That's
So
it.
here's the question, Bob. Do you think we get a verdict today?
Oh yeah. Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, for sure. I definitely think we're getting a verdict today. All right, hold on. I'm gonna throw up the. All right, so we did the poll yesterday. I did a poll. Um, I did the poll regarding because look, there's two there's really two main counts here. So there's the murder, and then there's so they can like absolutely find her not guilty on the murder too, and find her guilty on the manslaughter. It doesn't have to be like there's not a situation where they're going to find her guilty on both of them. It's one or the other. Okay, so they can't find her guilty of the murder and then pile on with the manslaughter. Okay, it doesn't work like that. So with that, they came out like I mean, people are kind of sitting at least in our chat, which I think has been pretty evident. Um, people are it was about in the 90%, 91% range that they think that the jury's going to come back NG. And like I'm always asking that question, not what you think, not that we don't value your opinions, but I'm curious as lay people out there what you think the jury's going to do based on the evidence. So it's like they're different questions. You know what I mean? They
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
are different questions. And because it's but like the one constant in the law, because it's a fluid situation. The law is always changing. Statutes are cases always are coming down that change the way that that statutes are going to be applied in the law. And but the one constant that has always been the case is you never know what a jury is going to do. Never.
Never.
We could sit here. I could sit here and be like, dude, that's reasonable doubt all day. The two, Rensler and Wolf sealed it. I could be as confident, like, and say there's no way. Like my head will explode if they don't come back with not guilties, and then they come back with the guilty. I mean, you never can know what a jury's going to do because of the system, because it's individuals. We all don't think the same. We all don't perceive things the same way. It's like that's why I love the system so much. Like it's a scary and beautiful thing, our criminal justice system, because it certainly has flaws, but I still think it's the best that there is.
Yeah, and I
Um,
think sometimes it's hard for us who are particularly people who watch trials all the time to take a step back and be like, this jury has not seen that video 1,000 times. This jury has not like seen all the stuff we've seen multiple times. Like, it's hard sometimes to think like they might not have thought that the invert thing was a big deal. Like, you never know what is hitting with them, particularly if you're not in. We do get reports sometimes from people there, but even people that are there, you just can never tell with a jury unless they're like really like. I think during Proctor they were really like making like fake like. It's hard. I did it civilly. It's hard. Like, there was a case I thought that wasn't come back at like 50 grand. It came back at 1.2 million. Like, you're trying to read people. You don't, even if they react, like, you don't know why
you
they're
can
reacting.
never know. You can never know. Like dude. Like I spent my career thinking that I was some kind of juror whisperer. You have no idea. Like you would not believe how many conversations like Allie and I would be having at council tables. Like, oh yeah, we think we got juror number 8. Like he keeps like, she's like, oh, I think that like that female juror thinks that you're cute. She looks at you like every time you stand up, she sweat. Like just stupid shit like that. Or like, oh yeah, we think that witness really hit, and like you just never know. You cannot like you cannot get into their minds. So, yeah, it's like so everything that we've seen, everything that we've heard, we can have opinions on it, but at the end of the day, I mean, I'll make my prediction when we get to the end of closings, and I'll stand by it. But at the end of the day, I mean, no one should be surprised if it goes the opposite way they think it is, because you never know what a jury is going to do because you cannot know what they're thinking. And like Allison made a brilliant point, like per usual yesterday. She was talking about like we all understand where these, what this other agency was that they've heard about a few times. Like Allie's like, they're probably thinking that's like a civil lawsuit, or like like the city of Canton, like somebody's been sued in terms of like where these two doctors or the two, Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rensler came from. Like they're not their mind isn't going to, oh, the feds are investigating how bad this investigation is. Like the only thing that you have to consider is that there's probably at least one person on that jury that knows a lot about this case sitting in that room, like prior to coming in. Canton's a small town. Like you'd have to be living under a rock in order to have no idea what was going on with that case. And I'm sure that they got a few of them, but there's going to be people that know, and they're going to talk about it during deliberations. They're going to be like, those dudes were the feds. Right. Ryan Nagel said the feds. That's right, Denise. But it was like out of left field. You know what I mean? So like, I don't know that would have stuck. But if like you have a prudent note taker and they're going back through their shit, like if this thing's way closer than any of us think that it is, and this thing, like, I see a lot of like real quick deliberation predictions coming out there from all, from lawyers, from all kinds of people, like 2-3 hours, quickie, it's quickie, like, again, this thing could go days. If you get some people that are like, I don't give a shit, the guy's DNA is on the tail light, guy's DNA, or they found a hair on the car. How the hell, like, I'm not buying some cop planted all that shit in the front yard. Like, to think that there's not a juror that couldn't be thinking that all of that is nonsense is
Right. She said, I hit him. I hit him. I mean, there could be someone on there
their
who.
stuff. Kerry Roberts, who we both said was highly credible, saying, look, she called me at 5 in the morning and said, John's dead. I mean, there's stuff that exists in this case that could certainly give jurors pause, you know. So we'll see how it shakes out. I'm not trying to get anybody hysterical in the chat. Oh! I'm just trying to be realistic here. Like, we have to be realistic. We have to look at these things really. For as shitty as that case was by Lally and really by law enforcement, it's still a case that could be pulled out. I don't think that it will be, but it's a case that could be pulled out by the prosecution. Just telling you, you never know what a jury's going to do. So you're seeing it's still this thing, right?
Yeah, still there.
Okay.
Still there.
All right. So per usual, once I sniveled about Venmo, I got a ton of Venmos. I already thanked Ann. Thank you so much. $10. Happy closing day. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Dawn L. I love you too, Bob. Please share this with Allie. Please. Look, all our money is the same pot. We've been together for 24 years. Been married for going on 20. 2026 will be our 20th anniversary. So all our money goes to the same place. I share everything with Allie. We share everything with one another. So just know everything that comes to me, it's not to me, it's to us. Doesn't make any sense. We don't keep separate funds. I don't give my wife an allowance. My wife would kick my teeth in if I even said some shit. She's like, oh, what my wife wants, my wife got. So
not me though. If you're sending it to me, Shan's got to do some chores if she wants that shit. He is not. Just kidding, guys. I'm just kidding.
Ralph Norton over here. Alice, is my dinner ready? Elizabeth S. Paid $10. Happy closing day. Thank you, Elizabeth. Beth,
I got one from her too. Same thing. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Yeah, y'all killed this case. Thank you so much to Beth Ross, who gave it. Oh, Beth,
I got one too. Beth Ross. Thank you.
All right, sorry. I don't know if, like, some people use their names. I apologize if we let slip with your names and you guys don't want them out there. I always say, Bob.
This is what we should say. If to make it, if people want to, it's up to them. But like, if you want to put in your message, put your YouTube handle, and then we can call that out. So, but
that's the move. That is 100% the move. And then Kim R paid 20. Wow. Happy, hopefully, verdict day. It's definitely verdict day. Thanks for covering this trial and bringing so many laughs. Please do your Lally objection one more time. Guaranteed. There's no way I'm letting this thing end without getting a objection on. Like, there has to be. I'll do a couple of objections during Yannetti or Jackson's closing for sure.
By the way, did you check your?
Just wanted to give you the groan first. Groan's such a key element to it.
It is. You nailed it. Yesterday you did at the exact same time. It was pretty amazing. I got a $10 cash from Catherine.
You are unmuted.
That I'm working home and can join today. Thank you so much, Catherine.
Right. I need to see counsel at sidebar.
So it wouldn't be a day of trial if it wasn't an immediate sidebar.
Do we have our shots over on my channel?
Yeah, I think we do. Let's see. And I just turned off the loop.
Yeah. Like it. Yeah.
Oh wow, look at there's Ryan Albert, Jen McCabe.
Wow.
Oh, is that Colin next to? Is that Colin behind?
Yep. 100%. 100%. Every time I see him, it's like, I know I threw the Ratner out there, but there's another actor that, dude, I've racked my freaking mind because he's a doppelganger for this other guy. He's definitely got a Ratner vibe, but this other dude, and it was like I was trying so desperately to remember what movie it was. And if I could remember it, you'd be like, holy shit. It's an older movie. It's like, it's from like my wheelhouse, like the 80s, maybe early 90s, but I feel like it was like the mid to late 80s. But god damn it, it's been driving me nuts. Now it's gonna drive me nuts again. Jay, it took me like a week to get over like trying to figure that shit out. I'm like putting in like weird Google searches, like,
that's the worst.
80s movie with maybe a creepy dude who was like stalking a chick. Like, like real bold search terms and like way too broad.
Dude, that's what I was doing yesterday when I was trying to think of the Bev Viv. I was like, is there a movie clip where a girl is crushing on a dude? And like I'm Googling and I couldn't find anything. And finally, how ended up on using Heart was because there's a movie, and I don't know what it is, but like I think Ashton Kutcher is the guy, and they're in like a private school, and he's walking down the hall, and the girl, I forget who the girl is like, and that song comes on. I'm like, that's perfect, freaking magic, man. And that's how that led to that clip, because I was just Googling, like, I was really, when I started, this is how it started. I wanted to do a clip where with the bottom of the screen was the witness, the top was her, and like you watched it, but it was too
Where
hard.
it really started, though, was when you recognized the little heart hanging off the bench. Like, that planted it in your brain that there was something magical going on. Continue.
And then I was like, let me put a clip next to it, because I do pretty good with those areas where like I put a movie clip next, and I couldn't find anything, and then that song came out, and I'm like, I got a freeze frame on her face, because those faces, that's what makes that clip. First of all, this when it starts right on you hear that song, and if you know that song, you're like, oh shit, and then just her face, and so every time I try to find a perfect, and like just her face and those things,
So
it's
good,
hilarious.
dude. It was so good, and like that pan in that you did. Cause like I watched the original clip and I'm like, oh man, that pan in was just money, man. It was so good. It was like that little right into Judge Bev with like that look. Man, you nailed it. I loved that one. It was
Thank
so
you,
funny.
dude.
That made me like uproariously. I was driving. I know I shouldn't be looking at my phone, but I was driving Scout to practice, and I started to like hysterically laughing. She's like, "Daddy, why are you laughing at Daddy?" I was like, "Oh, Jay put up a really funny tweet."
I
Or
gotta thank Jan, who
whatever I
just
call
sent Legal Mama Jan. We love her. Love you. She sent me a $10 Venmo. Love your Bev crush vids. Keep on crushing. Thanks, Jan. You're the best.
so good. They are so good. Uh Shiraz paid $100. What?
Whoa,
Whoa. Thank
nice.
you. This is a Venmo. Thank you for covering this trial. What WTF do I eat? What do I even do now? I know we were talking. Shiraz, thank you so much for that incredibly
Always do.
generous like gift. And thank you so much for all that you do for our channels. You're a wonderful human being and an invaluable mod. Which, by the way, look in our. I had a concept that I haven't run by Jay yet, but I'm going to. But Jay, you're one of my mods. I put it in the Discord for the moderators
Okay.
about a concept that I think that we should employ moving forward for our mods, so they can get some love for all the hard work that they do. You could probably figure out what I'm talking about there, but
For the
wow,
moderators?
whatever's going on here is serious business. I don't know. I mean, like she still, so the one thing that we don't know, if she had them come in early, because there were a couple of issues where she was going to sleep on some of the jury instructions, which instructions she was going to give. So I don't know if that's what they're discussing now, because there were a couple, and with jury instructions, when we went through it yesterday, like words matter. Every single word in a jury instruction matters because words have impact. I mean, who knows that more than our boy Jack? Like, words matter. Every single word can be construed differently. So it's very important. Like, that's why I know you think that they're boring. I could probably get you turned around on those things. Like, if we're explaining it in a
Well,
way where you're like, oh shit, now I see why that matters.
I understand their importance. But yesterday it was like I had a decision. It was like, make that short about.
Oh
Well,
yeah, the short was the move. We had
and
your back, bro.
I had to go to say our Keurig broke, so we had to make a quick stop at the thrift, and luckily we found another Keurig, because we can't go without coffee in this house. So
Dude,
I
same.
that was the that was the
Same. That's catastrophic if the Keurig goes down. It's like, I want to get one of those Nespressos. Those things are fucking fire, man. Have you ever used one of those?
I from my thrifting days, Bob. I got a like this. It's not one. It's an older one. It's like a mini one, but oh yeah, we love our.
They're
That's the thing about
magical.
thrifting, man. I got it for like $7. I get this Keurig I got now was like $8. The other one I got is $7. Like, you can find like good stuff out
True,
there.
like diamonds in the rough.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
like I love that thrifting thing you do. Like, you need to do that. Like, are you going to start doing lives while you're thrifting? That would be
That's
awesome.
one of the reasons I had that dash cam, because I do want to do that. I want to like show my trips and then show me like going out. Although it will be a little weird. I'll have to like get like one of those GoPros and like, because I've seen people that do it, like they put it on like their chest.
It's
Like,
cool though. Like
yeah,
if you discover like a little treasure, like that's fun. Like
I
that's what
found
I
a
was
treasure.
saying. Like I always loved like Antique Roadshow. Like I just loved when people would find shit in their attic, and they'd have like, you know, people that were really skilled and could really give true values, especially of like older pieces. Oh, this is from 1749 by a famous woodmaker, and this is probably worth $50,000. And the guy's like, "Holy shit!" It's like I thought that was so great.
I
Man.
actually got some. I'm going to do a live probably this week because there's not going to be court after this verdict. I got a couple of really nice, if for folks who are thrifters, I got this vintage champion Northeastern college
I
shirt. I
saw
got
that. I saw your post. Did you tweeted that picture last night, right? Or did you put
I
it
put on
somewhere? Maybe it was in your community page.
Instagram or somewhere, but I'm gonna do a live on that. It was pretty cool. By the way, I'm seeing Sue O'Connell's reporting the judge had entered, calls a sidebar, no jurors yet. Judge directs the court officers to turn the pool camera to the fan. A juror walks in. They are all at sidebar. The juror had been very engaged during the trial, and I often cite her reaction. Something's going on here, Bob, with the juror.
Shit. Dang, dude. Well, we knew it was something. All right, so let's throw up some Ann Piccolo became a new YouTube member. Thank you so much. And we love having you in the community, Ann. And I see you out in the Twitters. Like I see you. I see you. And I appreciate you. Like little Frank, that kid from Norway that just like I live rent free in that guy's head. The guy completely doesn't understand the legal system. And he's like, Bob's always influencing these cases. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, yeah, really? I didn't know my reach was that powerful, but you know, so this guy hates me. And then like somebody sent me that like, so in Little Frank is the guy who actually released the leaked Delphi crime scene photos of the girls. They shut down his YouTube channel. I'm like, this guy is like off the rails. Like he's always drunk on his lives, and and he fancies himself like a sleuth. Like his channel was Art of Deduction. So but like apparently, your favorite and my favorite, especially Jennifer Coffin, to ever quote tweeted his rant about me. So, you know, and I'm blocked, I think, by both of them, so I don't see any of it. So, like, our people were like, "Hey, Bob, you might want to like check this out." I'm like, "Yeah, I don't really care." But what I do care about is that people have our backs out there. I love that. That means so much to me. I'm like, I don't have to say shit. Like the people that watch our stuff know, and they'll come through and they'll say what needs to be said. So thank you, Ann, for becoming a new member. Jesse Charles, member for 2 months. Love it. Love it. Another valuable member of our community. Super OG. Joanne, we just adore your face. I adore you so much. Gifted 1DD podcast membership. Thank you so much for everything you do, Joanne. Always, every single day. Brooklyn Janet, another amazing member of our fam. Want to guess how long for jury to be out? I guess 90 minutes. You, Brooklyn, I'm going to put the poll up like after closings. I want to see. I got to see if Lally comes with some heat. Like I've been like. I mean, can Lally pull this thing out of his ass with a super compelling closing? I mean, who knows? Maybe he'll shock the world. You know, I mean, we'll find out. So I'll give my prediction on how long I think it'll be, and we'll do kind of like an over under for the poll. But thank you so much for that $5 holla. And your question shall be addressed. Kimmy's blessed. Another amazing. Kimmy's blessed. Now confirm me on this. Like this trial brought you into the fam. I think that's true, right? Has Kimmy?
I think she's been here before this one.
Is she? All right. If that's true, I'm sorry. But
I could be wrong.
But you've been very vocal, and I've loved that during this trial. You've become just a wonderful member of the community. Bob J, good morning. Will this trial ruin Lally's career? Nah. I mean, I don't think so. I mean, so, like guys that try cases have to try the cases that they're handed. You know what I mean? And it's like he cannot control the fact that law enforcement shit the bed with this. Could he have tried to, front a lot of stuff, as Jay and I were very critical about that in the beginning of the trial, especially with the McCabe's and the Alberts on the stand? Yes, he certainly could have. Are there things that he could have done better? Yes. But there's no, like I said, there's no shining that turd of an investigation. I mean, that investigation, had that been done properly, we're probably at a completely different place right now. I can't spell his name. But did you all hear about the McAlbert's Turtle Boy yesterday? No, I didn't hear about that. I heard about something a couple days ago with, if you're talking about with the wife of somebody, I mean, he dude instigates. I'm just trying to sit here and have a meal at a restaurant in Canton where I know everyone hates me. It's he's bringing it on. So I mean, he knows what he's doing. I mean, the guy, I think he is in particular really subscribes to the notion is there's no such thing as bad press, because he leans into it hard. So I think that's what you're talking about. If that is what you're talking about, yeah, I saw it on the Twitters. Jen, always giver.
Jen, thank you.
Gifted 10 DD memberships. Thank you so much. And thank you for all your wonderful mod work too. Shannon. Bob, how very dare you communicate facts and common sense and straight dope, you monster. Note my high level of sarcasm here. You didn't have to say it. I got it. The one thing that Allie, that one of her pet peeves is when you're in a movie where they make something evident, but then like a scene later, they'll have one of the actors repeat that little nuance that they just showed in case people didn't get it. They do it all the time. There's a nuance and you're like, oh, I caught that. And then they'll have the actor spell it out for you. So I knew you, obviously, Shannon. And Shannon is an OG. I met Shannon in real life at my first crime con. So I've been knowing Shannon in real world for a long time, and I adore you so much, and I'm so glad that you've taken it upon yourself to become an integral part of our family. So thank you for that $10 holla as well. Joe Schmo, love you, man. Joe
Thanks,
Schmo's been great.
Yes,
so great during the entire trial. Just funny, astute, great add to this community. Joe Schmo, thank you so much for that $5 holla. 2 words related to Canton, Mass, but not this trial. Sandra and Birchmore. I've seen some stories about this. I've seen this. I know it's another. I know there's some bleed in. I think
some of the officers involved,
same cast of characters in that one. So I'll definitely be taking a peek at that, Joe. And thank you for that $5 holla. Sarah Brown, thank you for your coverage and explanations during the mess of this trial. I appreciate you guys, not as much as we appreciate you, Sarah. Thank you so much for that $5 holla. Brooklyn Janet, you could also have very opinionated, strong jurors push the rest in another direction. Very, very true. That could tip the scale, which Brooklyn Janet, I don't know if you were in Allie and I's stream yesterday. We were talking about that exact thing when it came up that Judge, they did in Judge Newman did in Murdoch. We here in Illinois, the jurors select their 4-person when they go back. And that's how we do it here. In South Carolina, obviously, what they do is the judge selects the 4-person. So there they did that. And it sounds like here that Judge Bev is going to be selecting the 4-person. I think the advantage to that, and my argument is that typically in our system where the 4-person is selected by the jurors, you're going to have that A-type overbearing person that thinks they know everything is going to be the one yeah, I'll take it. I'll be the 4-person, so that's going to be an aggressive person who could definitely sway another juror, because that's their personality. I like the randomness of just a person being selected as the 4-person, because with any title, that comes with some weight. If you're the 4-person of the jury, That comes with weight. Whether it's real or imagined, I don't know in the minds of the jurors, but certainly it's a title, and I think that it gives that person a little more gravity back in that room. So I agree. I agree with that. And thank you so much for that $10 holla. Denise, amazing, amazing. $20. Appreciate
Thank
you.
you.
You're always giver. You're always giving till it hurts. We appreciate you so, so much. Todd, love you, man. Love Armada and JB together. We do too. We do too. This was our maiden voyage, and I think that it was my opinion, a smashing success.
Agree.
Jay and I have a pretty solid vibe together, which we knew. I mean, we kind of knew that a long time ago. And this was the case that just kind of let us bring it to fruition. So, and we're so thankful to you guys for hanging with us.
Absolutely.
And it's been amazing. It's been an amazing journey. So
do you want me give a little update from when I left?
Yes, I see you scouting the interwebs.
I think the last thing I wrote was they're all at sidebar. The juror has been very engaged in the trial. I offer and cite her reactions. Next, the juror steps to the side as the judge and counsel discuss. The juror is dressed very professionally today. Next, this is Sue O'Connell, by the way, Sue NBC Boston on Twitter. The juror is standing to the side with her arms folded in front of her. Now she leaves the courtroom. Next, the sidebar conference continues with the judge, the defense, and prosecution. The judge leaves the bench. The defense team and Karen Reed are in a standing huddle. Alan Jackson is doing all the talking. He's animated. Karen is nodding her head. Adam Lally is seated at his desk, leaning his head on his hand as he writes. The defense huddle continues. Others in the group are talking. Then the minute ago, the juror who was at sidebar was one of the jurors who was involved in the conversation about the last juror who was dismissed last week, and that is the latest that I see here.
Sounds like there's a lot of shit going on.
Yeah, man.
You know, I mean, you always fear that something happened and something bled into the jury that could lead to a mistrial, which, oh my God, could you imagine?
No,
I mean, could you imagine?
I can't.
Oh my God. And if you're Morrissey and Lally, God forbid, it was such an event that caused like a mistrial, like where somebody got to a juror and that juror potentially could have poisoned the rest of the jurors by saying some kind of information that they should never, whatever. I'm completely speculating, just giving a total hypothetical. But, you know, if this thing were a mistrial, you know, like in your Lally and Morrissey, like, do you try it again? Like, do you drop the murder too and try her on the manslaughter alone? Like, I don't know. It's crazy. That's crazy. All right. Yeah. Keep us updated on that.
I got another one from 46 seconds ago. The judge is in her chambers. We are all waiting. Defense still huddles. Still a somber, serious, tense vibe. Wow. She had to go to her chambers. This is some serious business.
Wow, man. See, there's never a dull moment in the Karen Reed case. Not your edits. We adore you. Adore you.
Oh, that's the one. Yes. The Verge. Thank you. That's
Magic.
I've never seen that. That's it. Thank you.
Well done. Not your edits always coming. Like, that's not the first time that Not Your Edits has come through with a super clutch reference. I know that for a fact. I can't remember. There's been a couple. And I think whenever I give my little quizzes, like a movie quiz or like what's that from? Like what line is that from? Like not your edits is always in the answering game. Like, you know, like the movie depth, like, because I'm a movie nerd. I'm a total movie buff. I like to think every movie ever made. That's of course not true, but in my mind it is. Meg P, $2 holla. Check all the Fall River Reporter. Let me see.
While you do that, I did find this. Check this bad boy out. Look at this find, guys. This is like so this is what I'll be talking about and some other finds. But this is, for folks who know thrifting, this is a Champion reverse weave. Shannon's never seen someone in the wild. And like the condition this is like from the 80s, 90s.
All right, but Jay, give the backstory for those that may not know why that's a significant find.
Well, first of all, like vintage champion, like if you see like a lot of like celebrities, that's like you could always buy something new, but people love to get vintage, like when you like hats and stuff like that. Like there's a huge market for it, and champion, which came back, like they have new stuff. They were big when
Yeah,
we were younger, right? But they came
huge.
back and have new stuff. But if you can find like and the fact that the condition that this is, I feel like I'm on Antique Roadshow, but like the condition that like it's hard. You could find this stuff sometimes, but
It
like
looks brand spanking.
this is like it was in someone's closet. They moved away and they just donated it. Like
Yeah.
it's crazy. But
It's
anyway,
like that old person that had that sweet vintage car in their garage that they only drove like 2 blocks to the local market, and that was
exactly,
it.
exactly.
You know, you got like a 1967 car that's got 130 miles on
exactly.
it. So that's cool. That's cool. Kasha, 7 months. OG. She goes through hell over in my Facebook YouTube page, or not my YouTube, just my Facebook in the chats over there. She's my motto. She takes the real beating over there. I appreciate you so much. Y'all are awesome. Glad to be a part of the community. Not as glad as I am that you are a part of our community. Because I like she was big prosecutors DD, and like it hasn't been a falling out with like myself and Brett and Alice, but like the community was like taking such umbrage because we're on such different sides, which is weird because I don't really have a side other than the Constitution with the Delphi case. But like they kept couching it like I'm a Richard Allen apologist guy, and I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, the guy just has to have a fair trial. That's kind of how our system works. I mean, but whatever. So I adore you. Thank you so much for everything you do. Jinxie with the $20. Thank you, gentlemen, for your wealth of knowledge and amazing humor. I'll be here for all that's on the horizon. We thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. We really appreciate that. Life Love gifted 5 DD memberships. We love you, Life Love. Awesome. We saw you yesterday. You gave love during our jury conference stuff. So we really appreciate your constant generosity, truly. And I'm sure that everybody that was the benefactor of your generosity is very thankful as well. Diz Nerd, we love you, Diz. Disney's been forever. Awesome. She's so great. Y'all are amazing. Just wanted to send some love. We thank you so much. Cabo, OG.
Cabo.
We love you. We love you so much. You know how much I love you, Cabo. Like I follow Cabo's Twitter account like religiously, and she just throws like pieces of shit left and right, and I'm here for it, and I love it. It's my favorite hobby, frankly. She knows that. She's like, oh, I know you love this, so I want to throw you my latest bone at my latest like flame throwing, and I'm like, thanks, it's awesome. She will. I had to stick her on Little Frank. I'm like, hey, Bo, I want you to flamethrow this guy for me because I just don't have the energy. She's like, I got you, bro. And of course, she flamethrow him. It was glorious. So we love you, Cabo. Laura from Oz, new member. Family hug to all of you. Huge family hugs. We love you. We love you. We know you've been around forever. So I know that you're just updating your membership, but I'm glad that you did. Thank you very much for that. Brooklyn Janet coming back with another $5. I'll miss you all after trial is over. For sentimental reasons, I'll turn on my ceiling fan. Right? It's such a great comment. Thank you so much, Brooklyn Janet. Appreciate it. Dr. Bullbutter, adore you. You're one of the good ones. Good egg, Dr. Bullbutter. Love it. And you're a straight shooter, which I just appreciate the hell out of. Cut from the same cloth that I am, Dr. Bullbutter. So I adore you. And thank you for being a part of our community. Truly. Mystic Mama, member for 1 month. Ooh, boom.
Thank you.
Thank you. One Sly Angel, member for 3 months. Love it. Thank you so much. Family hug. Love it. Thank you so much. And last but not least, Courtney Williams, $5. I'm going to miss watching this trial with you two each day. We're going to miss it too, for sure. Feels like the end of an era. Bob, I live in Indiana. Maybe we'll see you in Delphi. That would be amazing. Yeah, like Allie was saying, like, you can't let people start thinking you're off Delphi. I am not off Delphi. It's like this has been like obviously a everyday thing. but Delphi is 100% all over my radar. So, you know, I think there's the next action there is late July. You know, and I always go down there in person. So it's been a little bit of a lull in pleadings, thankfully, that kind of lined up for me in terms of because you know, when Jay and I do this, it's exhausting. It just is. It's a lot to stream a full days. And you know, Jay and I about halfway through decided we weren't going to take lunch breaks because Judge Bev like truncated them, made them shorter. So we're like, plus we didn't want to lose people. Like if we were getting new folks coming in, we didn't want to, you know, take the chance of losing them back to a different stream. So we're like, you know what? We'll just play through. So it makes for long days. So for me, you know, and like Jay he like when he's done, he's busy creating videos and continuing to make content. And I was on the video thing for a hot minute there, and then I'm like, oh my god, it's so much.
It's a lot of work.
It's so.
Well, you got the pod too. I don't have the pod, so I can.
Right.
Like, while you're working on the pod, I'm editing videos. But for like just screen grabbing, like you trying to find because it's hard to timestamp when you're live. Like it's impossible for us to timestamp. But even if you're just watching, because you got to wait for the end to get the time. So.
And that like we didn't realize that until like Dizzy and Mandy were like, all right, dude, listen. It's like you want it from a different stream. We're not doing it from your stream, and it's not available because the times are all different. So you're gonna have to calm the fuck down. I'm like, oh, I'm like, yes, ma'am. So yeah, like we didn't realize that we were gonna do we wanted to do the nightly updates, and it just seemed like it was overbearing, an overbearing amount of work to put on our mods that are already giving until it hurts. So ultimately
the latest update for folks asking. I know apparently Court TV is reporting a juror is dismissed, but I have not. I mean, Sue O'Connell is in the courtroom. Her last tweet was a minute ago, and she said, so it's clearly a jury issue. We wait. I would assume she would know she's in there unless Court TV has someone in there who knows that she doesn't. But I haven't seen any, and I checked other journalists. I haven't seen anyone report yet that a juror has been dismissed, but obviously an issue with the juror. So we're waiting.
Yeah, there's something serious going down for certain. So yeah, keep us updated on that, Jay. Everything that you see. I have not checked my Fall River Reporter. Do you follow them?
Well, I follow Jess Michelle. I don't think she's there though. Let me check. I thought she like gave her pass. Like I saw her posting that she like may have given her pass to Sue. So let me check if she is. Oh, babe says she is in there, but I don't see her. I don't see anything from her. Recently, her last was like 55 minutes ago. So I think Sue is the one at least she's the one I've been getting from for today, and she hasn't posted anything yet. But this is obviously very serious. That I mean, finally they get to the last freaking day, and then this happens. I mean, this is like shades of the Egg Lady from Murdoch.
Yeah, exactly. Shades of the Egg Lady, the Eggman. Fall River Reporter. Bev has called the court officer over. He's taking juror number 4 out of the courtroom. Sidebar continues. So that was a bit ago. That was 8:28. So I'm way behind on the chat. I'm scrolling through. I wonder what Ally's pontificating over on STS. I'm gonna heckle her via text. Be like, "Wow, traitor." I'm gonna say, "How's it going, traitor?"
So yeah, guys, if you're coming in late, this is wild. Apparently, there's an issue with the juror who has been called up. There was a discussion with the attorneys and Judge Canoni, and now the judge is in her chamber, so she's really thinking about what to do here. I'm keeping an eye on the feed as soon as we see what's going on. And Sue just her latest tweet is, in case you're just joining, I did make it into the courtroom. The court expanded the press pool, but she's just talking about how she got into the press. Yeah, apparently there was an issue, Bob. Did you see this? Oh, here we go.
Shit.
Then an immediate sidebar. So wow. She has decided, now she's telling them.
Wow.
But I was going to say, much like Murdoch, this happened, I think, from what I've seen, where like the entire time the national press is like they wait, and then the last day they want to be there, and then the people that have been there the entire time, like, wait, what the fuck? You're gonna take? I've been here this entire time, and now my seat is going to someone like from like a major network. Like that seems like some bullshit. But so
Dude,
I think that happened to Murdoch, and I think it happened here.
I agree, Spitfire. I'll tell her she's missed. She's not even returning my text. What a so and so. What a dirty so and so. Yeah. Yeah. I reached out the window with my bald head. I was gonna start getting into some Eggman. Mia Beto gifted 5 DD memberships. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Always give her Mia Beto. I'm sure that all those were benefactors are very, very, very happy for your love. Aw, big family hugs 5 times. $5 hour shout out to my sister Amy for telling me about y'all. We love you,
Oh,
Amy. Thank you so
awesome.
much. So appreciative of all you do, Jay and Bob. We thank you,
Thank
Mel.
you.
And like so Mel, she likes my little jingles when I spontaneously cuz they're jinglers too. They like to come up like they walk through life just making up jingles, which is a weird thing. I do it all the time. Like I'll sometimes I'll be on a roll, like I'll be on a trip and I'll like everything will be a jingle. Just making up constant jingles walking through life. It's kind of a fun way to go through life, to be honest with you. Uh Renee S. member for 3 months. Aw, family hug. Y'all are awesome. Thank you for the laughs and the legal analysis. Thank you for being a member and for hanging with the fam. Christy, member for 3 months. Thank you for your dedication. Much appreciated. We thank you so much, Christy, for being here every day. All of you guys. It's like amazing. It's such a great
Absolutely.
feeling to have like
It's
a
so
community
cool.
like this. It's so cool. I never thought it would be because like the pod's different. Like the pod, like I'm recording and I put it out to the world, and I can see from my Facebook group, or like it's really more the Facebook group mostly is where I kind of get like feedback on the podcast proper. Like this is like it's all real time, and it's like we're like it's such a cool thing, man. I had no idea. I was sleeping on YouTube for a really long time. So I'm so grateful that we built this thing. I wonder if a juror saw the mess Sunday night with Turtle Boy and the McCabe's. Possible. I mean, it's a small town. Like I kind of get the vibe that street that McCarthy's and the waterfall, that's like the main drag there in Canton. And that's where like where you go to eat and drink, and like everybody probably knows each other, and it's got kind of like a super small town vibe. So I mean, I don't know. Anything's possible, but whatever's going on is serious as shit.
Yeah.
So thank you for that $10 holler, Renee. Pammy, love you so much. And like I know Pam in real life too, and she's just an amazing human being. And I know and love her daughter, who's an amazing human being as well.
So supportive. She's so supportive.
So supportive, and I'm so thankful that she's a part of the community. Full days of both with yous has made me break out of the air cushion that normally fits on my Harley seat. My tailbone and posture needed it. Love y'all. We love you back.
Thanks,
Love
Pam.
you back so much. Defense attorney Meow, member for 6 months. Is it normal for a juror to be escorted out? No, it's not. That means some serious shit's going on. It's like, I mean, if you're a juror that sat on a case like this, and you always worry about people that are plants as jurors because like the average person detests getting a notice of jury service, like that guy right there.
Oh,
But for some of these big cases, you get those people that are like, it's like winning a lottery ticket, and they're super excited to get on the jury. They can see it as a potential, I'm going to do the Good Morning, America circuit after this thing. It's that case. It's going to be my way into the, into the mix, blah, 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 blah. And they actively are trying to get on the jury. They may not be truthful during voir dire. They may not be truthful about what they know or don't know, So it's like, those are real things and real concerns in every high profile trial. Those are actual things.
Well, to me, and I've said this before in other trials, I just don't know how it's possible in this day and age to just say you've never seen it. Like basically, these jurors have to go home, not turn on their TV, not turn on like their social media because it
It's
algorithm a lot of
invasive.
times
It's everywhere.
goes by your location. So even if you're not trying, I find it very hard to believe that these folks saw nothing. They saw nothing during these 31 days where they didn't just like see something like maybe click on it and check it for like a minute and then turn it off. Like it just in this day and age, and I know it's impossible to just sequester every jury in every case, but it's hard for me to believe that
I'm
these
with
people
you.
have not seen anything and
It
not
seems impracticable. It seems impossible. It's like, as a fellow sports fan, I know like you've had those situations where it's a fucking huge game, and you've got another obligation, whether it's your kids got to get, it's like something's going on. You're like, oh my God, like back all the way back to when I would VCR a game. And then it went to like, oh, I TiVoed it. And like, and then now we've got DVRs and you record it and you do everything in your power to avoid finding out what the score, because you want to go home. Like you don't look at your phone so your friends aren't texting you what the score is. You're like, oh, you're avoiding everything. And it's almost impossible to like get to that point where you're like, you're in your chair, you're loaded up, you got your snacks, you're like, fuck, man, I've been waiting for this game for like a week and I can't wait to watch it. And it's like bloop, something happens and it ruins the whole thing. You're like, oh my, it's really, really hard. And for a case like this, like you said, where everything it knows your location, especially with geofencing, it's going to be popping up shit that's relevant to your location constantly. It's like, I find it hard to believe that all of them avoided all of it too, or that they were even trying to. I mean, that's a whole different question.
right.
It's
New
one.
update.
Oh, back to the fan.
New update.
Oh my God.
Sue O'Connor watching the sidebar. Judge Cannoni is interacting mostly with the defense, specifically David Yannetti. Wow. The camera has been moved to the fan. I expect a juror. That's why I expect a juror to come back in. So sounds like if she's mostly talking to the defense, maybe they want to keep this person and she wants to boot him. I don't know. It's speculation, but this is 31 days.
Some shit with Yannetti going to talk to Lucky Loughran at the school where I guess one of the Alberts works. So I don't know if it was Courtney. Is that Courtney? Is that the daughter?
I thought it was
or Allie
Proctor's wife, but I could be.
I don't know. It was somebody. Was it Proctor's wife? I don't know. I have no idea. It's too much to keep.
Proctor's sister, babe says Proctor's sister.
Fucking Shannon in the background, the encyclopedic knowledge of all the dirt.
The same juror returns. The latest. All right.
Who?
She just put the same juror return. So they brought. That's why I went to the fan. They brought her back in to talk to her again after they've already talked to her.
There's some shit going down. Damn. All right, you guys keep us updated. Thanks, Shans. Shan's giving us the download too. JD, member for a month. We love you back. Love you guys. Kasha coming through with another 5 DD memberships. Man, give until it hurts this morning. Love you so much. Thank you. Lily B, member for 6 months. OG, y'all are the best in every way. No, you are. You guys, this community is the best. Best chat ever. Best chat.
Judge Cannoni isn't speaking to her, the juror. Counsel remains. The juror stands with her hands on her hips.
Wow. Man. What I'd pay to be a fly on that wall.
Seriously. Holy shit.
Man. Dang, dude. All right. And would you go with Helena or Helena?
Helena, I would go with.
Helena. All right.
Oh man.
Helena, you tell us if Jay's right or if it's Helena. Because there is Helena, Montana. It's a place. All right. And you would say the word Helen, like the name Helen.
Well, I mean, Helena makes sense because it's like hell in a handbasket. Like that's her name. It's like hell in a handbasket.
Oh, there you go. Helena.
So like that makes sense. But this is so sorry for your loss, Helena or Helena.
Thank you all for the much needed discretion. I lost my. Oh my God. my brother's Sunday night. Oh my God, y'all lifted my mood and made me giggle yesterday. Oh my God, we're so
So
sorry.
sorry for your
Loss.
loss,
Oh
man.
my God, my condolences to you. Oh, geez. I'm sitting here talking about her name, and like she's just sent us a message that her brother passed. Oh my God. Good job, Bob.
Well, you didn't know about it. It's okay.
Yes.
May
I should have read the whole comment first before I was going on and on.
may his memory be a blessing. That's I love that saying, and I hope that I know it's probably tough right now, but I hope that his memory will be a blessing to you.
100%. Definitely. Definitely. So yeah, I mean, the state, yeah, Bob Smith said it's an issue. The state might want a mistrial, so Karen can't afford Jackson and Yannetti. Some truth there. Like Jackson ain't gonna do it again for free.
The judge returns to her chamber. We are in recess.
Jesus
shit.
Christ, what is going on? Jack says it was Proctor's sister as well. Confirmed. What's up, Jack?
And I just got a $25 Venmo from our awesome mod Meg P. She said, "Thanks for all you do, and make sure Bob checks his too." So Meg, you're the best. Thank you so much. Always give her.
Oh, I did. Meg P. Thank you. Also $25. Thank you for all you do. Thank you, Meg. You're amazing. An amazing human.
And I got one from Janique from my biggest fan, Jazzy. Janique and Jazzy, thank you so much, and I hope Jazzy's having a great summer. I also got one from Mary Sutton. Love pizza and coffee. Love watching your YouTubes. Thank you so much, Mary. You guys are amazing. So
amazing humans. All right, Kimmy's blessed. I mean, we're status quo right now. There's something's going on with the juror. Jay's been giving us updates from some boots on the ground in the courtroom. It sounds like this juror was led out of the courtroom. Discussions ensued. The judge came out, had discussions with counsel. Sounded like there was some heavy discussions between Judge Bev and Yannetti. Now Judge Bev has gone back into chambers as we continue to look at the fan. So that's where we're at. That's all we know. Juror dismissed.
wow.
902. Dizzy's coming in with juror dismissed. Wow.
Yep. Wow.
Juror 3. Juror 4. So Turtle Boy saying juror 3. Fall River Reporter saying juror 4. Wow. Now the question will become, she'll address it, I think, a little bit. Wow. Oh, Cassandra, you being here and you listening is all that matters. I mean, Jay and I obviously love the support, but like you being here is like for all of you is the key, because without you, like I say in my pod, I'm just an old man talking about old cases. It's so true. So don't worry about it. Like people have lives, families. We understand that. That's why we're always so grateful. That's why we're always so grateful. Read the chat, Bob. Bumbling B. All right. Yes. Juror 3 is dismissed. Wow. Wow. Unbelievable. Holy shit. Man, dude. Oh my God. Man, I'm about to kill Allison. Oh my God.
Imagine you're this juror. I mean, God knows what he or she did, but you make it through this 31 days of trial, and then like deuces, peace. You shouldn't have told us you saw Jay and Bob on YouTube. You're out of here.
Oh my God, dude. Like this is, oh my God. I mean, like she did, because we know how Judge Newman handled that. Like when there were issues, they basically he had he vordired the witness or
he brought her in,
like on open court. We saw it. Wow, this is unbelievable. Jeez, hold on, I'm tweeting it. Wow. And it's like all you could do is is speculate as to why.
Right. I know some people are like, this is corruption. This is, but like, we have no idea. We have no idea why this is happening. Like, it's hard to say like who this is. I mean, I guess people are saying that because the United and Jackson argue, but we have like, who knows what led to this? We have no
We
idea
have
right
no
now.
idea.
Jeez.
Wow. Jeez.
Just trying to see if we have any updates. Just the last thing from Sue is we heard a juror has been dismissed. Jeez Louise. And then I guess there's a question whether it's juror 3 or 4. Jeez. Well, thanks for being here, everyone. If you haven't hit that like, please hit it. We absolutely know that everyone can't, financially give, but helps us a lot. Shares, commenting on videos. So we also appreciate all the folks that do that. It means a lot. And just being here and supporting us, it means everything to us. Bob says he's just an old man talking about old cases, and I say I'm just a moron yelling at a screen without you guys being here and supporting us. So we really, really appreciate it very much. So
We do so much. Man. Somebody said they have STS open on another tab, and Lally is not as nearly as animated as they thought that she would be. Well, she must be on something this morning. So she's, she's like, maybe she took a Valium. Maybe she took a Valium this morning.
because last time people said that she was,
Yeah, some woman said something like Allie, like somebody else in the chat. She's like, I sometimes think Allie's on something. I'm like, wow. I can assure you, my wife is on nothing other than giant brains and coffee. Like when I was a heavy drinker, Allison's not even she never really drank much, so that's just not her shit. Oh, let's see.
All right, so this is the latest from 35 seconds ago. Confirm that she is dismissed. That leaves 14 jurors, 12 plus 2 alternates. We ended jury selection with 19, started testimony with 17, lost 2 second week of June, lost 1 today. Now we have 14. This is why you pick extra jurors, folks. Can you believe it? Day 31, and a juror gets the boot. What did that juror say to whoever? What did they say other than, I happened to catch up on Jay and Not So Silent Bob. They're awesome. I love their stream. I don't think it influenced my decision because they're waiting for the evidence. But I'm sorry, Judge Canoni, but they're great. I saw this clip about you having a crush on Court Daddy, on Crash Daddy, and I thought it was funny. I'm sorry, Your Honor, and boom, see ya. 31 days, you're out of here. Deuces, we don't need you. It's insane. Bob, you're muted. Bob, you're muted.
Sorry, Scott was talking to me. Was that like a speculative dream of what may
Yes,
have
it
occurred?
was.
I love it.
Was.
Love
One
it.
day, Bob, one day.
Listen,
we're going to be
dude,
covering a case. One day we're going to be covering a case, and they're going to be like, we saw something from Jay and Bob.
No question about it.
Here we go.
Wow. She is not happy.
Yay. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right, good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I don't know how many times I start in the morning by saying we appreciate your patience, but today is one of those days. Again, we appreciate your patience. You may notice that one of your fellow jurors is not sitting with us today. I can assure you that that is because of an issue that is just personal to that juror and has nothing to do with any concern of any of you. So please disregard that. Okay? I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here yesterday? So now we're at the point of the trial where the lawyers get to do their closing arguments for you. I've given them each an hour to do so, and they both tell me that they want me to give a 5-minute warning. I just don't want you to think I'm scolding them when I give a 5-minute warning, so we'll let them do that. When I was a trial lawyer, I tried a lot of cases in this courtroom. The thing I liked least about the trial was just before I stood up to give my closing argument, the judge would say, jurors, remember, closing arguments are not evidence. But it's true. So because of that, you have to put your notebooks away. All right, so if you just put your notebooks away and just listen, and though the closing arguments are not evidence, they're certainly a very important part of the case. And we've all seen how hard the lawyers have worked for this long period of time. We've all noticed that you've paid great attention throughout the entire trial. I'd ask that you extend your courtesy to the closing arguments. In Massachusetts, because the Commonwealth has the burden of proof, Commonwealth goes last. So we will hear now from Mr. Jackson.
All right. Before he starts, I want to point out, if all of you were watching Alan Jackson, as confident as he appears all the time, that is the reality of being a trial lawyer when somebody's life is in your hands. If you could not see exactly how nervous he was in that last 15 seconds, go back and rewatch it. That was a perfect example of how much pressure this guy is under right now. Let's see what he has to say.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh man, I'm nervous.
Look the other way. Look the other way. 4 words that sum up the Commonwealth's entire case. 4 words that sum up the hopes of those who have tried to deceive you. Conflicts of interest? Doesn't matter. Just look the other way. Magic hairs, magic glass. Look the other way. Late night calls and Google searches, falsified affidavits, inverted videos, and butt dials galore. Just look the other way. That's what they want. That's what they're counting on, but the uncontrovertible fact is you have been lied to in this courtroom. And your job is to make sure you don't ever, ever look the other way. Your singular duty is to stare down the evidence and do it unflinchingly and do it unwaveringly. You see, you're the only thing standing between Karen Reed and the tyranny of injustice. It's a job you didn't ask for, probably a job you didn't want. But it's the greatest responsibility we have as citizens here in America. Lest the government stop answering to us and we start answering to the government. And woe betide any one of us who might find ourselves in the crosshairs of a Michael Proctor. Preparing for today, I was reminded of a quote. It's a quote about the truth, and I want to share it with you. It is of great importance to set a resolution never to tell an untruth. There is no vice so mean, so pitiful, so contemptible, and those who permit themselves to tell a lie once find it much easier to do it a second time and a third. This falsehood of the tongue leads to that of the heart, and in time, it depraves all its good dispositions. What does that mean? It means that it's been observed that to tell an untruth, to exaggerate, to make a false claim, it's a cancer. One lie begets another, and it's a malignancy that grows over time. And that, folks, is how a cover-up is born. That's how a Massachusetts state trooper says in whispered tones to his friends when he thought no one was looking or listening, how he would make a case, how he would make it cut and dry, no matter the truth, how he would make sure to put, quote, serious charges on the girl. In other words, pin it on the girl. You may ask yourself, how does this happen? How could this happen? It's 2024. Surely people aren't going to come to this courtroom, this hall of justice, and lie to us, just give us false information. They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't try to cover up the truth. The Alberts, the McCabe's, Higgins, Lank, Michael Proctor, Yuri Buchanan, Brian Tully. You don't have to wonder if they would lie to support their narrative. You need only wonder how many times they did lie. Over and over and over, they and others were caught deceiving you. Big things, small things, it didn't really matter. They feared nothing. They'll look you in the eye and deny phone calls. They'll deny secret meetings. They'll claim that calls are butt dials and butt dials are answered. They'll show you a video and tell you left is right and right is left. They'll magically turn 3 pieces of plastic into 5 right before your eyes. And even when they're caught with their own lies, they won't blink, they don't sweat. They'll just look you in the eye and demand, pay no attention. You folks look the other way. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a cover-up in this case, plain and simple. You'll surely say to yourself, I don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe that could happen in our community. But sadly, over the past 8 weeks, you've seen it right before your eyes. So how does a cover-up happen? How could that happen? Well, let's count the ways, shall we? Handpick your investigator. Make sure it's someone we know, someone on our side. Keep them close. Offer them help. Offer them a gift. Have secret friends and family meetings. Get your story straight. Delete your call history. Make mysterious phone calls at 2:22 a.m. Delete Google searches. Monitor police activity. Get rid of evidence. Get rid of your dog. Destroy your phones. Destroy your SIM card. For the investigator, decide on a narrative early on. Don't go to the crime scene. Don't take witnesses in for questioning. Question all the witnesses together. Ignore witnesses who don't fit your narrative. Allow friends and family to contact those same witnesses. Don't record interviews. Write vague and false police reports. Omit witnesses' names. Omit witnesses' interviews altogether. Don't photograph the evidence. Don't conduct any forensics. Don't document the evidence. Don't document the logs. Don't create any logs whatsoever, and don't maintain a chain of custody. Keep all the evidence in the hands of one person and then manipulate that evidence, including videos. Don't turn over videos. Invert videos. Turn 4:16 p.m. into 5:30 p.m. in affidavits. Turn 3 pieces of taillight into 5 pieces of taillight. Delete 42 minutes of surveillance footage. Hide personal relationships. Make this case cut and dry and ensure the homeowner, quote, never sees any shit because he's a Boston cop. But most importantly, pick your patsy and pin it on the girl. It's not that it could happen. It's that every single one of those things I just mentioned did happen right in front of you. But this sort of injustice can't happen in a vacuum. So what about the prosecution? What about the Commonwealth? What does it look like when the government picks a narrative and then tries to form a prosecution around the narrative instead of the other way around? Looks a lot like this. If you don't have actual evidence, just throw every single thing you can against the wall to see what sticks. Drag her through the mud and make sure you attack her character. And that's what you saw in this case. The Commonwealth spent much of their time and resources trying to vilify Karen Read. They desperately resorted to calling witnesses to talk about Karen Read and John O'Keefe's arguments. They even stooped so low as to call the children and put them through this ordeal. All to say that John sometimes got upset because Karen was too kind, too nice, spoiled them too much. Their arguments illustrated what anybody could imagine is a normal set of ups and downs for any couple. Even on January 28th, they talked it out, they communicated, they worked out their issues, and they had a nice, affectionate evening out with their friends. And you don't have to take my word for it. Pull the tape, as they say. Look at the videos. C.F. McCarthy, Waterfall. What are the words that every single person who testified in this case used about Karen Read and John O'Keefe that night? Getting along, no issues, good mood, happy, affectionate, even lovey-dovey. no issues, no toxicity. They were a loving couple right up into the time Karen Reed dropped him off and he walked into 34 Fairview. If an argument with a loved one is a motive for murder, folks, we're all in trouble. Speaking of which, what is the evidence that John went into the house? The Commonwealth will tell you, undoubtedly, no, he never went in the house. And they'll point to certain witnesses who they say didn't see him go in. Well, the question you have to ask yourself is, can you rely on that? First, these are all people who are related to or committed to the Alberts in some way or another. That all-powerful Canton family, it's easy to say, I didn't see something, because how can that really be challenged? Some actually may not have seen John walk into the house. They were in the kitchen, as you recall, from Nicole. Third, at least one witness, Brian Higgins, forgot his narrative, at least for a second, and he admitted a man did, in fact, come into the house. And when he was caught and asked to describe that man, he had to. It was a little bit vague. You remember what he said. He was tall with dark hair. That was a telling slip of the tongue by Brian Higgins. But what's the real evidence of the unbiased data, the data that's not connected to the Albert family? How about John's Apple Health data? It shows that at 12:21 a.m., an important time, John arrived. That's established by the monotonic time clock that you heard about in this trial. It was on his phone, and that represents a huge problem for the Commonwealth. It shows that he took 80 steps and ascended or descended 3 flights of stairs at that time. And that makes perfect sense, doesn't it? It matches. Walks into the house, goes directly to the basement. There's your 80 steps and your descending flights of stairs. The big problem for the Commonwealth is he wasn't outside at the car ascending and descending stairs, wasn't climbing on top of the car. So they'll tell you, wait, don't look at the Apple Health data. Look at this other thing called Waze. But Rick Green explained that if you apply the 3-minute offset that is built into that monatomic time, it aligns perfectly. They don't want you to see that. They don't want you to pay attention. They want you to look the other way. But even more importantly, at approximately 12:32 a.m., someone holding John's phone takes another 36 steps and travels 25 meters. Why is that so important? Because by 12:32 a.m., Karen Reed was gone. She had already left the location. She left at 12:30. Trooper Garino told you that Karen Reed's phone connected to John's Wi-Fi at what time? 12:36. It is undisputed in this case that it's a 6-minute drive on a good day from 34 Fairview over to One Meadows. She was gone by 12:30, and John's phone was taking 36 steps and logging 25 meters at 12:32 after she'd left. So don't be fooled. John walked into that house, after which Karen drove away, and the scientific data all prove it. But also, Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxson prove it. In addition to the Apple Health data, Ryan and Heather both independently testified that they passed Karen's SUV as they drove away after talking to Julie, and Karen was alone in the SUV. John was not with her. He wasn't in the car. He wasn't standing outside the car. He wasn't sitting beside the car. He wasn't laying on the ground beside the car. He was nowhere in sight. There's only one other place that John could have been, and that's in the house. Exactly where the Apple Health data places him. So it all fits. And Ryan was right behind her, remember, staring at her taillights, undamaged, brightly lit. That brings up another difficulty for the Commonwealth, and that's their star witness, Jennifer McCabe. You'll recall that Jennifer McCabe claimed that she was looking out the door, staring at that SUV over and over and over again from 12:29 to 12:50. She was very specific about that time frame. But we know that the SUV was gone from 34 Fairview by about 12:30. Had to be in order to connect to the Wi-Fi at 12:36. So unequivocally, Jennifer McCabe was lying about watching that SUV, and it makes you wonder why. And to add to that deceit, she was also blatantly lying about the calls to John's phone. You remember that colloquy back and forth. She said that every single one of those calls to John's phone during that time was a butt dial. How are those lies connected? And why are they connected? Jennifer McCabe knows. Was she butt dialing John over and over? Or was someone looking for John's phone that went missing? Let's talk for a second about what actually happened in the time leading up to everyone going to 34 Fairview. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins show up drunk at the waterfall. They had been drinking in the afternoon. You know about the flirtatious texts that were sent between Karen Reed and Brian. Higgins was clearly pining over Karen, but for her, the flirtation had ran its course. It was done. She was happy and committed to John. You could see that in her actions with John that night. You don't have to guess. Brian Higgins, however, you can see in his actions, he wasn't quite so satisfied and he wasn't done. His text message, well, meaning, what the hell, Karen? What about me? Seemed aggressive, seemed annoyed. He didn't like being ignored. That was pretty clear. So he's 5 or 6 whiskeys deep into the night by this time, and she continued to ignore him. Then oddly, Higgins, who doesn't know John all that well, seems to want to coax John to 34 Fairview. I draw your attention to the waterfall tape if you want to take another look at it. It's at the 11:57 mark, between 11:57 and 11:58. Take a look at that tape. He's just about to leave. Higgins is just about to leave. He points over at John and he motions for him. Come on, come with me. And then at 12:20, he texts him, you coming here? This is a person he doesn't really know and didn't really talk to that entire night. Ask yourself, why was Higgins so insistent that John go to 34 Fairview that night? And then there's that sparring and fighting that he and Brian Albert were engaged in. Of all the things they could be doing, this is what they were doing just minutes before John O'Keefe walked into that house at 34 Fairview. We know that once John actually did walk in the door, it's about 2 steps, 4 feet or so, 2 steps for an adult male to reach that basement door. Remember, everybody was gathered in the kitchen. That's what Nicole Albert said. And every single witness agreed that at some point, Brian Higgins and Brian Albert left the group and went to another room. Where did they go? Where did they go together? Another important point. Chloe was not upstairs. Brian Albert slipped in one of his testimony that he provided. Quote, I was watching Chloe downstairs, monitoring her because of the other people in the house. She's not good with strangers. Remember that testimony. So what happened next? We absolutely know that John was in the house. The data, Ryan, Heather, they all established that. We know that John ascended or descended stairs. We know that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert excused themselves. How long does it take to have a crossword? How long does it take to have a fight? How long would it take for Brian Higgins to say to John, you know, your girl's been texting me. A push, a punch, a fall, pull Chloe off his arm, and now it's done. What is that? 5 seconds? 10? Doesn't take long at all. And then the panic sets in. It wasn't intended to go that far, but what's done is done. And then some very, very odd things start happening at the Albert household. Very odd indeed. What do we know? We know through the testimony and key swipes that Brian Higgins very oddly goes directly to Canton Police Department. Why would he do that? After a night of drinking and partying, why go to CPD when you're drunk? What was so important there? He couldn't even get his own story straight. First, he said it was administrative work. Then he said he was moving cars. Then he said it was a factor of both. Is it both? Was it neither? Or was he there to gather intel? Ask yourself, why go? But the odd things keep piling up, and here's another. Chloe was the Albert family pet. Not only did she appear to be gone from the house that morning on January 29th, nobody saw her there. Even Jim McCabe admitted that I didn't see her there. But they actually got rid of the dog altogether. Within months of this incident, the dog was gone, out of the house, rehome, never to be seen again. This was a dog they had had for 7 years. Also a dog who had a bite history. Why was it so important to get rid of that dog? Was there something about the dog they did not want law enforcement to find out? Recall what Dr. Russell said. She's seen up to 1,000 animal attacks. In her expert opinion, John's right arm, those injuries are from an animal, quote, most likely a large dog. And Dr. Russell's testimony, I'll remind you, was undisputed by any witness for the Commonwealth. But there are more odd and unexplained things. After a night of drinking and hanging out and partying, after being together for the entire day at 2:22 a.m., Brian Albert decides to call Brian Higgins. That call was missed, but 17 seconds later, Higgins calls Brian back, and they speak for 22 seconds. Now, that call is odd and suspicious enough, and just in and of itself, the fact that the call was made. But what's even more incriminating is that both men, both of them, lied about the calls happening. They both claim astonishingly that those calls are, you probably say it with me, they're butt dials. Amazing. But Albert and Higgins take it a step further. Not only did they claim that they were making calls as butt dials, but they were answering calls as butt dials. And Higgins seemed awfully defensive about that call, didn't you? Remember on cross-examination when I was asking him, can you have a conversation in 22 seconds? He unequivocally said, no, that's impossible. It's not reasonable. You can't do it. Well, let's test that out. Hey, did you make it over to Canton? Yep. Haven't been any calls. Nobody knows a thing. All right, don't talk to anybody until we talk again. Okay, fine. And by the way, come back over. I need help moving something heavy. How long did that take? 15 seconds? Maybe? But the odd behavior isn't done yet. 5 minutes after that call that we just talked about, Jennifer McCabe is on her phone at her house, Google searching how long it takes for someone to die in the cold. That was at 2:27 a.m. That timeline seems to fit, doesn't it? And it fits a very telling and a very clear story. That search became a focal point of the Commonwealth's entire case. This case was starting to look a lot more like the defense of Jennifer McCabe than anything else. That's probably because there is no innocent explanation for that Google search at 2:27 a.m. None. At the end of the day, clearing away all the confusion, the Commonwealth's experts were left with two things that are true. First, neither of their experts could absolutely rule out that Jennifer McCabe made that search at 2:27 a.m. Neither. And second, the only person to use the actual phone model, the actual data, and the actual precise operating system was Rick Green. And he was clear. That search was at or before 2:27 a.m. And then it was deleted. So what else was going on at or around this same time when all this suspicious activity was happening at the Albert house and the McCabe house? 3 minutes after that search and 8 minutes after the Albert Higgins 2:22 a.m. call, Brian Loughran drives down the street in his snowplow. And he told you that there is no body laying on the lawn at 34 Fairview at 2:30 in the morning. Importantly, he didn't just simply say he didn't see a body, he wasn't paying attention. He said there was no body there. He knows the property, he knows the owners, he's grown up with these folks, he passes by all the time, not once, not twice, 3 passes. There was nobody on that lawn, period, at 2:30 a.m. And what other suspicious thing happened that night? By 3:30 a.m., someone moved a Ford Edge in front of the very area that would obstruct the view of where John's body would ultimately be discovered. Who's the only person in this case that you've heard about with a Ford Edge? Brian Albert. Remember, as you're thinking about this, the basement at 34 Fairview is serviced by a bulkhead. It's a quick and convenient door to the backyard. And that backyard is serviced by a side fence. And that side fence is easily accessible to the front yard at the side of the house. Which side of the house? The side where John's body was found. And by 6 a.m., John's body was, in fact, now outside. While this flurry of suspicious activity was going on with the Alberts and the McCabe's, what's happening with Karen? All she knows at this point, think about it, at approximately 2:21, she dropped off John. He walked into 34 Fairview, and that's all she knows. She knows nothing else that was going on. So what was she left to think? He goes in to check the party out, but all of a sudden he's not coming back. He's not responding. Minutes start to pass. 1 minute turns to 2, 2 turn to 10. Where is he? Why isn't he responding? She's sitting in the cold, dark, freezing outside in the car. Naturally, she's perturbed. Being perturbed turns into being peeved. Being peeved eventually turns into being pissed. By 12:30, Karen's mad. She's left 34 Fairview to make a point, but she's still texting and calling. What could she reasonably be thinking at this point? What's going through her mind? 12:33 turns into 12:34. I can't believe he'd do this to me. 12:34 turns into 12:35. Where is he? Why aren't you answering, John? 12:35 turns to 12:36. Jesus Christ. I'm calling and you're not answering. Where are you? Pick up the phone. But there's still no answer. There's still no response. By 12:37, she's getting furious. She does not know that something has happened to John. She does not know that. So she leaves the first angry voicemail. Illustrates frustration, aggravation, all the normal responses anybody might have, you and I might have. But little did she know. The next open voicemail has Karen parking at John's garage after she gets home. You can hear her heels clicking across the garage floor. For all she knows at this point, John's just drunk, he's been partying, he's hanging out, just forgot about her, blowing her off. But John's still not responding, and as the minutes tick by, Karen becomes increasingly upset. Those are the voicemails that you heard. How could he do this? Why is he ignoring me? Why is he ignoring the kids? Those are the thoughts bearing down on Karen Reed as she sat in an empty house late at night by herself. Ladies and gentlemen, she did not know what had happened to John. But within the next voicemail, you quickly learn what she was thinking and what she was feeling. Now it's 5:23 a.m. She's woken up. She's realized that he hasn't come home and he hasn't responded to a single text, not a single call. And anger quickly turns to panic and abject fear. She's so distraught, she reaches out to him again. John, where the fuck are you? She says through tears and desperation. And at 6:03, question was answered and her worst fears were realized when she finds his body laying, dying in the cold in Brian Albert's front yard. You heard her. You can feel the grief. You can feel the raw anguish. You can see it. You don't have to wonder the emotional journey that Karen traveled that night. You can see it in the video. You can hear it in the audio. From the time he left her and walked into 34 Fairview and she called, she reached out 53 times. She called him 53 times before finding his body. Think about that. The Commonwealth wants you to believe that she murdered this man. And then after that murder, she called him not once, not twice, 53 times. It makes no sense. What does make sense is that she emotionally moved from anger, then to panic, then to grief. So back at 5:07, when she began her search looking for John, she backed out of the garage, and what would happen next would change the entire course of this case. As she backed out of that garage, she hit John's Traverse and cracked her right rear taillight. Folks, the Commonwealth has one job to do in this courtroom. It's an immutable responsibility to provide you with the truth. That's it. Not to win the case, but to seek justice and to do it through the truth. Ask yourself, did you get that truth from the Commonwealth? The Commonwealth continually tried to tell you that that video showed that the SUV came close to John's Traverse, and it took us showing you the video. to unequivocally establish that Karen hit that car and cracked her taillight at 5:07. You can almost hear an audible gasp in the courtroom when we finally showed you the actual video. We can see that tire move. I'm only going to show you one series of exhibits during my entire closing, but it's that important. And it's this. Look at the condition of her taillight when she pulls out of the driveway at 5:07. That taillight, and I'm going to choose my words very carefully here. That taillight is cracked, but it's not completely damaged. And if there was any question in your mind about the level of damage to that taillight at 5:07, all doubt was extinguished when Dighton Police Officer Barrows walked into this courtroom. He's a sworn officer. He's not associated with Canton. He's not associated with the Alberts. He's not associated with the McCabe's. He doesn't know Michael Proctor. In other words, he doesn't answer to any of these folks. He's an outsider and he's completely independent. And his words were the following, quote, "That taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked. A piece was missing, but not completely damaged." Take a look at this photograph and tell me, which one looks like Officer Barrows' description? The one on the left or the one on the right? The reconstructed light on the left is what that light looked like before it was in Trooper Proctor's possession. Remember that. That's what it looked like before Trooper Proctor had access to the SUV. And you have an independent police officer telling you so. You'll recall that after John's body was discovered, Lank, very good friend of the Alberts, walked into Brian Albert's house and had an off-the-record meeting with him. No one's ever going to know exactly what that meeting was about, what they discussed, because that interview, like everything else in this case, it wasn't recorded. It wasn't memorialized. But we do know that shortly thereafter, the Canton Police Department was recused from the matter entirely. And the case was assigned to one Michael Proctor. You have to believe that when the Alberts found that out, they thought they hit the lottery. They thought they hit the lottery. What are the chances? The department where my brother works, that would have been great to investigate this case, but that department's been recused. That's tough luck. But the guy who catches the case is Michael Proctor, a guy we go back with for decades. At such a break, they probably thought, when this is over, we need to get that dude a gift. Oh, wait a minute. They didn't think that. They said it out loud. But still, you've got to imagine that the Alberts had to be stressed, what with that whole thing about a dead body being on their lawn. That might get some attention. And they had to be wondering, will he set up a crime scene? Is he going to come into the house? Is he going to search the house? Is he going to send in a forensics team? Is he going to interview witnesses? Is he going to take us to the station? Will he take our phones? Will he look at our communications? Will he look at our Google searches? Will he look at our early morning phone calls? Is he going to look in the basement? And Michael Proctor answered every single one of those questions resoundingly. Nope. He's a Boston cop too. And with that, Michael Proctor didn't draw a thin blue line. He erected a tall blue wall. A wall that you can't scale. A wall that Karen Reed certainly couldn't get over. A wall between us and them. A place you folks are not invited. We protect our own. It's us or it's them. And by the way, who's she after all? Nobody. An outsider. This is going to be easy. Or so they thought. Let's look at what Michael Proctor actually did and did not do in this case. One of the consistent issues that's come up throughout this trial is how evidence always seems to be changing and evolving when in Michael Proctor's hands or somebody in his orbit. If it happens once, let's chalk it up to a mistake. Twice, it's starting to look a little bit like incompetence. If that happens every single time, it becomes intentional, which means it becomes corruption. The defense spent some time, we spent some time discussing the toe time that Michael Proctor swore to in affidavits. There was a reason that we believed it was so important, and I want to talk about that for just a quick second. because this was a concerted effort by Michael Proctor to falsify the time the car was seized so that no one would know that he actually had possession of the car before the first pieces of taillight were ever discovered at the scene. But he got caught. And when he did, the best he could come up with was it was a typo. Like a dozen times, a typo. You'll remember what that testimony was. The truth is that car was in Michael Proctor's possession from about 4:12 in the afternoon. He said it was 4:16 when he finally had to tell the truth or some version of the truth. Those first pieces of taillight were not found until after 5:45 p.m. That is the very fact that Michael Proctor was trying to hide by those falsified affidavits, saying he didn't seize the car until 5:30. But that wasn't Michael Proctor's only manipulation of the investigation. What about Brian Loughran? You met him. Michael Proctor did his level best to not just hide evidence, but to hide human beings from you and from us. Michael Proctor was informed that the plow drivers were out that night. There would be a witness, potentially along 34 Fairview, at the exact times in question. Even Michael Trotta expressly told Michael Proctor that 34 Fairview had in fact been plowed that morning, and by whom. Proctor not only did not interview Brian Loughran, he never disclosed his name in a single report. He hid him. This is a witness who was literally on 34 Fairview at the time in question where a body was found on the lawn. Wouldn't you want to get the truth from an eyewitness? Wouldn't you want to seek that out? Not if you're Michael Proctor, a close friend of the Alberts. If it were up to Proctor, you literally never would have heard of or from Brian Loughran. That's a scary prospect. I want to touch briefly on the additional physical evidence, or some additional physical evidence presented by the Commonwealth in this case. You'll recall Christina Hanley. She established to a scientific certainty that the glass on the bumper, which was told to you in opening statement, was going to have something to do with this case. The glass on the bumper was going to match that cocktail glass. She told you unequivocally the glass on the bumper did not match the cocktail glass. They came from two different sources. The glass on the bumper has nothing to do with the cocktail glass. So that glass on the bumper had to get there somehow. It didn't get there by being broken from the cocktail glass. See the point? It had to get on the bumper somehow. It didn't jump up there by itself. And what's really interesting is that there was one piece on the bumper, only one, that matched something else in the case. It was a perfect match to a piece of glass that was supposedly found at the scene. Who do you think had possession of that matching glass? Michael Proctor. So the glass on the bumper had to be placed there. And the only person who had anything close to matching the pieces that had to be placed there is Michael Proctor. You do the math. That leads us to the magic hair. The Commonwealth spent a lot of time bringing in experts about mitochondrial DNA and maternal DNA lines and comparative analyses, and all that sounds really great and really sciencey, except for the fact that it just doesn't matter. Why? Because you would have to believe that that little hair, tiny, tiny little hair, barely perched on the side of that SUV survived nearly 75 miles of a raging blizzard outside. That would be a magic hair indeed. A magic hair means nothing. The DNA means nothing, and that's because the hair was from somewhere else. It certainly was not from a motor vehicle incident at 34 Fairview on January 29th. That hair was placed there. The DNA on the outside of the taillight housing also merits very little discussion. John's DNA would be expected to be found all over that SUV, inside, outside, the exterior, the interior, everything he touched would have had his DNA on it. Here's what's actually important about that DNA. No DNA was found on the interior of that taillight, the taillight that they now claim crashed into his arm and shattered. No blood was found anywhere on that taillight or any taillight pieces. And no tissue was found anywhere on that taillight or any taillight pieces. But we're to believe that that taillight literally exploded on John's arm at 25 miles an hour with 1,000 pounds of pressure. We talked about the evidence doing very funny things when in Proctor's possession or the possession of somebody in his orbit. Now think about the videos that you saw. How many videos appear to be somehow manipulated or altered? Just about every single one of them. Look at the video of the Sally port. Let's take that one, for example, that grainy one. It's missing the exact time that would show the condition of the taillight when it was pulled in to the Sally port. Pretty important time, wouldn't you think? Did someone not want you to see what the condition of the taillight was at that exact time? But the good news is there's a second video. It's much clearer. And it's from the same time frame. We didn't get that one for about 2.5 years into the investigation. Literally, it was after the trial started that that one was turned over. And this is important. The Commonwealth introduced you to a person by the name of Yuri Buchanan. They presented video showing what was clearly the right side of the car. They asked questions about the right side of the car. You'll recall, Mr. Lally asked Sergeant Buchanan, did you or Trooper Proctor ever go at, or near the right side of that taillight? And while he was asking the question, what appeared to be the right side of the car was looking at you. The video was still up. Buchanan paused, turned earnestly into the microphone, stared at you and said, never. We never went anywhere around that taillight. While he was showing you the right side of the car. And that trick might have worked until we got up to cross-examine him. And only then, on the second day of his testimony, did he have to admit that the video was actually inverted. It was backward. And it was cleverly inverted at that. The timestamp had the proper orientation, which means that timestamp had to be removed, the video inverted, and the timestamp placed back on it. Which means that was done intentionally. That was not a mistake. And when caught in that obvious fabrication, Buchanan doubled down and said, it's exactly the same. You remember that back and forth. It's exactly the same, he said, as if we're stupid. Is it exactly the same? Or is it exactly opposite? Ladies and gentlemen, you were lied to. There's no other way to say it. It's inexcusable. It's abhorrent. But it's also a paradigm of everything that the investigators have been willing to do in this case. Lie, obfuscate, manipulate, alter. And when they're caught, they just excuse it away. Doesn't matter. It's the same thing. What's the big deal? Just look the other way. And don't forget, Buchanan is Proctor's supervisor. And he was in that little group chat where Karen Reed's naked photos were being searched for. You know the saying about the apple falling from the tree. Ladies and gentlemen, we haven't even started talking about the taillight yet. You'll recall that at the very beginning of this case, you were introduced to no fewer than 5 CPD officers very early on who searched the scene. None of them, not a single one, found any taillight material at the scene. 0. Stephen Seraph, Sean Good, Stephen Mulaney, Michael Lang, Paul Gallagher, they were all there. They were all walking right around there. They were all looking. They were searching with their eyes. They were searching with their hands. Some said they were searching with their feet. And they even used tools, a leaf blower. Not one piece of bright red taillight material was at the scene. Not a single piece. But incredibly, over the course of the next 3 weeks, according to Michael Proctor, 47 pieces of taillight material would end up being found. Some of which were the size of a salad plate. The CERT team shows up later on January 29th, and according to O'Hara, the first few pieces of taillight were found about 5:45. And here's some interesting testimony that you heard. Who else was there? Who did O'Hara say was there? Well, he said his team was there. We certainly expected that, but then he said there were others. These other mysterious figures, some from Canton PD, some from the Massachusetts State Police, that he could not account for. Heavy coats, big masks, hats. Even Lieutenant O'Hara could not tell who was who, but he did note Canton police officers were there who were unaccounted for. Massachusetts state troopers were there unaccounted for. And during that search that was overseen by Trooper Tully, Proctor's supervisor, 3 pieces of taillight material were found. That's super important, and I want to concentrate on that for a second. O'Hara said all three pieces were in an area about 12 inches square. That's an area about as big as your dinner plate. Tully, however, claimed that one red piece was found about 3 feet away from that was a shoe. About 1 to 2 feet from that was a clear piece of plastic, and a few feet away from that was a red piece of plastic. So we have red, clear, and red over the span of about, added up, probably 10 or 12 feet. Ladies and gentlemen, both of those things cannot be true. Somebody is taking liberties with the facts. Then Lieutenant Tully comes to court and makes this big grand gesture of opening all these evidence bags. These 2 evidence bags in particular represent exactly what we're talking about, those 3 pieces, red, clear, red. They're marked, they're sealed, they look official. They're not stop and shop bags, thank God. At least they've moved up from that. They've even got evidence tape on them. Who knew? There's evidence tape around here. So this must be real evidence, right? It must be real evidence in this case. And after making that big theatrical display, he opens up the bag with the red pieces and he pulls 2 pieces out. That's okay. Put the 2 red pieces together. Good so far. Then he opens up the second bag under Mr. Lally's questioning. And you remember he hesitated just a second. Opened that bag and pulled out 1 piece of clear plastic. Then pulled out a second piece of clear plastic with no explanation as to how that could have possibly happened. And he quickly returned all 4 of those back into the bag, sealed them up, and we're done for the day. The next day, I asked about that evidence again. I asked him to open up that bag with the red pieces, and he did the same thing. Pulled out 2 red pieces of plastic. I said, you'll recall this, I said, look deeper, look closer, sir. Pull everything out of that bag. Would he have, had I not suggested it? And then he pulled a 3rd piece of red plastic out of the bag. So miraculously, Trooper Tully's 3 pieces of plastic became 5 pieces of plastic right before your eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, the forces at play that multiplied those pieces of plastic inside those evidence bags are the same forces at play that multiplied the pieces of plastic at 34 Fairview. Think about that. Let that sink in for a second. How easy is it? That's not sloppiness. That's evidence manipulation. That's how over the course of 3 weeks, those pieces of plastic go from 0 to 3 to 5 to 47. Ever increasing in size with every single search. Now, knowing all that, ask yourself the looming question, who had access to that taillight, the cracked taillight? Who was it? Go back and watch the Sallyport video. I'll give you the timestamp, 5:37. And see it for yourself. We know that Trooper Proctor, with binder in hand, walked by himself. Once we corrected the video from being inverted, you can see that he walked back by himself to the right rear taillight where nobody could see what he was doing. Higgins' own key swipes put him in the Sallyport that same afternoon and evening. And then the Sallyport video magically skips and Chief Berkowitz appears right next to Proctor at the back of that vehicle in the same spot, and they walk out of the Sallyport together. Where were they going? Remember O'Hara, unidentified troopers and Canton cops were at the search at 34 Fairview. How hard is it to drop a piece of plastic? We spent a long time talking about the compromised and altered and tampered and manipulated evidence. And now I want to switch and talk a little bit about the true facts in this case, because you did hear some true evidence and true facts. The Commonwealth presented about 67, maybe more, witnesses and expended 30 plus days of trial and 9 weeks of your life. Maybe we're in the 10th week. For what? It should be relatively simple, right? The Commonwealth claims that Karen Reed pulled up to 34 Fairview, John got out of the car, she reversed into him and hit him, and then she drove home. That's 4 facts. It's just 4 facts. That's all it is. What evidence do they actually have to prove that that SUV ever hit John? The answer is none. They don't have any. There's no evidence whatsoever that Karen Reed's vehicle ever struck John O'Keefe or that Karen Reed ever wanted to strike John O'Keefe. In fact, every single piece of material evidence in this case unequivocally proves the opposite. John went into that house. That SUV was not damaged by hitting John, and John's injuries did not come from being hit by a car. That's what the evidence actually shows. The Commonwealth knows that, and they've known it for a long time, and Proctor knows that. Because of that, the Commonwealth just resorts to character assassination and talking for weeks on end about the snow. Let's talk about what the real evidence actually shows, the unassailable science. Let's talk about the truth. Concerning John's injuries first, the Commonwealth's own medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, could not conclude that John was hit by a car. Think about that. And she would not even say that it was a homicide. She told you without any dispute in this case, quote, evidence pointing toward one manner of death is no more compelling than evidence of a competing manner of death, end quote. Her words, not mine. She went on to say it's just as likely that he was punched and fell backward. His injuries are consistent with that. In fact, in her expert opinion, his injuries are consistent with a physical altercation, as she testified, but they are not, in her words, not classical injuries from an auto pedestrian accident. That by itself is reasonable doubt. But the evidence and the truth goes far further. We introduced you to not one, but two thoroughly credentialed medical examiners or medical experts, Dr. Sheridan and Dr. Russell, both of whom said John's arm injury is consistent with an animal attack. Dr. Russell studied, diagnosed, and treated up to 1,000 animal wounds. She's an expert in animal wounds, and she was unequivocal. Those wounds are from an animal, likely a large dog, which means that John was attacked inside the home where Chloe was. There is no other possibility. And Dr. Sheridan, for his part, with thousands of 13,000 autopsies under his belt, decades of experience as the chief medical examiner who's triple credentialed in anatomical, forensic, and neuropathology, he told you that John's injuries are inconsistent with a motor vehicle accident or incident. They're consistent, however, with a physical altercation. In layman's terms, the science proves John was beaten. That also is reasonable doubt and should end this case. But the facts and evidence don't stop there. Two of the most highly educated and highly qualified engineers you'll ever meet, Dr. Dan Wolf and Dr. Andrew Rinchler, mechanical engineer and a biomechanist. They reviewed this case. They did testing, they did analysis, they evaluated the case scientifically. They were not hired by the defense, not by the Commonwealth. They're completely 100% independent of any party in this case. And they were equally available, by the way, to the Commonwealth. They could have called them. They explained that John's injuries were not caused by being hit by Miss Reed's SUV, and that the SUV was not damaged by coming in contact with John O'Keefe's body. That should end the inquiry right there. Both sides of the equation. From a physics, engineering, and biomechanical standpoint, they established that John O'Keefe was not struck by Karen Reed's vehicle, period. And that is yet another fact that establishes reasonable doubt and should put an end to this case. So instead of calling the ARCA experts, which they had available to them, the Commonwealth chose to introduce you to Trooper Joe Paul. You'll remember his testimony. I think I'm being kind when I say that Trooper Paul's analysis lacked credibility. Trooper Paul lacks the experience, the education, the training, the background, and the knowledge to not only render opinions on these issues, but to even understand the issues themselves. He makes the absurd claim that John was hit on the elbow area of his arm by a taillight. He was spun to the left in a pirouette. His arm stayed on the light long enough for the shards of plastic to explode around him, scratching his arm, even though he was wearing long sleeves, then projecting him 30 feet to the left, but not before making a stop to hit his head on either the curb or the pavement, before coming to his final resting place with his unbroken phone tucked neatly under his body. It's nonsensical. It borders on laughable. Compare that testimony to Dr. Dan Wolf and Dr. Andrew Rinchler. Both PhDs in engineering, both top of their field in accident reconstruction, both published peer-review articles on the issues. Both men are highly sought after by the likes of national sports leagues and the United States Department of Defense. And these men are unrivaled in accident reconstruction. What did Dr. Rinschler say before he left the stand? This was even under cross-examination. He said that the physics and the science don't lie. His words were, you can't deny the science and the physics. John wasn't hit by that car, period. The Commonwealth cannot explain John O'Keefe's injuries. They can't explain his head wound. How did he get the head wound if he landed on snow-covered grass and dirt? And by the way, before Mr. Lally gets up and says it, because I know he's going to, there is zero evidence before you, zero, that cold grass and dirt turns into ice or turns into concrete. Zero. They can't explain the injury above his right eye, that laceration. They can't explain his nose. They haven't even tried to. They can't explain the injury to his tongue, the laceration on his tongue. They cannot explain the injuries to his back, to the back of his hands, the bruises, and certainly they cannot explain the injuries to his right arm. But maybe most importantly, they cannot and haven't even tried to explain the lack of injuries on John's body from the neck down. Nothing. He was pristine. Not a bump, not a bruise, not a fracture, not a broken bone. Nothing to suggest that he was hit by a 7,000-pound SUV going 25 miles per hour. And what of that right arm? According to the Commonwealth's best and brightest, Trooper Paul, John absorbed the entirety of the collision, the whole collision, with that 3.5-ton SUV entirely with his right arm, launching him some 30 feet. But amazingly, the arm suffered no break, no fracture, and didn't even get a bruise. So how are those injuries properly explained? The evidence is simple. John got into an altercation. He was punched. He tried to defend himself by putting his hands up. He may have even scratched his own nose by putting his hands in front of his face to defend himself. His hands were bruised and covering up.
5 minutes, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. As he continued, he got hit, punch went through, and he fell to the ground, fracturing his skull. At some point during that altercation, the dog got a hold of him, and the dog was pulled away. Every single injury is answered. Every single injury is explained by that. Ladies and gentlemen, given what we know about the facts and the physical evidence in this case, the actual truth in this case, how did this happen? How did we end up here? We ended up here because of relationships, insider trading, playing the who you know game, and building a tall blue wall, which takes decades and generations. But the real question is it going to continue? Will this festering malignancy that allows a lead detective and his supervisor to gloat and sneer while looking over naked pictures or looking for naked pictures of the woman that they've targeted, will that continue? And the answer should be, not if you have anything to say about it. Michael Proctor is the lead investigator in this case, and much as the Commonwealth might try, they cannot distance themselves from the stench of him on this case and this investigation. Those secret group chats illustrate the quality and character of his investigation. Remind yourself how an, quote, unbiased and an objective investigator, someone who's supposed to be looking for facts. Ask yourself, how did he approach his job late at night, sitting there in his office, deviously looking for naked pictures of Karen Reed and talking about her like she's a piece of meat, talking about her bodily functions, her medical conditions, calling her vile names. I don't even have it in me to repeat what he said about her. He reduced her to an object. And he went further by insulting her. He went further than insulting her, and he dehumanized her. And when he was done betraying that very humanity, he wished for her to commit suicide. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you frame someone. That's how you dehumanize someone so viciously that you can just pin it on the girl and cover for the homeowner because he's a Boston cop. That's how you rip a person's life apart and sleep like a baby while doing it. And then further that by saying, I hope she kills herself. Ladies and gentlemen, I just began the discussion this afternoon or this morning with a quote about the truth. And I did that because that's what this case is about. Top to bottom, tip to tail, it's about the truth. Not hiding it or concealing it, but exposing the truth. The truth is immutable. It's not a feeling, it's not a whim. It's unflinching, it's unchanging, and it's everlasting. That's why the law is steady. That's why it's not captive to the whims of people drunk with power who think they're above the law, who think they're above scrutiny. That's why you stand as the guardian of justice and the protector of justice. The law demands the very integrity that Trooper Proctor and his investigation lacks, and it requires that you cannot convict Karen Reed unless the Commonwealth has met its incredibly high burden to prove every element beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And a moral certainty is defined as the highest degree of certainty possible in matters related to human affairs. It's the highest degree possible in your life. That's the level of certainty. And I'll leave you with this. You have the most powerful tool known to American jurisprudence because you have your vote. No one can take that away from you, not me, not the Commonwealth, not the court. You may not have asked to be here, but each of you have given something very special of yourselves. You've agreed to do that which is the highest calling a citizen can answer in any way. You've agreed to give your community your best. And my question to you is, what will you do with this moment? Ignore the lies and the manipulations, the misogyny, the bias, the lack of evidence? Could you ever do that? Would you ever do that? Or will you say with your verdict, I see the truth and I will not ever look the other way? When you stare the truth down, you'll see that the Commonwealth has not proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt into a moral certainty, not even close. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reed is innocent. Do justice and find her not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson.
Objection, I don't want to follow that.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going to pause it real quick. So that was obviously brilliant. It's one of the hardest things to do. There's nothing more difficult than giving a closing argument like that with the weight of the world on your shoulders. That woman's life rests in his hands and his hands alone. His words tell the tale. It was unbelievable. And now we're going to see. If I'm Lally, I start with John's dead. I did it. I did it. I did it. Those aren't my words. Those are Karen Reed's words. If he doesn't do something exactly like that, we know we're going to be off to a bad start. Let's see what's up.
I mean, we already know we're off to a bad probably. Let's see. Let's give him the benefit.
I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Those are the words of the defendant. 4 times. You heard testimony from 4 different witnesses who overheard and observed those statements from the defendant on January 29th, 2022. You heard testimony from firefighter Timothy Nuttall. He was trying to bag valve mask Mr. O'Keefe. He was working on resuscitative efforts to try to save Mr. O'Keefe's life. He asked if anyone saw anything or knew what happened. And the defendant said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Firefighter Anthony Flamati was asking if anyone had information on why Mr. O'Keefe was there in the snow. The defendant repeatedly said, I hit him, I hit him, oh my God, I hit him. Firefighter Katie McLaughlin was tasked by firefighter Flamati with asking for biographical information and for what the cause was of the traumatic injuries that all the firefighters testified that they observed on Mr. O'Keefe. She asked the defendant, and the defendant said, I hit him, repeatedly. Firefighter McLaughlin asked for clarification. You did what? And the defendant repeated, I hit him. Jennifer McCabe stated initially over the phone when speaking with the defendant that the defendant said, could I have hit him in the car while they're on the phone with Ms. Roberts going from Ms. McCabe's house to Mr. O'Keefe's house? Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Once on scene, once asked, as Ms. McCabe described by an EMT, for name, age, things like that related to Mr. O'Keefe. What caused the trauma? She indicated in her testimony that the defendant said repeatedly, "I hit him." You heard testimony from Officer Saraf, statements that he attributed to the defendant as saying that morning, "This is all my fault. This is all my fault. I did this." This is what the defendant is saying on scene. Since then, stories changed a little bit. But those were the words that came from the defendant's mouth on January 29th, 2022, as John O'Keefe lay dying on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road, where the defendant had left him after striking him with her motor vehicle several hours before, and then left him freezing there in a blizzard. There's certain things that have come up over the course of this trial as far as evidence and testimony concerned, little things. And what I would suggest to you is it's those little things that are quite telling as it pertains to the defendant's statements and the defendant's actions over the course of January 28th and January 29th and beyond. I'm going to bring some of those to your attention as I go through, but just ask you to keep that in mind as far as when you're deliberating, when you're reviewing this testimony and this evidence. The little things matter. The little things start piling up in this case. Throughout the course of this trial, you've heard a lot of purported evidence or questions of witnesses in an attempt to distract you from the evidence in this case. It's essentially defense by obfuscation. It's a three-card monitoring. Facts and the evidence in this case are your card, they're the Queen of Hearts. And so what I want you to, or what the defense wants you to do is not look at that card. Look at anything else. Look at movement, look at this person, look at that person, look at text messages, look at this. Don't pay attention to the facts and the evidence, because if you do, what it will ineluctably lead you to is that the defendant is guilty of each of the three indictments before this court. The evidence and the facts of this case are for you, the jury, to decide. Using your common sense, using your life experiences as your guide through that as you go. Before I turn to that evidence that I will submit to you ineluctably demonstrates the defendant's guilt, let me first just address Trooper Proctor. The text messages from Trooper Proctor are unprofessional, they're indefensible, they're inexcusable. However, as distasteful as those messages are, and their content is, I submit they had no bearing whatsoever or impact whatsoever on the integrity of the entirety of the investigation that Massachusetts State Police collectively conducted into John O'Keefe's death here. As was asked of Trooper Proctor on cross-examination, these were texts from his personal phone that he never thought would see the light of day. He was asked whether or not he ever thought that he would be asked about these in a courtroom, put to him as sort of a safe space, a safe place for him to discuss, if you will. What do you not see in those text messages? You don't see any discussion or any illusion of any conspiracy, of any framing of the defendant, of any planting of any evidence, no evidence whatsoever. Why? Because it didn't happen. There is no conspiracy, there is no cover-up, there is no evidence of any of that beyond speculation, rampant speculation and conjecture on behalf of the defense. Two things can be true at the same time. They're mutually exclusive. The texts from Trooper Proctor are distasteful, they're disrespectful, they're unprofessional. There is no defense to them. And the defendant killed John O'Keefe. Turning to the evidence, let me first talk a little bit about John O'Keefe. You heard a lot about him over the course of this trial, about his selfless story through his family and friends that loved him, including his adopted niece and nephew. You heard a lot about the lives he touched and the different people who he had friendships with. You heard a lot about from those particular friends and from his family. Turning to what I would submit to you as a timeline. This may be a little hard to see up here. What I'm going to go is from left to right. January 28th, 2022, 9:49 in the morning, Karen and John begin fighting over text messages. 2:25 p.m. in the afternoon, the defendant texts Mr. O'Keefe, "Tell me if you are interested in someone else. Can't think of any other reason you've been like this." John texts back, "Nope." 2:25, Mr. O'Keefe texts the defendant, "Things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that?" This is also testimony that you heard through multiple sources, whether it be phones, whether it be from the children, whether it be from other friends or family members as to the relationship in the months and weeks leading up to John's murder. 2:32 p.m. John texts the defendant, "Sick of always arguing and fighting. It's been weekly for several months now." He then texts the defendant, "OMG, stop calling." This is during the time frame that Trooper Garino was talking about, with 18 phone calls, most of which were rejected, some of which were missed, and a couple of which were answered over the course of this afternoon, as she's continuing to needle and try to engage him in a fight that he doesn't want to have. 2:33 p.m. The defendant texts John, "So you're not into this anymore." 2:34 p.m. John texts the defendant, "I am not answering, stop calling." The defendant then texts John, "Then stop starting with me." 2:38 p.m. The defendant texts John, "I'm going to grab a drink in a bit." 2:38 in the afternoon. Around 3 p.m. is the testimony you heard from Erin O'Keefe in regard to the defendant texting her, asking if she can go out without her husband, Paul, asking to go out for a drink. This is while Erin O'Keefe testified she was waiting for one of her children at the bus stop, picking that child up around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This is also the point at which the defendant says to Ms. O'Keefe, "Wish I didn't speak to another O'Keefe after 2004. 7:30 p.m., you have Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano arriving at C.F. McCarthy's, with the defendant arriving at 8:51. 8:58 p.m. is when the defendant receives drink number 1 at C.F. McCarthy's. Vodka soda, tall cylinder glass, lime, and a straw. 9:13 p.m., drink number 2. 9:20 p.m., drink number 3. 9:33 p.m., drink number 4. 9:57 p.m., drink number 5. 10:22 p.m., drink number 6. 10:29 p.m., drink number 7. 7 drinks from 8:58 p.m. through 10:29 p.m. when she receives that last drink at C.F. McCarthy's. Drink that she indicates to Sergeant Mechanic and several others on the next day that she did not take with her from C.F. McCarthy's to the waterfall, which several individuals at the waterfall testify that she produced from her coat when she walked in, and that you can clearly see on the C.F. McCarthy's video her walking out the door with the same tall cylinder glass in her right hand. Now, understanding that some of these drinks are not the full tall cylinder drinks, what she's doing is she's getting shot glasses of vodka and then pouring them into the drink after she's consumed the drink. 10:54 p.m. The defendant and Mr. O'Keefe arrive at the waterfall, during the course of which, about an hour that they're there, the defendant receives drinks number 8 and drinks number 9. 12:10 a.m. From the waterfall video, you have Ms. McCabe, Ms. Kolakithis, and the defendant departing the waterfall together. Interestingly, around the same time, you also have the text and screenshot communications between Colin Albert and Allison McCabe in reference to him getting picked up at that time. You also have testimony from Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert Jr. in reference to them sort of walking in from the waterfall as Colin Albert is walking out of 34 Fairview Road, gets picked up by Ms. McCabe, and then is driven home. 1 minute later, 12:11, Mr. O'Keefe is then on the waterfall video walking out with cocktail glass in his right hand. At 12:14 a.m., Mr. O'Keefe texts Ms. McCabe, "Where to?" 12:14 a.m., based on the fact that she's driving, and Ms. McCabe indicated in his testimony that she should call him instead of texting while driving, Ms. McCabe calls John O'Keefe him regarding directions, sort of going over which way to come in Chapman Street, over Cedar Crest, as far as coming into Fairview Road. 12:15:38 a.m., the defendant's vehicle drives by the Canton Library. You can see that on the video. 12:17:56, the defendant drives by the Temple Beth Abraham video. Again, you can see that on the video. Remember also the testimony from Lieutenant Tully in regard to the CSLI data and the ranging data in reference to it coinciding with what you observed, the black SUV from each of those respective videos. 12/19/32, Mr. O'Keefe enters 34 Fairview Road into his Waze app on his phone. 12:23 a.m. is when the defendant conducts a three-point turn on Cedar Crest and travels back toward Fairview. That's from Mr. O'Keefe's GPS native location data from his phone. Around the same time, at 12:23 and 12:24 is when you have that testimony from Ryan Nagel, Heather Maxson, and Ricky D'Antono pulling into Fairview Road around the same time and pulling in behind the dark SUV. 12:25 a.m. is the last native location GPS data of John O'Keefe's phone. It's in that area between 32, 34 Fairview Road, where his body is discovered the next morning, in which there is no movement of that phone from that 12:25 a.m. period until Miss Roberts then picks up the phone on the grass underneath Mr. O'Keefe's body sometime after 6 a.m. What you have up on the screen right now is that data, those plotting points that Trooper Garino was testifying about as far as the movement of the vehicle. Movement of the vehicle as it comes down Cedar Crest, passes by Fairview, reverses direction, and then comes down Fairview, moving up, moving up, moving up as the witnesses described, eventually stopping in that area of the property line between 32 and 34 Fairview Road, which happens to coincide with the vehicle control history database information from the Toyota text stream, which you now have up on the screen before you here, indicating that following that three-point turn, approximately 8 minutes after that, from Trooper Paul's testimony, as far as the mileage, 36 to 38 miles, matching up with the time that the vehicle is in front of 34 Fairview Road, that the vehicle travels in reverse, in a straight line, with 24.2 miles per hour for 62 and a half feet, with a minor steering angle change, which the trooper indicated was consistent with a pedestrian collision. At 12:30 a.m., you have that second triggering event 8 minutes after the three-point turn when the vehicle is in reverse at 24.2 miles an hour. 12:35 is when the defendant calls John, and that's unanswered. 12:36 is around the time that the defendant's phone connects to the Wi-Fi at 1 Meadows Ave, Mr. O'Keefe's home. 12:37 is when the defendant leaves this voicemail. So within minutes of that vehicle's data, going 24.2 miles an hour in reverse for 62 and a half feet, the defendant leaves that voicemail, seething in rage as she's screaming, "John, I fucking hate you." 12:40 to 12:42, Ms. McCabe is texting Mr. O'Keefe. She tries calling Mr. O'Keefe, gets no answer. If you recall from her testimony around this time frame, about 12:40, she was unsure whether the vehicle was actually still out front or if it had gone at that point. But she was looking for John because she had seen the defendant's vehicle in front of the house and no one had come in. So she was wondering where her friend, Mr. O'Keefe, was. 12:55, the defendant texts John, "See you later." 12:59, the defendant calls, leaves another voicemail for Mr. O'Keefe. Exhibit 637, it sounded like this.
"John, I'm here with your fucking kid. Nobody knows what the fuck you are, you fucking pervert."
But somebody did know where Mr. O'Keefe was. The defendant knew exactly where it was. She had driven him there. She had struck him there. She had left him to die there. 1:02 a.m., the defendant leaves another voicemail with no content. And then she texts John, "Your kids are fucking alone." 1:09 a.m., the defendant texts John, "I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone." She's not. GPS, as far as it never disconnects from the Wi-Fi until the following morning. There's no indication that Ms. Reed left and went to her home in Mansfield at any point. 1:10 a.m., the defendant calls her parents. 1:11 a.m., she calls Mr. O'Keefe and leaves this voicemail.
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit Amy. I need to go home. You're fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. She's sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself.
1:18 a.m., the defendant leaves another voicemail. Now, about 1:43 or 1:45 a.m. is when Julie Nagel testified that they were leaving the house. And she sees a large black object on the lawn near the flagpole while leaving 34 Fairview Road. Doesn't think much of it at the time, isn't expecting Mr. O'Keefe or any body to be out on the front lawn. 4:42 a.m., the defendant calls and speaks. So the calls to her parents are finally answered. 4:49 a.m., the defendant calls Ms. Camerano, screaming, "Where's Mike?" 4:53 in the morning is when the defendant instructs Kaylee, Mr. O'Keefe's niece, to call Ms. McCabe. Why? Because the defendant doesn't have Ms. McCabe's phone number. Indicates that John didn't come home. We got in a fight and I left him at the waterfall. Those are the first statements or the first version of events that she's able to communicate out to the world as to what happened to Mr. O'Keefe, where he is. We got into a fight. I left him at the waterfall. 5 a.m., the defendant calls Kerry Roberts, saying, "John's dead, Kerry, hangs up the phone. 5:01, the defendant calls Kerry Roberts again. And it's at this point that she indicates that John's dead, he must have been hit by a plow. 5:07 a.m., the defendant leaves One Meadows Ave. You have the video of that. It's number 153 in Exhibit 6. We'll get to that a little more in a moment. About 5:10 a.m., the defendant calls Kerry Roberts. Ms. Roberts starts calling hospitals, calling KCP, calling 911. Something that you would do if you didn't know where Mr. O'Keefe was for all of these hours, that all of these other phone calls are being made and these text messages are being sent, and calling your parents, and all of these other things. No calls to 911 from the defendant. While John O'Keefe is laying, freezing, and dying from a brain injury and a skull fracture on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road. 5:11 a.m., the defendant's vehicle is seen on the Canton Library camera heading towards the waterfall. Seems to be sort of retracing the steps. 5:18 a.m., the defendant's vehicle is seen at Washington Street and Chapman on the Temple Beth Abraham video, heading in the same direction that it was the night before when it was heading to 34 Fairview Road. 5:35 is when the defendant arrives at Ms. McCabe's house. Ms. Roberts arrives shortly thereafter. Both of them see the broken taillight at that time in the driveway. Now that gap of 5:18 to 5:35 is way too much time to be driving from the area of the waterfall to Jennifer McCabe's house. And as I indicated a moment before, heading in the same direction, same directionality, retracing the steps from the night before, heading towards 34 Fairview Road. Why is it that the defendant can see Mr. O'Keefe when they eventually get to Fairview Road and no one else can? It's because she knew exactly where he was. She had hit him and left him there the night before. She had gone back during that time frame between 5:18 a.m. when she's seen on the Temple video and 5:35 when she arrives at Ms. McCabe's house. 5:33 is when the defendant, Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts, return to One Meadows Ave searching for John. 6:03 is when the defendant, no one else, spots Mr. O'Keefe's body buried in the snow. Exhibit 12, indicating this cruiser camera video, which I know you've seen a dozen times. So where I'm starting it from this point in this card right here is the spotlight that Officer Saraf had to use in order to locate, even with the vehicle of Ms. Roberts parked right in the middle of the road. In the darkness, in the snow, in the blizzard, in those conditions, The defendant, sitting in the back seat of the vehicle, knows exactly where Mr. O'Keefe is, covered in snow, as you heard from all of the paramedics, from the civilian witnesses, from the first responders. The defendant knows exactly where he is. 6:07 a.m., Ms. McCabe calls 911. 6:08, the defendant leaves that 4 or 5 minute voicemail, leaving the phone in the car for some reason to Mr. O'Keefe's phone. 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning is when Ms. McCabe conducts those Google searches. 7:50 in the morning is when Mr. O'Keefe is pronounced deceased at Good Samaritan Hospital. 4:13 to 4:20 p.m. is when the defendant's SUV is towed from her parents' house in Dighton. 5:20 p.m. is when the search team arrives in the area of 34 Fairview Road to conduct the search for evidence. 5:30 p.m. is when the defendant's vehicle arrives at the Canton Police Department south. To circle back for a moment to Mr. O'Keefe, to his families, to his friends, and to his relationship with the defendant. We heard testimony from Paul and Aaron O'Keefe that they liked the defendant, that they thought he was good for John, thought he was good for the kids. All outward appearances of the relationship were good. You heard testimony from the children that that was not true behind closed doors. But Paul O'Keefe testified that he told the defendant's parents this, that he liked Ms. Reed, that he thought that she was good for John, thought that she was good for the kids, weeks before John's murder. He even blew her a kiss in the emergency department at Good Samaritan as he was walking out and she was still being treated while they were there. Invited her over to John's house to grieve with him. Invited her to sit down with him while he explained to their nephew Patrick about John's passing. Defendant shows up at the house, abruptly goes upstairs with her father for a period of about 15 minutes, which is about half of the time that she spent there that morning grieving with the family. She left with a bag of her belongings, drove with her family there, and then took an extra vehicle in the height of the blizzard, around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, drives that vehicle all the way from Canton, where it was parked at her boyfriend's house, where she stayed over on many occasions, drove that vehicle or felt the need to drive that vehicle from Canton all the way down to her parents' house in Dighton at the height of the blizzard. You heard testimony from Aaron O'Keefe of the text messages and the phone call on January 28th. We've heard that Aaron O'Keefe called the defendant on the morning of the 29th because she was concerned for her. She wanted to know what was going on with someone she considered her friend. The defendant yells, "John is dead." Ms. Robertson grabs the phone and then updates Aaron O'Keefe as to what's going on with John. Aaron O'Keefe again calls back later because she's concerned for someone that she considered her friend. How does the defendant respond? These are some of the little things. Defendant indicates to Ms. O'Keefe that she just has to remember the bad times and indicates to her, "I don't think I'll ever see you guys." This is after she's done her quick in and out at One Meadows Ave and is now with her parents or with her father, driving that car, essentially taking the murder weapon from Canton and bringing it down to her parents' house in Dighton. She's indicating over the phone to Aaron O'Keefe, "I don't think I'll ever see you guys." Why? If she didn't kill John, why would she say that? You heard a lot of testimony about New Year's Eve in Aruba. You heard the testimony from Ms. O'Keefe in regard to them exchanging, her and the defendant exchanging text messages on the flight down, arranging times to meet up. And then the defendant telling Aaron via text message that she caught Johnny kissing Laura's sister in the hotel lobby. She got into an argument about it, and then they never met up. Meaning the defendant, Mr. O'Keefe, got into an argument about it, and she and Aaron O'Keefe never ended up meeting up in Aruba. You heard testimony consistent from Laura Sullivan, Marietta Sullivan, as well as the children. The kiss never happened. It never would happen based on the relationship, the godfather relationship that John O'Keefe had with Laura Sullivan, her family, and particularly Laura Sullivan's child. The defendant persists with this unfounded suspicion and accusations of infidelity in her text messages with Mr. O'Keefe, in her text messages with Mr. Higgins, where she's accusing Mr. O'Keefe of making out in the lobby with Marietta Sullivan. Both of the Sullivans and the children have the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe following this incident with Marietta Sullivan going into a room. Both of the children testified that they're in that room for about 20 to 25 minutes and they're arguing about the defendant indicating that Mr. O'Keefe kissed someone in the lobby. And you have Laura Sullivan's testimony about 20 to 25 minutes after her sister comes out and states her displeasure about the defendant. It's about 20 to 25 minutes before Mr. O'Keefe comes out, and then he and Ms. Sullivan have a conversation. Ms. Sullivan indicates that Mr. O'Keefe's phone is essentially blowing up, lighting up with calls and texts from the defendant. I would submit similar to the afternoon of January 28th. Mr. O'Keefe says she's crazy and he needs to take this and goes off from Ms. Sullivan has later conversations with Mr. O'Keefe on this Aruba trip, asked him if he's okay, asked him if he's happy. She indicated in her testimony that Mr. O'Keefe shrugs it off and says it is what it is. You heard testimony from the children about the arguments in the weeks and the months. And I know this is a displeasure to the defense counsel that the children came in and actually testified as to what happened behind closed doors in the house. They both recall frequent fights. They both recall Mr. O'Keefe trying multiple times to break up with the defendant, asking her to leave the house, the defendant refusing to leave the house. His niece, Kaylee, John tried to diffuse, tried to walk away, and the defendant would follow each time during each argument. They both indicated that Mr. O'Keefe had told the defendant that the relationship had run its course, similar to language within the text messages you have between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe. That Mr. O'Keefe was sick of arguing, again, mirroring those text messages from January 28th, leading up into going out to CF McCarthy's, eventually the waterfall, and the defendant killing Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th. We have testimony in regard to the ring camera. Kaylee indicated in her testimony that John had had that for about a year. So during the course of 2 years or so of the relationship with the defendant, he got it while he was dating the defendant. The defendant had the security code for the garage. Neither of the kids had access to the camera. Trooper Garino checked the laptop and the desktop that were left after the defendant did the quick cleanup upstairs with her father, upstairs in the home. Neither of those devices had access to the ring cameras. John had access on his phone. The defendant indicates, if you recall, in some of those text messages in regard to the romantic kiss that she placed on Mr. Higgins earlier on January, whatever it was, during the Patriots. Mr. Higgins and Mr. Jackson was indicating weren't very good friends with Mr. O'Keefe, but had been invited over to his home for a Patriots game, at which time the defendant escorted Mr. Higgins out of the.
I want to pause this real quick. So this is an argument, okay? Argument. All he's doing right now is restating the same evidence. What a closing argument is for you to make the argument as to why the evidence that you've presented for the last 12 weeks, why it fits your narrative. All he is doing is restating the exact same shit, but not telling the jury, this is why it fits. This is why our theory is correct. This is not an argument. I don't know if he's going to bring it home at some point, but all he's doing right now is simply restating the argument. And one of the things with the state, which it surprised me that they don't have, typically it's state defense, state gets a rebuttal closing. We've seen that in trials. It's how it is here. It's how it's been everywhere I've ever tried a case. And typically in the beginning portion, that's where you'll have the state. And when I was talking about demonstrative evidence, my one exception to that is many times they will end up putting the law up on a screen and explaining the statutes and what they have to prove and the elements of each case. Now he's got an hour. And he's choosing to spend his time to rehash the same shit that these people already know without giving an argument as to why it's proving his case beyond a reasonable doubt. And he still is going to need at some point to put up the instructions, which lays out what the statutes are, which is what the burden he has to meet. And I don't know, like, I don't know how long has it been going? 20 minutes now? Something like that, Jay?
Chad saying 30 minutes.
Okay. I mean, you better start making an argument at some point.
The garage and placed a romantic kiss on him. But during those text messages, when they're talking about that, if you
I'm gonna eat a
recall,
banana.
the defendant is saying something or joking about
During
something
his
that
closing.
Mr. O'Keefe had been looking at the videos and had been asking her if there was something going on with her and Mr. Higgins. And what was her response to that? I know where the cameras are. There are only two videos missing from that ring system. One being the defendant getting to Mr. O'Keefe's house after murdering him, and the other when the defendant is showing Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts the broken taillight, both of which, both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts testified as having occurred. No video. The variety of stories that the defendant tells on the morning of January 29th. There were text messages and voicemails from the defendant to Mr. O'Keefe, 53 phone calls from 12:33 a.m. to 6:03 a.m. 0 phone calls to 911. The defendant calls Katie Camerano. The defendant calls her parents at 1:18 in the morning, 4:38 in the morning, 4:42 in the morning. The call then from Kaylee's phone to Ms. McCabe, because the defendant didn't have Ms. McCabe's phone number. Both Kaylee and Ms. McCabe indicate that the defendant initially indicates or says that she got into a fight with Mr. O'Keefe and left him at the waterfall. From this information, Ms. McCabe then testifies she starts to call her Julie Albert, because Chris Albert, Julie Albert, they live close by the waterfall. Maybe that's where he went. As the phone is ringing, this is a phone call that both Ms. Albert and Ms. McCabe testify was never answered. As the phone is ringing, her husband, Matthew McCabe, reminds her that they saw the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe and the car outside of 34 Fairview. So she hangs up. During this call, or during these subsequent calls, the defendant indicates to Ms. McCabe, maybe I hit him, did I hit him? She then calls Ms. Roberts at 5 a.m. on the dot, indicates John's dead, hangs up the phone, calls back a minute later, indicates that Mr. O'Keefe was now hit by a plow and that he's dead. And then indicates further that she's drunk and doesn't remember. She tells Ms. McCabe about the cracked taillight before they even get in the vehicle and go anywhere, as you recall the testimony of Matthew McCabe, indicating that he had some concerns about them driving around in a vehicle with a damaged taillight in the middle of a blizzard. Ms. Roberts' testimony that she saw the broken taillight in the driveway at Ms. McCabe's house, and that it was consistent with what she observed in the photographs that were shown to her of it later in the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department garage when the search warrant is executed on February 1st. You have the text messages between the defendant and Lord Sullivan from January 29th, in which the defendant indicates to Lord Sullivan that John is dead, indicates that we found him in the snow at 5 a.m. And every indication is that he was found in the snow by defendant, Mr. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts around 6 a.m. 5 a.m. would be about an hour before. 5 a.m. would be between that time where the defendant is unaccounted for, heading in the direction of 34 Fairview Road, 5:18, 5:35. Little things. The defendant asked Ms. McCabe to Google how long to die in the cold. She did so at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning. You have the testimony of Ms. Hyde and Mr. Whitton as to SQLite databases, P-list databases, Knowledge C databases, state DB tabs, as far as all of them. Also from Trooper Garino as well. These searches were unequivocally done at 6:23, 6:24 in the morning, and not at 2:27 and 40 seconds in the morning. They were not deleted by a user. That is not what deleted means. Frankly, Mr. Green, the last question that I asked Mr. Green is, was he aware that Cellbrite, and by Cellbrite, the person who designed that being Mr. Whitton, had to alter exactly how their software worked because of people like Mr. Green misinterpreting the data as he did in this case. And what did Mr. Green say? Yes. But those questions, as far as how long to die in the cold, I would submit mirror the questions that the defendant asked firefighter Whitley in the back of the ambulance, if you recall those. She asked firefighter Whitley how long to die in the cold without a jacket. He knew how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed. She knew when she left him to die in the cold how he was dressed. The defendant made statements to firefighter Becker that the last time that she saw Mr. O'Keefe, they were in an argument. Again, in the back of the same ambulance as firefighter Whitley. You have testimony from firefighter Woodbury. Same kind of questions. If Mr. O'Keefe could be alive without a jacket. You have the testimony from each of these firefighters as to sort of the vacillating emotional state of the defendant that morning. What you have in the testimony from firefighter Woodbury is that despite all that, there were no tears that he observed from the defendant at that time. What each of those first responders indicate is that the defendant repeatedly stated, is he dead? Is he dead? Not, is he okay? Is he going to be okay? How is he? Any sort of questions about the medical condition. Is he dead? That phraseology repeated over and over again. And when you take into juxtaposition that phraseology, text to Laura Sullivan, found him in the snow at 5 a.m. The unaccounted for time heading in the direction of 34 Fairview Road, 5:18 to 5:35. The repeated questioning, firefighter Whitney, firefighter Woodbury, asking Ms. McCabe to look up those things in her phone. She's looking for confirmation, is what she's looking for. When she asks over and over again, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? You have the testimony that you heard from Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts. I say them together because as far as these two women were concerned, they did not know each other really at all. The only time, as they both testified to, that they ever spent appreciably together prior to January 29, 2022, is when Mr. O'Keefe nicely took them out for sneakers because he had some sort of deal at a Reeboks outlet or something like that to sort of try to pay them back for the help that they provided him and the children. Jennifer with respect to the niece and Kerry with respect to the nephew. But they're both contacted by the defendant in the early morning of January 29th. As Ms. McCabe testified, John was my friend. I love John. He was an amazing guy. At the waterfall, Mr. Alberts said going home to have a drink with his son, Brian Jr., if anyone wants to come. Open invitation to the table. She said to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, you guys should come. Both the defendant and the victim indicated that they wanted to come and that they were. She describes the phone calls and the text messages that she receives from Mr. O'Keefe that she's providing directions. She indicates she's providing them directions to go down Chapman. She describes how that is. And you've heard this testimony from a couple of different witnesses as far as the steepness as you're going down Chapman, going down Fairview or coming off of Chapman. That you first go down a big steep hill. It flattens out for a little bit, and then you go down a second, 2 hills going down on Chapman. Matching the GPS native location and the health data as far as where Mr. O'Keefe's phone is, a half mile away from 34 Fairview Road at the time that his health data is reporting that he's ascending or descending 3 flights of stairs. You hear the testimony from Ms. McCabe as far as the last time that she spoke to Mr. O'Keefe. She's still trying to provide directions to Fairview because Mr. O'Keefe has never been there before and neither has the defendant, which is further corroborated in Trooper Garino's testimony as far as the vehicle passing by Fairview and then coming back in on the other side, having to reverse direction. But she's giving directions and she indicates that she uses a house that Mr. O'Keefe would be familiar with, that belonging to Bella or Bella's mom. Bella's mom is an ex-girlfriend for a short period of time, a long time ago. However, in the defendant's mind, it's so prescient on her mind that she's still talking about it the next morning or later on that morning when she's riding, going towards Fairview Road with Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe in Ms. Roberts' car. She's still talking about it. at that time. It's that much on her mind. Ms. McCabe indicated that she looked out and she saw the vehicle initially in front of the front door, as did Mr. McCabe, as did Brian Albert Jr., as did Julie Nagel, as did Brian Nagel, and the vehicle moved up several times or several spots to where it was then positioned. Initially at some point in front of the door, then it moves up further so that it's in the area of the fire hydrant and the flagpole where Mr. O'Keefe's body was discovered later on that morning, at least by Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts, and then moves up further beyond that. And I say that in the sense of it moves up further beyond that with sufficient distance for it to then go in reverse for 62.5 feet at 24.2 miles per hour, striking Mr. O'Keefe and leaving him where he was found later on the 29th. Again, the testimony from Ms. McCabe that about 12:40 when she's texting him, she indicated in her testimony she couldn't be certain if Mr. O'Keefe was still out front or had left at that point. She wakes up to a phone call from John's niece Kaylee at 4:53 in the morning. This is from an 8th grader, 14-year-old girl. That's why she answers the phone at 4:53 in the morning. She then hears the defendant screaming loudly over and over again, Jen, Jen, Jen. John didn't come home, got in a fight, left him at the waterfall. The variations, different iterations of that story as it evolves and changes over the course of that morning. Ms. McCabe then indicates to the defendant, we saw you outside of my sister's house. Then she starts yelling, Jen, Jen, did I hit him? Could I hit him? Then they start discussing, or the defendant brings up her cracked tailbone. Then both Ms. McCabe and Mr. McCabe hear the defendant screaming outside of their home at about 5 o'clock in the morning, or shortly after 5 o'clock. They go to Mr. O'Keefe's house. And both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts indicates, and you heard this testimony from a number of different witnesses, friends and family of Mr. O'Keefe, that he had a rule, pretty strict rule in his house as far as you take your shoes off when you come in the house. So what did Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts both do when they're entering in that house on January 29th? They take off their boots, they get out in the snow, they take off their boots in the mudroom, and then they walk in. What did they both indicate that the defendant did that morning when she came back to the house? Walked right in with the shoes.
Oh my fucking
Hear
God.
that second voice?
Is this for real right now?
It's after the defendants arrived back at One Meadows Ave, after her phone is reconnected.
Is this
with
for real right now?
And you can hear.
Holy shit, man.
Part of that may be in the garage, part of that might be in the house. Why is it that the defendant has no issue with wearing shoes in the house when Mr. O'Keefe has that strict rule? Because she knows where he is. She knows it's not an issue. He's not coming home because she hit him with her SUV, that she left him in the snow. Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe are frantically sort of running around the house looking for Mr. O'Keefe. Defendant's not. They then get in the vehicle. They drive back towards Fairview Road. And again, the defendant from the backseat of the vehicle immediately sees the defendant, starts pulling and kicking on the door, and runs in sort of a beeline straight over to where Mr. O'Keefe is laying on the front lawn. We have the testimony from Ms. Roberts as far as John's phone. John's phone, when the firefighters pick him up, and you recall several witnesses testifying about that, pick him up on the scoop stretcher and they're bringing him over to the ambulance while they're conducting resuscitative efforts trying to save Mr. O'Keefe's life. But Ms. Roberts indicated that she observed underneath only the phone, but the phone on the grass. On the grass in the area that is completely covered in snow in every other area except under Mr. O'Keefe, which I would submit indicates how long Mr. O'Keefe has been there. Now recall, around 12 o'clock or so is when it starts to snow and it starts to stick a little bit. You heard all that testimony. And I know it was a lot of testimony about snow, a lot of testimony about weather, but there's a purpose to that. There's a point to that, okay? As far as the grass underneath Mr. O'Keefe's body, where his cell phone was, Ms. Roberts observed some 6 hours later after it starts snowing, is still visible only under Mr. O'Keefe where his body is. which I would submit as evidence to you as to how long he's been there. Now, on top of that, you also have hours of ring videos of the driveway as far as shoveling and Paul O'Keefe and other people snow blowing and shoveling and all those kinds of things. There's a purpose to that as well. If you look at those, if you look at the video of the defendant crashing into Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle at a speed of anywhere from 0 to 5, which even Dr. Wolf would indicate would not cause the damage to the taillight that was observed in this case. You know what you don't see? You don't see snow move off Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle when they come into contact. You don't see any red or clear plastic pieces in the snow. And if you look at those stills, not the ones that counsel put up there during his closing, but if you look at each of the video and the stills, you can see the damage consistent with the taillight at each and every point. You see the damage consistent with the taillight from the 507 video. You see the damage consistent from the 822 video from Lieutenant Ray, from the cruiser camera video when he's pulling into the driveway. You see the damage consistent from the Dighton video at the defendant's home. You see the damage consistent from the right here, February 1st, 2022, when the search warrant is conducted, Ms. Hartnett removes all those pieces from the vehicle. The weather is also important when it comes to the hair. The magic hair, as Mr. Jackson likes to call it. See, the magic hair was actually frozen to the vehicle, as was the glass to the bumper, because the vehicle looked like that on the left when it was caked in snow, when Officer Barrow saw it in the driveway in Dighton as they were wading through 1.5 feet of snow, walking up. Because remember, they didn't even pull into the driveway because they had to have someone come down and plow it before they could get into it. That's what the vehicle looked like. What you can see, however, is the damage to the taillight, to the side of that taillight, consistent with it. So that hair, that 7/8 of an inch hair, was frozen to the side. And as you remember, the testimony from Sergeant Buchanan about the heated condition of the Canton Police Department garage, and that's one of the reasons that they took it there, because the other barracks that they could have taken it to didn't have that heated condition. So yes, after it's been in there from January 29th at about 5:30 p.m. until February 1st when they conduct the search warrant, the hair isn't still frozen as it's contained within heated garage, and the pieces of glass on the rear bumper have melted. The snow has melted, as you can see from left to right. The weather, also important, I would submit, weather was a weapon. Remember, the cause of death here is not just blunt impact injuries, it's blunt impact injuries and hypothermia. You heard all that medical testimony in relation to it, and you heard all that testimony in relation to the snow and the weather and the wind. Wind gusts up to 37 miles per hour while he's out, Mr. O'Keefe is out there in just a shirt and jeans. Now, you heard also testimony from Ms. Roberts in relation to the injuries she observed to Mr. O'Keefe. That initially on scene, there was one eye that was swollen, not the other. That's indication of the swelling that Dr. Scortibella was testifying to, with no indication of physical altercation. And then both eyes being swollen when Ms. Roberts viewed Mr. O'Keefe's body after his passing at the Good Samaritan. Submit that all the testimony tells you the same consistent account, internally, externally, from civilian testimony to investigator testimony to medical testimony to forensic testimony to the reconstruction testimony. You have the testimony from Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts that they couldn't see Mr. O'Keefe at Fairview when they initially pulled up. You can see that from Officer Sarif's cruiser. You have Mr. O'Keefe being covered in snow from the storm. You know where Mr. O'Keefe's body was. It's clearly visible on the cruiser camera from Officer Sarif. You have the testimony from each of the responding officers, anywhere from 5 to 12 feet off the roadway, and from the civilians as well. Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, Officer Mullaney has 6 inches of snow on Mr. O'Keefe when he first sees him. Firefighter Kelly says that he couldn't even see Mr. O'Keefe until he was 5 feet away, in the darkness, in the snow, in the blizzard conditions. There's no footprints around the body. There's no drag marks around the body. There's no evidence of anything in relation to Brian Albert and Brian Higgins. Brian Albert and Brian Higgins spent January 28, 2022, traveling to New York City to go to a funeral for another police officer, for another department, who they didn't even know.
Drinking. That's what they
Traveled all the
say
way
doing,
down to New York and then came back before the blizzard, only to come back from that to go out drinking, to come back to Mr. Albert's house, to then murder another police officer who they did know, who worked for the same department as them. And then criminal mastermind genius that Brian Albert is, 28 years on the Boston Police Department, he's then going to just leave Mr. O'Keefe's body on his front lawn? Really? That's the conspiracy? What evidence do you have of that? You have statements that the defendant made to Sergeant Buchanan on January 29th. She was willing to speak, but didn't want to give too much detail. Conversational tone throughout. She indicated that the night before, they had gotten into an argument, something about what was fed to the children, nothing about the detailed arguments, incessant phone calls, and everything else that you saw from the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe's phone on the 28th. She indicated that she got to C.F. McCarthy's around 9 p.m., started drinking vodka sodas, the men were drinking beers. When asked where she parked her vehicle, she said she parked on Washington Street across from C.F. McCarthy's, facing northbound on the side, same side as Waterfall. Same testimony that you heard from Ms. Kolakithis, observing the defendant going over to her vehicle, getting in the driver's seat, and the victim, Mr. O'Keefe, getting into the passenger seat. She said they were left the Waterfall, were invited to her residence. She drove her and John to the location in Canton. She dropped Mr. O'Keefe off, did not see him walk into the home. She, being the defendant, stated she made a 3-point turn and then left. When asked about the damage to her vehicle, she indicated to the troopers, "I don't know, it happened last night." June 2022, you have that other reporting of that other version that she now has evolved into, as far as stating to Sergeant Buchanan, "Are you aware that John was beaten up by Brian and Colin Albert? We're all in on the same joke, right? John was pulverized and my taillight was cracked." What evidence do you have of that? Mr. O'Keefe never went in the house. You have testimony from Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert Jr., Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel, all indicating never went in the house. John O'Keefe's phone never went in the house, from the testimony and the data points that you have from Trooper Green. You know how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed, and you know the defendant knew that. You have the testimony from Kurt Roberts, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Karina Kolakithis, Nicholas Kolakithis, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Brian Higgins, all indicated in the testimony, and the defendant knew, based on her questions to the firefighters the next morning, that Mr. O'Keefe was not dressed for the weather when he left the Waterfall. The weather was a weapon. You have the testimony about the car, the defendant's car being there in front of the house, moving multiple times. You have that from multiple sources. You have that from Matthew McCabe. You have that from Jennifer McCabe. You have that from Brian Albert Jr. You have that from Julie Nagel. You have that from Ryan. You have the testimony of Ryan Nagel, Ricky D'Antonio, and Heather Maxon. Ms. Maxon indicated she saw a male passenger, female operator, as the vehicle was turned. Remember, they're coming towards Fairview at the same time. The defendant, after conducting that reverse, a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest, is then taking a right onto Fairview, while Mr. Nagel, Mr. D'Antonio, and Ms. Maxon are taking the left onto Fairview. Mr. Nagel indicates that Mr. D'Antonio then flashes lights. During that time, Ms. Maxon can see inside the vehicle. She sees a male passenger. She sees a female operator. They follow the vehicle as they're turning onto the street. Lo and behold, they're going to the same residence. They park. There's nothing in between them and the defendant's vehicle. They indicate that at no time do they see anybody get out of the vehicle. At no time do they see any damage to the vehicle, or it hasn't happened yet. At no time do they see anyone leave the vehicle and go into the house. The vehicle moves up on different successive occasions, as testified to by Mr. Nagel and several others. And then as they're passing that vehicle, Mr. Nagel indicates that he sees a female operator in the vehicle with the dome light on. Interesting, when I asked Mr. Nagel, as far as when Julie Nagel came out to the vehicle, did he roll down the window or did he open the door? He indicated he opened the door. And I asked him, what happened when you open the door? What happens when you open the door to a vehicle? Dome light comes on. So there's a reason I would submit, or the inference that you can make, is that no one sees Mr. O'Keefe in the vehicle because that's the moment he steps out of the vehicle. And then they're gone. The Nagels, Ryan Nagel, Ricky D'Antonio, and Heather Maxon drive away from that. We have the testimony from Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, the peanut butter and jelly sandwich conversation they have with Ms. McCabe, which while they're pulling away from the house where everybody's attention is drawn, Ms. McCabe is turned around facing both of them in the backseat. Ms. Nagel is facing Ms. Levinson on the passenger side, looking out the window towards 34 Fairview Road. Ms. Levinson is looking back at Ms. Nagel away from that area, in which Ms. Nagel indicates that she sees a 5 to 6 foot dark blob on the lawn near the pole in the hydrant, which is just where Mr. O'Keefe is discovered the next morning. You have testimony recalled, and you have text messages in regard to Colin Albert when he gets picked up.
Mr. Lally, 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. Colin Albert, Miss Allison McCabe, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Brian Jr., all indicating that it was picked up around that time at 12:10 a.m. You have the testimony from Chris and Julie Albert, his parents, as far as when he comes home, kisses them goodnight before he goes to bed. You have that testimony in regard to Chris Albert, as far as how John O'Keefe and the defendant come to be at the waterfall in the first place, as far as John O'Keefe and his nephew coming in early in the day, getting a couple slices of pizza. What are you doing later on? Contained within those texts. The other testimony from Lieutenant O'Hara, Lieutenant Tully, Sergeant Mechanic about those items being recovered. And in particular, the items being recovered on January 29th by that search. What did Lieutenant O'Hara say? The items were found close to the curb. The items were at ground level. 3 feet of snow that they had to sift through in order to find those particular things. The detail or the delay in the recovery of evidence. The photos in the video, most of which you have in evidence, is earlier in the storm. This is before the 18 inches of snow falls down, before there's drifts and 3 feet of snow in places. They found the evidence where it had been at that same ground level, in the grass, under the snow, at 34 Fairview Road. We heard all of the medical testimony, which I would submit is consistent, from firefighter Formati to Dr. Rice. We heard the testimony regarding the defendant's blood alcohol concentration from Dr. Fowler and Nick Roberts, 93 milligrams per deciliter, 0.07 to 0.08% at 9:08 in the morning. We heard it, Mr. Roberts' testimony in regard to the retrograde extrapolation, 0.13 to 0.29, extrapolating back to the time of the operation. The defendant admits to drinking vodka. It's on the receipts from C.F. McCarthy's and from the waterfall. You have the witness testimony in the surveillance video in regard. The forensic testimony that you have. In regard to the medical testimony, you have the sort of pattern abrasions, clear plastic that's recovered by Lieutenant O'Hara and Lieutenant Tully on January 29th. The clear plastic that has the dimples on it. No one, not Trooper Paul, not anyone, at any point in time ever said that Mr. O'Keefe's arm was out like this at the time that he struck and that he did a pirouette and then flew 30 feet in the air. 12 inches of abrasions that the doctors were, the biomechanical people were talking about yesterday. 12 inches and then 6 inches to the tail end is easily solved by this. And the dimples on his arm are, that I would submit are consistent with the dimples on the taillight cover piece, are right around this area of the elbow. You have testimony in regard to forensics as far as Mr. Porto, Mr. Bradford. John O'Keefe's DNA is on that taillight house, on the house. His DNA is there to the exclusion as well of Sergeant Mechanic and Trooper Proctor. Mr. O'Keefe's DNA is on the exterior of the broken drinking glass. Mr. O'Keefe's DNA and only Mr. O'Keefe's DNA is on his clothing and his fingernails, consistent with Dr. Scortibello's testimony that there is no evidence of a fight or an altercation. There's no one else's DNA under his fingernails. There's no one else's DNA on his clothing. You have the testimony from Ms. Hartman, Trooper Paul, as regard to the damage that they observed, the dent, scratches, 7/8 of an inch hair. You have the testimony from Ms. Chart in regard to the mitochondrial DNA profile from that hair being consistent with the DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe. You have the testimony from Ms. Valier and Ms. Hanley in regard to the microscopic pieces, 1/16 of an inch by 1/16.
You have 1 minute, Mr. Lally. Wrap it up.
Yes, sir. All consistent with pieces of taillight that
Wrap
are
it up.
found within his clothing.
Just wow.
Ms. Gilman, if I could. 6:05, this is what this vehicle looks like backing up at that speed for approximately that distance.
No, not this fucking video.
There's another
Are you kidding me?
years and years ago. Started practicing in Norfolk County in Braintree, what is now Quincy. I eventually became a far smarter man than myself. Eventually became president of the United States. His name was John Adams. John Adams once wrote, "Facts are stubborn things.
Oh, he's using my
Whatever
fucking
may
line.
be our wishes, our inclinations, or the dictates of our passions, they cannot alter the state of the facts and the evidence.
Literally using
What
my
the
line.
constellation of the facts and the evidence ineluctably demonstrate here is that the defendant drove her vehicle in reverse for 24.2 miles per hour for 62 and a half feet, struck Mr. O'Keefe, causing those catastrophic head injuries, leaving him incapacitated and freezing to death."
Mr. Lally, I have to stop you.
Wow.
You've gone over.
Wow.
I literally have one sentence.
One sentence I'll give you.
From that facts and that evidence, I would submit ineluctably demonstrates her guilt on each of the indictments before you, and I would ask that you find this.
Wow.
All right, thank you. Jurors, I have my instructions on the law. I'm going
Wow.
to give you. My guess is it's probably about an hour. I'd like to start it now, but does anybody need a short break?
Yes, they need a
Take
break, of
short
course.
break. Okay, we'll
course
take,
they need a break.
we'll come back
Come
in 5 minutes.
You are muted.
Bob's about to get Jesse.
Wow, man.
I saved him. I saved them.
Well,
If I didn't
you
tell
really
him,
did. You really did. I would have been screwed. It would have been heavy duty Jesse shit right there. Wow, man.
oh,
So I
I'm
mean, dude, you see the juxtaposition between like closing arguments are really hard. Like not the average person can go into a court of law with the weight of the world on their shoulders and give a compelling closing argument. I mean, it's like I try to explain to people all the time, like defense attorney is the hardest job in the fucking world. There just is no job that's harder because everything relating to that person's life is literally completely and totally under your control. And good or bad, whatever the results are, land directly on you. And it's just a tremendous amount of pressure. And obviously Jackson had been preparing for that for a long, long time. I mean, he gave just a very crisp, solid argument that really kept everybody engaged. I mean, just kind of like everyone was sitting on the edge of their seat because the guy can tell a story. I say it all the time. At the heart of it, lawyers are storytellers. And you see the difference in terms of what he did and then what Lally did. I mean, Lally just basically restated the 9 weeks of evidence that he put in without ever creating a cohesive narrative, a story as to why it proves Karen Reed killed John O'Keefe. He didn't put in anything about his accident reconstruction guy. He barely mentioned his medical examiner. And it's that there's a reason for it. It's because Trooper Paul was like a travesty. Like I feel terrible for that guy. It's like I'm not making fun of him. He should never have been on the stand. He had no business testifying in this trial because he didn't have the knowledge base to get on the stand and give any kind of reasonable explanation as to why the Commonwealth's theory works here. Because you have to look. And again, I said it yesterday. I'll repeat it. As much as I loved Jackson's closing, I probably would not have touched all of the third-party culprit stuff with a 10-foot pole because it's a dangerous gambit. If the jury buys it, you're golden. If one person on that jury is like, man, this whole thing that, these people are like all the shit that we're saying, all the things that and Jackson tried to address it. look, I know that no one in this room wants to sit here and think that people and law enforcement are capable of doing this kind of thing. None of us want to try to like come to that reality. But the fact is that people are in that reality. That is the reality, is that people just have a hard time getting there. People have a hard time believing that conspiracies are a thing. And when you are going to kind of hang your hat on it the whole way, when you had those two doctors finish up that that case in chief of the defense, those two guys who were not hired by the defense, like it's a gift from God. And I was so happy that Jackson restated it. The Commonwealth could have called those guys, but we called them, and we didn't hire them. They're not on our dime. They're not our hired guns. They're not some dudes that we shopped around for to come up with some kind of testimony that supports our theory. These guys did their own independent shit. To me, the case begins and ends with those two guys. I mean, I think that Jackson was helped immensely by how completely unpowerful Lally's closing was. He just gave no argument, didn't get into the law, didn't explain to the jurors at all. And that's what I'm saying. I mean, typically for us in Illinois, like a state's attorney here will typically throw up that demonstrative evidence that I was talking about first, where you can lose a jury, and explain the law. All right, this is the statute. These are the elements in the statute. This is the element that we need to prove this. This is the element that we need to prove that. That there's certain elements to a homicide statute, especially a murder statute, where you've got, this is the intent element. This is that there was a human being that was once alive. This was the testimony that we gave you, that this person was once a living person. We have to prove that the person died. This is the evidence that we presented to you that proved that. So you just never heard that happen for Lally. You just had, is his theory that because Karen Reed didn't take her fucking shoes off, that she knew that John was never coming back to the house, thereby she knew he was dead? Seems like that was his theory. Like is that his smoking gun?
I don't know, man. I in my assessment, the first 5 minutes, I'm like, wait a second, is this a different Lally? Like, he did what you said he was do. He was loud. He kind of was portrayed. Like, I'm like, first 5 minutes, I'm like, oh, he's got something. And then it was just back into the monotone opening that he was like, where he's just listing stuff off, and I'm like totally fucking lost. And then for him to show that fucking video, which I can be pretty confident the jury thought was a fucking farce, when they show Trooper Paul, like, why is he showing that weird video?
What was that video? I don't even know what it was.
So I think you weren't here when they show, like, Trooper Paul takes the fucking Lexus and takes it. When I made a video and I put it with the Benny Hill music, he takes the Lexus to like the cop station, and he's trying to do these tests, which no one could figure out really what he was trying to do. I couldn't. Like, he's backing up fast. He's not even backing up fast. He's backing up slow. He's going forward. It made no fucking sense the day we were watching it. It was awful. And then for him to throw it up in the closing, I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? And then just another proof of this man not being prepared. He gets a 5-minute countdown, then a minute countdown, and he still is. Bev has to say, you went over, even though she gave him the sentence, whatever. He wasn't prepared. Like, I'm sure Alan Jackson, I would assume most attorneys, if they have a time period that they have to keep in, they practice it and make sure that, like, they have whatever their script is within the time frame that's allotted to them. And this guy still goes over. Are you fucking kidding me?
Well, you better make goddamn sure that you at least get your last statement in, which is,
yes,
ladies and gentlemen, jury, we've given you all the evidence that you could possibly need. You could either buy this ridiculous theory by the defense that, the people in this house committed murder and somehow have kept this deep, dark secret for 2.5 years, or you could follow the evidence, which is that, John O'Keefe's DNA was on the tail light. His hair was on the car. It was his body that was found in the yard, and it could only have gotten there one way, and it was by Karen Reed hitting him with the vehicle. He never shut it down.
He was neutered by Judge Bev. She's like, all right, first of all, she said she was over. So she probably gave him a minute already extra. She's like, you're over. And then he's like, oh, okay, I just want to say that I hope you find her guilty based on the like, what a shit, what an awful way to end a
Man,
closing that you're trying to.
how do you think the O'Keefe family's feeling coming out of that thing, man? Like honestly, like the O'Keefe family, I can imagine in the hallways of that courthouse are fucking like either hysterically crying and upset or enraged or
By the way,
both.
are you on live? Because I'm seeing the court on mine come up. So just make
Oh,
sure
let's
you're on.
see. I'm gonna put it up. Let's see. I don't know if I'm live or not. Might be paused. It's all right though. It's not like we're missing. She's just gonna come in.
Yeah, she just came on. She just came on. We didn't miss anything.
All right, jurors. Thank you for serving on this jury and for being so attentive. You'll soon deliberate for the purposes of reaching a verdict in this case. But before you do that, it's my responsibility to give you instructions concerning the law. The instructions are divided into three parts. The first is general instructions that are provided in every criminal case. The second, specific instructions concerning the crimes alleged in this case. And third, guidelines for your deliberations. Please listen carefully to all of the instructions. Do not ignore any instruction or give special attention to any other instruction. To make sure that I give you the instructions accurately, I will read them to you. You will also get a written copy. I'll probably send in 3 or 4 to the jury so that you can refer to it in the jury room during your deliberations. I will try to make sure that my oral instructions match the written instructions. If there is any difference between what I say aloud and what the written instructions say, please follow what I say aloud. You must take the law as I give it to you. You may not quarrel with it. You can't do that regardless of any opinion you may have as to what you think the law ought to be. What the lawyers or witnesses may say or suggest about the law is not necessarily the law. That's because it's my responsibility as the judge and mine alone to instruct you on what the law is. So I now will turn to part 1 of the instructions, the general instructions that apply to all criminal cases. As I explained to you at the beginning of the trial, there is a fundamental rule that applies in all criminal cases, including this case. Every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent of that crime. Ms. Reed is presumed innocent of the charges in this case. That means you must consider Ms. Reed to be innocent unless the prosecution is proved beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence presented during the trial that Ms. Reed committed the crimes charged. I will explain reasonable doubt in just a moment. Ms. Reed does not have to do anything to convince you that she is innocent. She does not have to explain anything. Ms. Reed does not have to testify, call, or question witnesses or provide any evidence at all, because you must presume she is innocent. Instead, it is up to the Commonwealth to prove the charges against Ms. Reed beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof never shifts to the defendant. After you have considered all the evidence carefully and fairly, if you have a reasonable doubt about Ms. Reed's guilt in a particular charge, then your verdict must be not guilty on that charge. You may find Ms. Reed guilty of a charge only if all 12 deliberating jurors agree that the Commonwealth has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt, for everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent unless and until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the Commonwealth. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. This is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, how do you decide whether the Commonwealth has proven each element of an indictment is true?
I like their instruction in Massachusetts for beyond a reasonable doubt. That moral certainty language is pretty sweet. We don't have that in our pattern instructions here, but I like it because it's defining reasonable doubt is a difficult thing. And like I like that instruction in particular because I think it really kind of lays it out there in a definitive way because a moral certainty sets a high bar.
Bob, real quick, I completely forgot to tell everyone what else I found, who I found at the thrift. I cannot believe I forgot to tell everyone. Look who I fucking found at the thrift, Bob.
Oh, Chloe.
I found Chloe.
Chloe.
And I'll tell you on our thrifting
Jay.
channel, I'll tell you when we go live why this is a collectible thing. But anyway.
Oh, that's the sweetest thing ever. Little Chloe.
Beyond a reasonable doubt. Let's talk first about the roles we all have. You folks are the most important people in the courtroom. It all begins and ends with your function. You will determine the facts in this case, and that is your job and your job alone. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. If there are any conflicts in the testimony, it is your job to resolve those conflicts if you can do so. Once you determine the facts, it is your duty to apply those facts to the law as I explain it to you, and to determine whether the Commonwealth has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. You must determine the facts solely and entirely on the evidence
Bob,
as you have
check your
heard
text,
it
Bob.
and seen it in this courtroom and on nothing else. No prejudice, no bias, no fear, no favor. You must not be swayed by personal likes or dislikes. Your deliberations are no place for emotion or sympathy, passion or prejudice. The Commonwealth and Karen Reed have a right to have the case judged by fair and impartial jurors. All parties who come before the court stand as equals before you. Therefore, your verdicts must be based on the law as I've given it to you, and on the evidence and the facts that you find, and nothing else. You cannot allow yourselves to be influenced by any personal feelings you may have about the nature of the crimes with which Ms. Reed has been charged, or the consequences of your verdict. Just the cool, reflective, and impartial sifting of the evidence so that here in this courtroom, justice may be done. Now, your focus is on the evidence. I am the judge of the law. My job is to teach you the law that you must follow in this case. However, I have no opinion about how you decide this case. You should not consider anything I have said or done during the trial as reflecting any opinion by me about how you should decide this case. If you believe that I have an opinion about the facts of this case, you must disregard it. You must decide this case based solely on the evaluation of the evidence. Now, the arguments of the lawyers are not evidence. They are not witnesses. If a lawyer during argument made a mistake in summarizing the evidence or argued something not supported by the evidence, you must disregard it. It is the jury's collective memory of the evidence that controls the matter. Lawyers' objections are a proper part of the court's procedure and are not part of the evidence. So don't hold it against the lawyers or their client if they made objections, motions, or other requests. They're simply doing their job during a trial. There was testimony at trial that the lawyers interviewed witnesses when preparing for and during the course of the trial. You may not draw any unfavorable inferences solely from that fact. There is nothing improper about conducting such interviews. On the contrary, the lawyers are obliged to prepare their case as thoroughly as possible and may interview witnesses. Now, the verdict must be based only on the evidence and the jury's collective reasoning applied to the evidence in a fair and impartial manner. The extent to which you believe or disbelieve a witness or what an exhibit purports to show The importance to give any testimony or other evidence is entirely up to your own good judgment. The evidence consists of the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits in the case. There are some things you have heard about that have not been introduced into evidence, such as written statements by witnesses, police reports, autopsy, and accident reconstruction reports. Occasionally during the trial, you have heard references to such documents, and you may naturally wonder why neither side introduced any of them into evidence. The answer is that under our rules of evidence, such reports usually may not be admitted, although the parties may refer to them for certain limited purposes while questioning witnesses. So you should not hold it against any party that you do not have them, and neither should you speculate on what they may or may not contain. Similarly, as you view exhibits, you may find that some information has been removed because it is not relevant. Please ignore that and don't try to guess what may have been removed or why. Any information that you may have read, heard, or seen about this case outside of the courtroom is not evidence. My instructions to you and any other comments I made, the lawyer's opening and closing statements, and any comments they may have made are not evidence. Answers that I struck from the record and told you to disregard are not evidence. Only the testimony of the witnesses, that is, their answers to questions, and the exhibits are evidence. It is important to remind you folks that the verdict cannot be based on emotional reaction or sympathy for any person or side of this case. Certain of the testimony and exhibits may have provoked an emotional reaction in all of us. You may feel sympathy for the family of Mr. O'Keefe, and you may feel sympathy for the defendant as she sits here in this courtroom. But your job is to decide the case without bias, fear, sympathy, or favor, to view the evidence with a certain clinical detachment, and to decide the case based solely on the evidence and the application of the law to that evidence. I have allowed you to take notes during the trial, and you may refer to those notes during your deliberations. But remember, they are not evidence or a substitute for the evidence and your recollection. They are for your personal use. Please do not share them with other jurors. Consider the evidence as a whole. Do not make up your mind about what the verdict should be until after you've gone to the jury room to decide the case and you and your fellow jurors have discussed the evidence. Please keep an open mind until then. You'll remember that we took a view in this case. The purpose of the view was to help you better understand the evidence that you heard during the trial and to help you appreciate the locations and their surroundings. Your responsibility in the view was to see the places, observe them carefully, and remember what you saw. The view is part of this case. You may use and consider the observations that you made while on the view in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. The same is true about the demonstration we saw from the witness stand. The demonstration was done simply to help you understand the evidence, and you may consider it in your deliberations. It is the jury's job to earnestly seek the truth of the matter. In doing that, the jury must decide questions of credibility and reliability. The jury must decide how truthful or reliable or convincing any part of the evidence is. In deciding questions of credibility and reliability, you may rely on your common sense and reasoning powers and your life experiences. Consider a witness's testimony in the context of all the other evidence, not in isolation. You may consider the demeanor, candor, and appearance of the witness in testifying. Who was the witness? What relationship did they have to the case or to the other witnesses or the parties? Did the witness have any bias, reason, or motive to give false or shaded testimony? If so, you may consider that bias or motive in your deliberations and ultimately as to whether or not it impacts the credibility of the witness and the assessment of the evidence presented. Is the witness someone likely to give an honest and impartial account? Consider not just whether the witness was honest, but also whether the witness's testimony was accurate and reliable or honestly mistaken. A prior statement by a witness, if inconsistent with his or her trial testimony in any way, may be considered on the witness's credibility and reliability, and only for that purpose. Now, you've heard some evidence suggesting that the Commonwealth did not conduct certain scientific tests or otherwise follow standard procedure during the police investigation. This is a factor you may consider in evaluating the evidence presented in this case. With respect to this factor, you should consider 3 questions. First, whether the omitted tests or other actions were standard procedure or steps that would otherwise normally be taken under the circumstances. Second, whether the omitted tests or actions could reasonably have been expected to lead to significant evidence of the defendant's guilt or innocence.
These are the Bowden instructions.
And third, whether the evidence provides a reasonable and adequate explanation for the omission of the tests or other actions. If you find that any omissions in the investigation were significant and not adequately explained, you may consider
Bill.
whether the omissions tend to affect the quality, reliability, or credibility of the evidence presented by the Commonwealth. All of these considerations involve factual determinations that are entirely up to you, and you are free to give this matter whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate based on all the circumstances. Now, during the trial, I gave you some limiting instructions on how you were to consider some of the evidence you heard, and importantly, how you are not to consider the evidence. I am going to summarize those limiting instructions here. Ms. Reed is not charged with committing any crime other than the charges contained in the indictments. You have heard evidence about interactions that Ms. Reed had with Mr. O'Keefe and other witnesses in Aruba. The evidence was admitted solely for your consideration as evidence of the nature of the defendant's relationship with Mr. O'Keefe and whether it goes to her knowledge or intent or motive on January 29th, 2022. You may not consider that evidence as proof that she has a criminal personality or bad character. You may not take the defendant's prior acts as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here, or to conclude that if she committed the acts in Aruba, she must also have committed the offenses with which she is charged here. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, motive, and nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must...
Just real quick, Debbie had asked what the Bowden instructions are. Those instructions that we heard about the deficiency in the investigation by law enforcement. So she gave 2 instructions actually about Bowden with respect to testing that was not done, and how they can take it into consideration. All right, let's keep rolling.
First, find that it is more likely true than not that the persons who authored them were in fact John O'Keefe, the defendant, or the witnesses who testified about their communication with John O'Keefe and or the defendant. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that John O'Keefe, Karen Reed, or the witnesses who testified here before you were the persons who authored or transmitted the electronic communications, then you may not consider the electronic communications in deciding the case. Now, the Commonwealth has introduced photographs into evidence. The photographs may be graphic and unpleasant. As I told you when you first saw them, your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be graphic or unpleasant. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy. Consider a photograph only as it may show a medical condition, the nature of the injuries, or the details of the incident itself. You've heard evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe. These statements were admitted only for a limited purpose of establishing John O'Keefe's state of mind. You are not to consider this testimony as proof that the defendant has bad character or propensity to commit crimes. The testimony of witnesses recounting conversations with Mr. O'Keefe or messages the defendant's cell phone received from him can only be used as they go to the defendant's motive or intent on January 29th, and only if you find that the defendant was aware of John O'Keefe's state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind, so long as you reasonably can infer from the evidence that she did learn of it. You've also heard testimony about statements allegedly made by Ms. Reed. Before you may consider any such statement, you are going to have to make a preliminary determination whether it can be considered as evidence or not, and for what purpose it may be used. You may not consider any such statement in your deliberations for the truth of any such statement unless, from all the evidence in the case, the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she is alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. In determining whether or not any statement made by the defendant was voluntary, you may consider all of the surrounding circumstances. You may consider any evidence that you have heard about the defendant's physical and mental condition, her intelligence, age, education, and experience. Your decision does not turn on any one factor. You must consider the totality of the circumstances. Some testimony came from witnesses who saw or heard something. Some witnesses also told you about opinions or conclusions they reached based on some special training or experience. But special training or experience does not necessarily make the witness's testimony any more believable or important than any other evidence. So you should consider the same questions about witness testimony that I mentioned earlier, including any bias or motive these opinion witnesses may have had to testify in a certain way. You may also consider the witness's level of experience and training, and whether they base their opinions on the facts that you find to be true. There were hypothetical questions asked of some of these witnesses. You may give whatever weight you deem appropriate to the opinion based on the hypothetical, but only if, after careful consideration, you find that all the assumed facts are true. Remember that witnesses, even those with special training or experience, do not decide cases. Juries do. It is up to you whether to accept or reject, in whole or in part, any opinion or conclusion that a witness offered during the trial. Now, you have the same powers with respect to the exhibits that you have and the testimony of the witnesses. Look them over and decide the weight, that is the value they deserve to receive in helping you resolve the case as you make your ultimate judgment about whether the Commonwealth has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. You do not have to believe something simply because it is written on a piece of paper or appears in a photograph. You are not, of course, required to disbelieve it because it appears there. You decide whether to believe what the exhibit purports to show and how much weight, if any, you give each exhibit. Now, you've heard me talk about the sources of evidence in this case. Those are the tools that we have to decide the case. Now, with the evidence in mind, what can you do with it? As jurors, you may bring to bear all your knowledge and experience. You don't check your common sense at the door to the jury room. Just the reverse. I instruct you to use your common sense. Give the evidence a reasonable and fair construction in the light of your common knowledge and experience.
Joey Guacalone! Joey Guacalone! Joey Guacalone!
In determining the facts in this case, you may draw reasonable inferences from the evidence that you believe, because you are entitled to rely upon both direct and indirect or circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is evidence of what a witness claims to have seen or heard or touched or somehow perceived with their own senses. Circumstantial evidence exists where a witness does not testify directly to the fact that is sought to be proven, but you are provided with evidence of other facts and then asked to draw reasonable inferences from them about the fact that is sought to be proved. Such inferences may be considered with all of the other evidence in reaching your verdict. Circumstantial evidence is competent to establish guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, what do I mean by an inference? An inference is a logical deduction or conclusion that you may, but are not required to draw from evidence that you have accepted as believable. Inferences are little steps in reasoning, steps in which you take some known information, apply your experience in life to it, and then draw a conclusion. Sometimes you can draw more than one inference. You have to decide which inferences are reasonable and decide which seems more reasonable to you. Remember, when you are dealing with inferences, you never have to infer anything. You may, but do not have to draw any inferences whatsoever. An inference drawn from circumstantial evidence need not be necessary or inescapable, but any inference which you do draw must be reasonable and possible. It must be logical. It must be a natural one, which is not too remote in the ordinary course of events. You may not guess. You may not speculate. You may not engage in surmise. You should not pile inference upon inference until the pile gets so high that it tips over logically, or the chain gets so weak that it doesn't hold together anymore. When you run through your inferences, check the starting point and the ending point to make sure that they're still reasonable. Further, when the evidence tends equally to give rise to either of two inconsistent propositions, the Commonwealth has established neither proposition. In order to convict the defendant, you must find that all the evidence and the reasonable inferences that you have drawn, taken together, prove that she is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Let me give you an example of an inference. Suppose that the issue you must decide is whether the U.S. Postal Service delivered the mail today. If you go home and someone in your household, a child, roommate, or spouse, hands you the mail and states that he or she observed the letter carrier deliver the mail and retrieved it from the mailbox, this would be direct evidence that the U.S. Postal Service delivered the mail. The witness perceived the event with his or her own senses and told you what he or she observed. The issue you would have to decide is whether the witness is credible. On the other hand, if you go home from court and find mail in the mailbox, you may infer that it was delivered by the U.S. Postal Service today. You draw this reasonable inference based on the following known facts. The mailbox was emptied yesterday. You know that the mail is delivered by the U.S. Postal Service Monday through Saturday. The letters in the box are postmarked. You have exactly the same power in this case, not the power to speculate or to guess, but the power to draw reasonable inferences warranted by the evidence in the fashion I have just described.
My kids touched
You
my
may have
mail.
noticed
They're
that the defendant
grounded.
did not
It's
testify
mail
at
fraud.
this
That
trial.
shit was for
The
me.
defendant has an absolute right not to testify, since the entire burden of proof in this case is on the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant is guilty. It is not up to the defendant to prove that she is innocent. The fact that the defendant did not testify has nothing to do with the question of whether she is guilty or not guilty. You are not to draw any adverse inference against the defendant because she did not testify. You are not to consider it in any way or even discuss it in your deliberations. You must determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant based solely on the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits. All right, that completes my first part of the instructions.
First part.
Now I'm going to turn to the elements of the
I gotta
charges
take a
against Ms.
drink
Reed.
out of my cup.
The
Like
Commonwealth has
Stanley.
alleged that on January 29th, 2022, Ms. Reed did assault and beat John O'Keefe with the intent to murder him, and by such assault and battery did kill and murder John O'Keefe. Ms. Reed is charged with second-degree murder. In order to prove murder in the second degree, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements. First, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. 2, the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. I will now discuss each of these requirements in more detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act is a natural and continuous sequence, results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. As you can see, the second element has 3 subparts, which I will call prongs, and the Commonwealth satisfies its burden of proof if it proves any one of the 3 prongs beyond a reasonable doubt. The first prong is that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe. This means that the defendant consciously and purposefully intended to cause John O'Keefe's death. The second prong is that the defendant intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe. Grievous bodily harm means severe injury to the body. The third prong is that the defendant intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. Let me help you understand how to analyze this third prong. You must first determine whether the defendant intended to perform the act that caused the victim's death. If you find that she intended to perform the act, you must then determine what the defendant herself actually knew about the relevant circumstances at the time she acted. Then you must determine whether, under the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known that the act intended by the defendant created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether Mr. O'Keefe's death was accidental because the death was caused by a negligent, careless, or mistaken act of the defendant, or resulted from a cause separate from the defendant's conduct, you may not find that the Commonwealth has proved that the defendant intended to kill, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. In deciding whether the defendant intended to kill, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. If the Commonwealth has proven both elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must return a verdict of not guilty. The next is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. In order to prove manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle, the Commonwealth must prove the following 5 elements. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated the motor vehicle upon a public way or in a place in which the public has a right of access. Third, that while the defendant was operating the motor vehicle, she was under the influence of intoxicating liquor and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was a 0.08 or greater. You'll have both these choices on the verdict slip. Fourth, that the defendant operated the vehicle wantonly or recklessly so as to create a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another. And fifth, that by such operation of the motor vehicle, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. So to prove the first element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was operating a motor vehicle. A person operates a motor vehicle while doing all of the well-known things that drivers do as they travel on a street or highway, and also when doing any act which directly tends to set the vehicle in motion. A person is operating a motor vehicle whenever they are in the vehicle and intentionally manipulate some mechanical or electrical part of the vehicle, like the gear shift or the ignition, which alone or in sequence will set the vehicle in motion. To prove the second element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant operated a motor vehicle in a public way. Any street or highway that is open to the public and is controlled and maintained by some level of government is a public way. This would include, for example, interstate and state highways, as well as municipal streets and roads. In determining whether any particular street or road is a public way, you may consider evidence, if any, about whether it has some of the usual indications of a public way. For example, whether it is paved, whether it has street lights, street signs, curbing, and fire hydrants, whether there are buildings along the street, whether it has any crossroads intersecting it, and whether it is publicly maintained. To prove the third element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that while operating a motor vehicle, the defendant was under the influence of intoxicating liquor, that is alcohol, and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was a 0.08 or greater. I will now instruct you on both theories. What does it mean to be under the influence of alcohol? It is not illegal to drive after consuming alcohol as long as the operator is not under the influence of alcohol. However, neither does someone have to be drunk to be under the influence of alcohol. A person is under the influence of alcohol if they've consumed enough alcohol to reduce their ability to operate a motor vehicle safely by decreasing their judgment, alertness, and ability to respond promptly and effectively to unexpected emergencies. The amount of alcohol necessary to do this may vary from person to person. The Commonwealth is not required to prove that the defendant actually drove in an unsafe or erratic manner, but it is required to prove that their ability to drive safely was diminished by alcohol. You may rely on your experience and common sense about the effects of alcohol. You should consider any believable evidence about the defendant's alleged consumption of alcohol, as well as the defendant's appearance, condition, and behavior. In deciding this first theory of whether the defendant operated a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol, you may also consider whether a blood test showed that the defendant had consumed any alcohol. However, no matter what the reading is, the blood test is not sufficient itself to prove that the defendant was under the influence of alcohol. Now, under the second theory, and again, both will be on the verdict slip and you should decide each one. The Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that at the time of operation, the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was a 0.08 or greater. The Commonwealth may prove a person's blood alcohol level by a chemical test or analysis of their breath or blood. In deciding whether the Commonwealth has proved the defendant's blood alcohol level beyond a reasonable doubt, you may consider evidence, if any, about whether the test was administered within a reasonable time of operation of the motor vehicle, whether the person who administered the test was properly certified, whether and how the pre-test procedures were followed and employed, whether the testing device was working properly at the time the test was administered, and whether the test was administered properly. You may also consider any other evidence pertaining to the test. Mr. Court Officer, I know it's traditional to not allow anybody in and out of the courtroom while I'm charging, so I'm going to ask you to follow that at this point. Thank you.
Damn it,
It's
court officer, why you
distracting,
let
and I don't want it to be distracting for you folks, okay?
Yeah.
The
job.
fourth element that the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant operated the vehicle wantonly or recklessly. A person drives recklessly when they ignore the fact that their manner of driving is very likely to result in death or serious injury to someone, or they are indifferent to whether someone is killed or seriously injured. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant acted negligently.
No, she's answering that question right now, Dizzy.
That is, acted in a way that a reasonably careful person would not. It must be shown that the defendant's actions went beyond mere negligence and amounted to recklessness. The defendant was reckless if she knew or should have known that such actions would pose a grave danger or death or serious injury to others, but chose, nevertheless, to run the risk and go ahead. Whenever I refer to the defendant's state of mind or her intent, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. A defendant may have the requisite state of mind or intent even if she consumed alcohol, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved the element. Here, the defendant must have intended her acts in the sense that they were not accidental, but it is not necessary that the defendant intended or foresaw the consequences of those acts, as long as a reasonable person would know that they were so dangerous that death or serious injury would probably result. As such, the Commonwealth does not need to prove that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe. Rather, this is in the category of cases where public safety requires each driver, once they know what the situation is, to determine and to adhere to an objective standard of behavior. In determining whether the defendant drove recklessly, you should take into account all the facts of the situation: the defendant's rate of speed and manner of operation, the defendant's physical condition and how well the defendant could see and could control the vehicle, the condition of the defendant's vehicle, what kind of road it was and who else was on the road, what was the time of day, the weather and the condition on the road were, and what any other vehicles or pedestrians were doing, and any other factors, including the defendant's consumption of alcohol, that you think are relevant. The fifth element that the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant, by her actions, caused the death of John O'Keefe. The defendant caused the death if her actions directly and substantially set in motion the entire chain of events that produced the death. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act, in a natural and continuous sequence, results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. If the Commonwealth has proven all 5 elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must return a verdict of not guilty. Now, the lesser offense of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor includes the lesser offense of involuntary manslaughter. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you, which charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, also charges her with the lesser included offense. The Commonwealth may prove the lesser included charge of involuntary manslaughter even if it fails to prove the greater charge of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So I will define involuntary manslaughter. To prove that the defendant is guilty of involuntary manslaughter because of wanton or reckless conduct, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused John O'Keefe's death. Second, that the defendant intended the conduct that caused John O'Keefe's death. Third, that the defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless. I will now discuss each element in more detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. Remember, Ms. Reed caused John O'Keefe's death if her actions directly and substantially set in motion the entire chain of events that produced the death. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act, in a natural and continuous sequence, results in death and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended the conduct that caused the death. The Commonwealth is not required to prove the defendant intended to cause the death. You may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. The third element is that the defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless. Wanton or reckless conduct is conduct that creates a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another. It is conduct involving a grave risk of harm to another person that a person undertakes with indifference or with disregard of the consequences of such conduct. Whether conduct is wanton or reckless depends either on what the defendant knew or how a reasonable person would have acted knowing what the defendant knew. If the defendant realized the grave risk created by her conduct, her subsequent act amounts to wanton or reckless conduct, whether or not a reasonable person would have realized the risk of grave danger. Even if the defendant herself did not realize the grave risk of harm to another, the act would constitute wanton or reckless conduct if a reasonable person, knowing what the defendant knew, would have realized the act posed a risk of grave danger to another. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to prove the defendant acted negligently, that is, in a manner that a reasonably careful person would not have acted. The Commonwealth must prove that the defendant's actions went beyond negligence and amounted to wanton or reckless conduct, as I have defined them. In deciding whether the defendant knew or should have known her conduct created a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm would result to another, you may consider credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. A defendant may have the requisite knowledge even if she consumed alcohol, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved this element. Now, the offense of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor also includes the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you, which charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, also charges her with the lesser included offense. The Commonwealth may prove the lesser included charge of motor vehicle homicide, even if it fails to prove the greater charge of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. You may find the defendant guilty of motor vehicle homicide only if you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, and you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of motor vehicle homicide. So I will define that for you now. In order to prove the defendant guilty of motor vehicle homicide, the Commonwealth must prove the following 5 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated the motor vehicle upon a public way or in a place in which the public has a right of access. Third, that while the defendant was operating the motor vehicle, she was under the influence of intoxicating liquor and/or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. Fourth, that while operating a motor vehicle, the defendant did so in a negligent manner so that the lives or safety of the public might be endangered. Fifth, that by such operation of the motor vehicle, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. Elements 1, 2, 3, and 5 are the same as manslaughter while under the influence of alcohol, as I've previously instructed you just moments ago. The difference between manslaughter while operating under the influence and motor vehicle homicide is the fourth element. To prove the fourth element of motor vehicle homicide, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant drove negligently in a manner that might have endangered the lives or safety of other people. A person acts negligently when she fails to use due care. That is, when they act in a way that a reasonable person would not act. This can happen either by doing something that a reasonable person would not do under the circumstances, or by failing to do something that a reasonable person would do. The defendant acted negligently if she drove in a way that a reasonable person would not have, and by doing so created an unnecessary danger to other people, a danger that could have avoided, that she could have avoided by driving more carefully. The defendant's intent does not matter, so do not consider it in determining whether or not the defendant was negligent. There is no requirement that the Commonwealth show that the defendant intended to act negligently or unlawfully. Under our laws, public safety requires each driver to determine and to adhere to an objective standard of reasonable behavior. Therefore, what the defendant may or may not have intended to result from her actions is irrelevant. The issue is whether or not she drove as a reasonable person would have under the circumstances. In determining whether the defendant drove negligently in a manner that might have endangered the lives or safety of other people, you should take into account evidence, if any, about the defendant's rate of speed and manner of operation, the defendant's physical condition, and how well she could see and control her vehicle, the condition of the defendant's vehicle, the kind of road it was, and who else was on the road, the time of day, the weather, and the road conditions, what any other vehicles or pedestrians were doing, and any other factors, including the defendant's consumption of alcohol, that you think are relevant. The next indictment is leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death. In order to prove the defendant guilty of leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death, the Commonwealth must prove 6 things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated on a public way or in a place in which the public has a right of access. Third, that the defendant knowingly collided with John O'Keefe. Fourth, that the collision caused injury to John O'Keefe, resulting in his death. And fifth, that after causing such injury, the defendant failed to stop and provide name, home address, and registration number of the motor vehicle. And sixth, that the defendant failed to do so for the purpose of avoiding prosecution or apprehension. Jurors, I've already instructed you on the first and second elements. The other 4 elements should be given their plain meaning, and the parties agree that I do not need to define them any further. Save a little time for you. As a general rule, you are permitted but not required to infer that a person who intentionally uses a dangerous weapon on another person intends to kill that person or cause him grievous bodily harm, or intends to do an act which, in the circumstances known to him, a reasonable person would know creates a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. An item that is normally used for innocent purposes can become a dangerous weapon if it is used in a dangerous or potentially dangerous fashion. The law considers an item, in this case a motor vehicle, to be used in a dangerous fashion if it is used in a way that it reasonably appears to be capable of causing serious injury or death to another person. In deciding whether an item was used as a dangerous weapon, you may consider the circumstances surrounding the alleged crime, the nature, size, and shape of the item, and the manner in which it was handled or controlled. Now that completes the second part of my instructions. I will now turn to the final instructions. In order for a jury to return a verdict, that is to reach a decision in a criminal case, the law provides that there may only be 12 persons on the deliberating jury, and you will note that there are still 14 of you. To avoid the need for a new trial, if one or more jurors becomes ill or has to be excused for some good reason, we customarily impanel extra jurors at the beginning of a trial, as we did in this case. However, when you begin your deliberations, the law of Massachusetts is that there can only be 12 jurors. Therefore, at the conclusions of my instruction, the clerk will reduce your number to 12 on a random basis. The jurors not selected to serve in the jury will become the alternate jurors. If you are selected as an alternate juror, please do not feel that your efforts in this case have been wasted because, as I've indicated, it is important that we have extra jurors in the case of emergency. If we did not impanel extra jurors and a juror became ill or for some other reason had to be excused, we would have to try the case all over again with a new jury. In the event that a juror has to be excused once the jury starts deliberating, then an alternate juror will be chosen to take that juror's position, and the jury will be required to start their deliberations all over again from the very beginning. Therefore, it is important that the alternates not discuss the case with anyone, including each other, for if an alternate becomes a member of the jury for deliberations, the alternate's views should be his or her own and not influenced by anyone else. Now, different states and jurisdictions use different means to select a foreperson of the jury. In some jurisdictions, the jurors select their own foreperson. In Massachusetts, the judge is responsible for selecting a foreperson. A foreperson of a jury has been described as the first among equals. He or she is responsible for organizing the deliberations, communicating with the court if necessary during deliberations, and presenting the verdict following your deliberations. The foreperson has no greater say or vote in the jury's deliberations, however, in that sense is exactly equal with all the jurors. I am going to ask juror in seat number 1, juror number 400. Would you be our foreperson, please, sir? Thank you.
Juror number 1, good for you.
When you return to the jury room to deliberate, the court officers will deliver to you all of the exhibits in this case, as well as the verdict slips that you will use in returning your verdict. Your foreperson will be given verdict slips setting forth the charges against the defendant. 12 jurors must agree before you have a decision as to any charge. That means that to find the defendant guilty, all 12 must agree. To find the defendant not guilty, all 12 must agree. You should continue deliberating until you have reached a final verdict on each charge. You should not begin deliberating until all 12 jurors are together in the jury room and should cease deliberating if any one juror is not present in the jury room. It is important that you not communicate with anyone outside the jury room about the deliberations or about anything concerning this case. Further, I instruct you that no juror is better qualified to determine the truth of the facts in dispute or to deliberate on a verdict solely because of education, background, or experience. The parties and I have chosen each of you as fair and impartial jurors, and your voices have equal weight. To reach a unanimous verdict, each juror must agree. Jurors have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement if it can be done without violence to individual judgment. At the same time, each juror must decide the case for himself or herself, but only after impartially considering the evidence with his or her fellow jurors. Don't hesitate to re-examine your views and change your opinion if convinced it is wrong, but no juror should surrender an honest conviction simply for the purpose of returning a verdict. Although how you conduct your deliberations is up to you, I urge you not to begin conducting an immediate straw vote. Rather, I encourage you not to take any votes until you have completed a careful and thorough collective view of all the evidence. At this point, I want to remind you of an important issue that I raised with you at the beginning of this trial. I told you that our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. I also pointed out that we all have our own built-in expectations and assumptions, even if we are not consciously aware of them. And I talked about some of the ways we can try to deal with them. First, slow down. Do not rush to a decision. Hasty decisions are the most likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Take time to consider all the evidence. Second, as you start to draw conclusions, consider what evidence, if any, supports the conclusions you are drawing and whether any evidence casts doubt on those conclusions. Double check whether you are actually using unsupported assumptions instead of the evidence. Third, as you think about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as a member of a particular group. Fourth, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? Fifth, listen to your fellow jurors. They may have different points of view. If so, they may help you determine whether you are focusing on the facts or making assumptions, perhaps based on stereotypes. Of course, your fellow jurors could be influenced by their own unstated
Allie's not
assumptions.
here, so me
So
and Bob
don't
have
be
to take
shy
advantage
or
of not getting
hesitate
yelled
to
at.
speak up. You should participate actively, particularly if you think the other jurors are overlooking or undervaluing evidence you find important. In fact, when you explain your thoughts out loud to other jurors, you are also helping yourself to focus on the evidence instead of assumptions. If you use these strategies, then you will do your part to reach a decision that is as fair as humanly possible. That is your responsibility as jurors. Now, during the course of your deliberations, you might have a question concerning the law in this case. I'm not suggesting that you will, but you might. Perhaps I said something you did not understand. If you have any questions, please feel free to bring them to my attention by writing a note dated and signed by the foreperson and sending it to me by way of the court officer. Because your role as the jury is to determine the facts of the case, I cannot answer any questions you have concerning the facts of the case. I have no role in this case when it comes to deciding what the facts are. Neither is it possible to provide you with a transcript of the testimony, even though we've had a phenomenal court reporter throughout this whole trial. If you send a question to me, I will respond after consulting with the lawyers. Please do not ask a court officer or anyone else to answer any questions concerning anything material to the case. We will not answer a question or take a verdict between 1 and 2. You'll have lunch brought into you and decide whether you want to stop your deliberations during lunch or deliberate. At the end of the day, if you're still deliberating, I'll send in a note asking if you want to continue deliberating or break for the day and return tomorrow morning. Don't tell anyone, including me, how the jury stands numerically or otherwise on the questions before such time as you have reached a unanimous verdict. You are going to notice shortly that the court officers are going to take an oath, and you will hear from that they too, as well as all other persons, are forbidden to communicate in any way or manner with any member of this jury on any subject touching on the merits of this case. Remember that the decision of the jury must be unanimous, and the foreperson should be certain that each member of the jury is in complete agreement with the verdict. After the final vote of the jury, the foreperson should check the appropriate boxes as to each charge, then sign and date the verdict slips and notify the court officer that you have reached a unanimous verdict. You will then be brought back into the courtroom where the foreperson will deliver the verdicts to the court. I'm going to seek counsel before we reduce your number to 12.
Oh, it's over.
Wow. Wow. You know what? All I have to say about that.
That was wonderful. Bravo. I loved that. Oh, it was great. Well, it was pretty good. Well, it wasn't bad. Well, there were parts of it that weren't very good, though. It could have been a lot better. I didn't really like it. It was pretty terrible. It was bad. It was awful. It was terrible. Get him away. Hey, boo. Boo.
That was like we should have played that after Lally's closing. Because he had 5 minutes. I really like when he started. I'm like, he did exactly what you said, Bob. He was like, and then it was just like,
yeah. And like on our live yesterday, because I used that quote at the beginning of my closing argument in Garcia, that John Adams quote, which actually is a fucking great quote if used properly. It was so good that the state used it in their rebuttal closing in that case. I think dude was watching our shit. Like
There you
there's
go.
like
He's he's a subscriber to the pod.
he
You heard it
knows.
here first, folks. Lally loves the Fence Diaries pod.
I should have given him some more tips because it was a little short. So Allie's gonna join us pretty quick. I think she's gonna give like a real quick like kind of little summary of something over there, and then she's gonna pop in with us. I did want to pull up. So Jake, can you find a verdict clock for us? Is that something you could do? Come on, dope. Come on, dope.
The only clock I was able to when on my other program where I could put something like on top of like
Oh my
the
god.
video, unless you like you could just pull up if you want to just like have a clock like if you Google like clock, you could pull it up as like a web source or whatever. But other than that, I wouldn't know how to do it on StreamYard.
Hey,
Oh, there she is.
where is
Well,
she?
we gotta
Where
fix
did I
this
stick her?
thing.
Where is she?
There we go.
Hey, what's up, girl?
Oh, well, thanks
Hi,
for
guys.
joining us, Sally. How nice of you.
Wow, what a traitor.
I
What a
know, I know,
traitor.
I know. So I don't know what you guys have said. I was like, whoa, when he gave your quote.
I know. I
I was
was
like,
telling
what in the
her when he gave
hell?
my quote. 'Cause we
How-
talked about it yesterday. I was just telling Jay, I'm like, the fucking guy definitely listened to our shit.
I mean, I've never heard
Allie
anybody
always
else
hates
ever
when I
give
say
it.
that kind of shit. But
No, but I mean, I don't know that he could have heard it from you from anywhere, whether he's listening to this right here or
I've
you
never
know.
heard a lawyer use it in a close.
I use it
Well,
because it's
you're
great.
welcome.
Yes, yes, thank you.
You are unmuted.
All right, so Mr. Clerk, will you choose the alternates, please?
All right. They're about to go back. All right, I'm at a manual clock. I'm gonna start the stopwatch as soon as she sends him back.
Uh-oh. Oh shit, it's
Could the juror sitting in seat number 3?
Oh,
who is
he's
juror
got
79,
the
step
bingo
down and take your
caller.
place as an
Yeah.
alternate?
bingo
Nice.
caller.
And
Is there
juror
a-
sitting in seat number 2?
Oh,
juror 14.
72. Oh, 72.
What if he picked? He must have pulled out the foreman since she already assigned it.
All right. So, ladies and
I-
gentlemen,
Oh,
we need to swear in the court officers. They're going to be in charge of you during your deliberations. I
Said the court
suggest
officer-
that you listen to the oath that they are taking so that you can be aware of their responsibilities. Now you can swear them, Mr. Clerk.
You swear that you will keep this jury and alternates in some separate but convenient place until they agree, that you not suffer any person to speak to them, nor speak to them yourselves, nor ask them if they are agreed, nor suffer them to disperse until they're discharged of their verdict, except by further order of the court, so help you God. Thank you.
All right. So, jurors, I need not remind you that you have an important responsibility, but I believe that you will bring to bear all the wisdom and the judgment and conscience that you possess in reaching your verdict in this case. All that we can expect from you is that you decide the case with integrity and with principle. We all expect you to reach an impartial verdict dictated by your logic, without bias, without prejudice or sympathy, and not prompted by any facts except those that you have heard here in the court during trial. We are looking for impartial judgment dictated by your reasoning and the fullest discharge of your oaths as jurors. You may now retire and deliberate your verdict.
I'm starting the clock.
Jurors, this time taking your notebooks. All rise, follow me.
I'm gonna let him walk out. I'm gonna start it exactly at 1:30 Eastern Standard Time because it'll take him 2 minutes. That's when I'm gonna start the verdict clock.
Wow, can you believe it, folks? It's
It's
going
over.
to the
It's
jury.
over. It's all over except for the end result. So, all right, babe. I'm dying to know. I didn't get to hear your thought.
May be seated.
Let's see what she
All
has to say.
So, counsel, I'll give you a few minutes to work with Mr. McDermott on the verdict slip, and then I'll come back out.
All right. So I don't know. Where do you want me to start, with the jury instructions or with the closings?
No, let's start with in chronological order. Start with the closings.
All right. So I did note while I was over on STS Nation, and anyone who hasn't subbed there should definitely do so. They're great. They have great guests, i.e. me.
Best guess, babe.
Best guests. They do. They have the best guests. So I thought Lally did a little bit better at his presentation. Like he had at least some, personality. It wasn't like completely monotoned.
Um, but you know, I yeah, it was just not very compelling. So let me just start with the defense. As you and I had discussed, I hope that they would give the jurors a way out that doesn't require the conspiracy. That
Yeah.
they really, really brought home the fact that they could have. You don't have to believe a word that I say. I encourage you to use your own common sense, your own, discuss amongst yourselves the possibilities that you think exist, because any possibilities that you think as you guys are going through this, that's reasonable doubt. So if you're going through it and you've got your own questions and you're tossing around different ideas, that, my friends, is reasonable doubt. Each one of those propositions. And I would have used the jury instructions a little bit more. I know an hour's not a lot of time, and I know
Not a
that
lot
you
of
know
time.
that,
Goes
Bob.
in the blink of an eye.
So, but I always think using the jury instructions and bringing them back around are very effective, because there was a couple of good well, I won't get to the jury instructions yet.
I love their reasonable doubt like their definition. Right. I love that they use that term moral certainty.
Right.
Like it's a very powerful phrase that we
Yes.
don't use here in Illinois. So I agree. But like, yeah.
And
All right,
and
keep
I
going.
thought that the light, I've kind of been screaming that from the beginning, that the part of the light that they could recreate versus the piece that was missing, that was huge. And then putting that up and then reading that officer's testimony back about the crack and it not being obliterated and all of that, I found that very compelling. I thought that was a high point in the closing. Um, Let me look at my notes. Um, oh wait, I'm looking at the jury instruction notes.
All right. The jury clock has been started. So
While you look that up, I could tell you that Sue O'Connell is reporting the dismissed juror and the two alternates were the most visibly reactive to Proctor. Take that for what it's worth.
Jesus, that's a shame. I was surprised that she picked the foreman before they chose the alternates. So obviously they must pull that person out when they start the little thing going.
I mean, I'm dying to know what happened this morning. Like what the big hullabaloo was.
Yeah, hopefully people find that out now that she's gone.
Yeah.
The thing about Chloe, I thought that to me was flat, because as far as I'm concerned, Chloe was rehomed as a result of that bite, that fight with another dog and the biting of two people afterwards.
Aw.
Damn it. Hold on a second.
Also, I'm seeing that they have to decide whether they want to go to lunch or deliberate. And if that was me, I'm like, let's fucking lunch this thing. Why can't they do it at the same time? I don't know.
Why are like what? Go to lunch. They order in lunch. I've never heard of such a thing. They're gonna bring the jurors out to go have lunch somewhere? Get the fuck out of here. Nah. We're gonna go deliberate. That's what we're gonna do. It's been 10 weeks. Let's go. Let's roll.
All right, pretend we just closed and give me the sound effect I want.
What do you mean?
I know. We play. Yeah. Hold on, let's find it. Here we go.
That was wonderful. Bravo. I loved it. Oh, it was great. Well, it was pretty good. Well, it wasn't bad. Well, there were parts of it that weren't very good, though. It could have been a lot better. I didn't really like it. It was pretty terrible. It was bad. It was awful. It was terrible. Get him away. Hey, boo. Boo.
All right. I can't hear it because I don't have my headphones on.
Oh my God, your mouth movements are way off. One of these days, I'm going to give you a good puppeting lesson. Good puppeting lesson. It was adorable, though. I'll tell you that.
I mean, it would have been great if we had been able to do that at the actual end of the closing. I forgot we were going to do that.
I should have brought them up. You should remind me. I'll bring the puppets up. I should be using the puppets. I have to comb their hair, though. They look more.
One of them's missing an eye. I don't know.
Oh no! His pupil.
His pupil
falls off. Yeah.
Pupil. So there was that the acting out of the phone call. I thought that was good. Remember, we had done that. Like, hey, babe, bring home whatever, like the phone call. Um, and then again, I wish he would have, he did not come out like um Karen Reed's been framed. He softened that a little bit. He softened that a little bit. I still think that they could have given, like I said, given the jurors an alternative, given them an out, let them know they're free. I always like to tell the jurors, like, you're going to be back there. You're reasonable people. Use your own, you know, uh, y-
Common sense, life
common sense.
experiences. Yeah.
Right. Um, then they brought the whole bulkhead thing together where people were wondering, like, what was why are they showing the bulkhead? So they brought it together, like, okay, they went into the basement, came out the bulkhead, went out the side gate, and that's what that, all of that was, um, about.
So
And
I thought a deficiency was he elected to ignore Karen's statements,
yes, I did too.
which which I thought was a
What I was gonna say next.
deficiency. Yeah, I really think he should have addressed those. I think that there's a reasonable explanation.
Yep.
She was, in a state that would, I think any normal person would be in if they just discovered, like, starting from early morning hours. It's like that whole time frame from the, like, you can imagine he got out of the car, probably not, with a smooch. They're probably engaged in an argument. She's probably like, fuck you. I don't even know why you're going in there or whatever. Like, if something happened with the Higgins text, we have to speculate. I don't know. But she's clearly pissed at the time of, like, we know because of the first call or the first text that he goes through that she's irritated with him, that he got out of the car and went in,
Right. And he
so
went through the whole, like you're saying, he went through how she went from, irritated to angry to peeved, whatever. The
right,
next logical thing would have been exactly what you were saying, that
right.
come the time, after because look, she actually, when you think about the text, they kind of explain why she was, or they give some context of why she is so, like, worried and
She
upset at
thinks
that
that
point
he's
because
fucking another
right,
chick.
she
It's that
no,
simple.
but leaving that aside, she goes through the trouble of making it seem like she has left the kids alone. She's like, "I'm leaving the kids alone, they're here alone," and for him to not respond to that and to just in his mind, let the
Oh,
kids stay home
100%.
alone, that would have,
That would be
added a
like the
sense of
equivalent of
urgency.
you saying to me, like, back in my drinking days, "All right, fuckhead, like, I'm leaving and I'm taking the kids." It's the equivalent of that. Like, you can't even answer my text message. Like, what are you doing that you can't even look at your phone, dude? Like, that's real. That's like shit that happens every single day to couples everywhere, where you have one side that's non-responsive and the other side is like, dude. So you start, like, trying to use some leverage. You start making some threats. This is what I'm going to do. I agree. I think that's a beautiful way to show, like, what her mindset was. But then we get into what she's really thinking is going on with him. She's still in the
Right,
Aruba state of mind, thinking that John is out whoring around on her. I mean, that's
right.
that's where her brain's at. Like,
Most
I
assuredly.
think I think if the Aruba thing doesn't happen, the text messaging with Brian Higgins never happens. Like that's why I think that there was some truth to the fact that she wanted him to find out that was going on.
That's
I
possible.
honestly do. She couldn't have been genuinely wanting to get down with Brian Higgins, right? I mean, that seems insane to me. She's got John, who's seems like a much better looking guy, super sweet dude, and she's of this mindset that he's messing around with her. So is kind of and Higgins even sensed that that's what she was doing. Like, from his text messages, you could tell that he's like, I'm not about to be a pawn in your game here, and that's
Right.
that's what I'm getting. So, and then it slips into 5 a.m. And I put everything into the context of my real life with you, like back in my drinking days, like when I would be out with my buddies. Hey, I'm not ashamed to admit admit that I was a shitbag to you on more than one
I
occasion,
mean,
you know, where you deserved me texting you back like, oh, this is where I'm at, this is what I'm doing, you know. So like I've lived it, I've seen it where you just want to know that I'm okay, you want to know what the you know what I'm doing, and it gets progressively more angry, you know, to where like it'll be an early morning text where you did fall asleep for a few hours, and then you get up and you check your phone immediately to see if I've hit you back up. That's 5 a.m. That's like that's where like, okay, I sent these texts to going to what your point was. Okay, I sent the text out that I'm going to leave the kids here. Okay, if he didn't like answer those texts, like now
something
I'm
could be
fucking
wrong
worried.
with him.
Like
Right.
now I'm really, really worried. So, you know, yeah, I thought he touched on that, but he didn't. He
He didn't
just
drive it home with the "I hit him, I hit him." He could have.
right. He,
It
I
was
think
right
he
there for
really
him.
had to address it, you know,
Yeah.
because like I called it over on our channel. I'm like, and I think you probably did the same. I think I read a thing that we both did the exact same thing on the opposite channels. I'm like, Lally, if he's, you know, got a brain in his head, is going to open with, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
I
You
don't
know,
remember if it
those
was
aren't
me
my
or someone else, but yeah,
no,
it's just
somebody in
illogical.
our chat said that you said it over there, like in between closes. So we both said the same thing. I mean, that's how you open it, right? So,
Right.
you know, you knew it was coming from Jackson's perspective. So it surprised me a little bit that he elected not to even address it at all. Because again, considering the circumstances, considering that he had touched upon what led up to that point, he had laid it out for himself to just say, like even own it. Like she was just running through every conceivable thing in her
Right.
mind at that moment that could have happened. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? I hit him. I don't know. Like, you know, like all
Right.
that shit. It's like to me, it's not
The
an
only
unreasonable.
logical conclusion that you can make when you think everything that everyone's telling you is true. He never came in the house. You dropped him off. We didn't see him. I mean, it's so yes, I absolutely agree that he should have done that. I was disappointed that he didn't do that. I was disappointed, like I said, that he didn't give them, other alternatives, even the possible suggestion, like you've been pointing out, that okay, if you don't want to say that anything was planted, you still don't have to find just because that taillight's there that she hit him. That they're
I think he could have slid into my entire theory and using the pneumatic cannon thing that okay, so that because that then takes out the proctor needing to plant the shit.
well,
Because if
right.
they're like,
That's not
because
that.
I right, like, but like before we jump there, I wanna bring Jay into this. But so like is
It's okay.
like,
You
but
guys.
back to what we were talking about with the I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, because the reason that I think that that's so important is because when you look at the people online on Twitter that believe that Karen Reed did this, that is the absolute first thing that they always go to. She admitted it. She admitted it. She admitted it. She admitted it. What is your impression on that, Jay?
Well, I think if you, I think you guys are doing a lot of reasoning as far. I get where you're coming from, but I think if you can get a juror to believe that they could, that's a big deal. That's a big fucking deal. I know what you guys are saying. I get it, but she did say I hit. Like, why is she say if you're listening to Lally and you're listening to the state's theory, she said I hit him. I understand. And before everyone fucking comes at me in the chat, I get it. I get what Bob and Allie are saying. But if you're on the jury and you have no background information and you're going into this directly and you're not thinking about all this other stuff, her saying I hit him, I hit him, I hit him could be a big deal. That could be a big
Huge.
point.
So what if, since even though the defense didn't hammer it home, what about if you're in the jury room and a juror says, well, look, I understand that she said, I mean, obviously it doesn't take rocket science or someone telling them that it's possible that that's just the inference she drew. So she said it. A juror, it's very likely that a juror is going to say, well, even if she said that, she could have been assuming that she hit him because of all the circumstances. So if a juror throws that out to you, are you going to accept that as a possible reasonable explanation?
And
I'm
beyond
asking
that,
Jay.
oh, okay.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna talk about it for me, I'm on this. I am literally like what I've talked about before. Like to me, none of that matters to me. If I'm on the jury, none of that matters. And I'm saying their own biomech, which he brought up, and it couldn't tell me how this happened. And I need to fucking know that. If you want me to convict this person and send her to jail for potentially the rest of her life, their own fucking biomechanical, he was an accident, whatever you want to call him, Trooper Paul, which he brought up, and I kind of wish he would have hit a little bit harder, but I guess he didn't have to. He did talk about it. But like, if this fucking guy can't tell me how this happened, and then their own doctor can agree with the defense that this could have been a baseball bat, this could have been a punch, even if I don't
Did he
agree
get
with
into that? Because I had to get on a Zoom. Did he ever talk about that?
In
he talks about
closing?
Trooper Paul, and he
Yeah.
talked about the medical. He talked about both of them, and then like Bob said before, he can back that up with these two experts that I didn't hire. And that wasn't me. The state didn't hire. That wasn't them. They could have called them. They both come in here, and who are you going to trust more? And I forget what he said. He's like, we could talk about Trooper Paul's report, which I would call, I don't know what he said. I forget what he just, whatever he said. He said like it was bad, basically. I'm like, yeah, his report. And if I'm on that jury, I think nothing else matters to me. There's reasonable doubt when the state's own experts that are supposed to tell me how this happened, how the injuries happened, and how the accident happened couldn't convince me even close. Trooper Paul, I've said that's what I'm saying on the jury. None of this shit matters. That is
How
reasonable
telling
doubt.
is it that
I
Lally
cannot-
didn't bring up Paul at all, Jay? Like, didn't even mention the dude. Like, I
I think
think
He just
I
said
heard
the
the word
speed. He just said the
pirouette came
speed.
out.
That's it. He said the speed. That was all.
Right.
Like just like his opening, because he knows the rest of it, the shit he said was bullshit.
And he used that stupid video, Jay. The one we were talking about was not even a recreation.
Yeah, I said that. I'm like, for him, and that was the end, Allie. That was
Right.
the end where he shows that video that fucking proved absolutely nothing. And then after he gets out of the video, that was like 5 minutes, and he's stumbling. And then she's like, "You're over a minute." And then he limps into, if you could just give like that was
I
like
know.
such a
Dude.
weak ass ending to his.
Oh my
his-
God, it was devastating to him. But so I'm gonna keep circling back to the
No, I
hit him,
agree with
hit
what
him
you're
thing.
saying, Bob, based on especially what
Well,
Jay's
here, let me
saying. And like
finish
you
what
said,
let me just finish the thought and then jump in. So, like, but what I'm saying is, to Jay's point exactly, if you could say, okay, do words matter more in a situation where if you're Jackson, you lay this out, you say, do the words of a woman who is in absolute distress, we see it, you can see it with your own eyes, does that matter, where she's running through every possibility what could have happened, which any normal person, if they pull up and they even recollect at any point that they drop their boyfriend off and he's laying dead in the front yard, is going to think that it's a possibility that I hit him, right? I mean, like, what other explanation is there in the moment, right? So you've got those things going, but then you've got the science. What matters more? Does the words of somebody in an absolute distressed situation, does that weigh more than the science that you've heard here? And it can't. But he left it out there. He just left it out there, kind of
it
floating.
was a fail.
It was
It
a
was an
fail
epic
on his
fail.
part. Like, and
No,
as
but
much as I
I
love
said,
that
I
closing,
said
it
the
was a
same
fail.
thing on the other on STS that I was disappointed that he did not, give them options as to that, either. Then one of the things I did find, compelling, obviously, was him pointing out the inverted video, and he went through and pointed out. He said that someone didn't want you to see the condition of the taillight. But the good news is there was a second video, a much clearer video in that same time frame. We didn't get it for about 2.5 years after the investigation, literally, once the trial started. And then he goes on to Yuri Buchanek, and he said he presented a video that was clearly the right side of the car, asked questions about the right side of the car. You asked,
That wasn't me.
did
That wasn't me.
you go near,
Yeah, it was.
touch, or whatever the right side? While the question's being asked, it's up on the video. The video is in front of you, the jurors, and he said it was still up. He paused earnestly into the microphone, stared at you, and said, "Never." I found like that little part to be pretty compelling, because, like, reminding them he stared earnestly at you. They're going to remember that, like, yeah, these witnesses often did look at us, that kind of thing. And about how the proper orientation and, and all of that stuff. Now with
Usually about a half an hour, Emily. Like typically what happens when we get a verdict, like they'll tell us, like if we're in our county, like Allie and I are close enough to home to where I don't know that we've ever gone home. Like typically we will go out because it's almost always we've rarely closed like afternoon. It seems like we are always walking out of that courtroom at like 5:30, 6 o'clock at night. Typically, Allie and I say, all right, like, let's go get some food. Let's go dine. We give the clerk our phone numbers. The clerk has all the lawyers' numbers. Obviously, Lally is typically the state's attorney's office is typically in the courthouse, so they have an advantage there. They probably just hunker up in their office. So Allie and I are always they say to be within 10 to 15 minutes of the courthouse. So as soon as they get the call, because there's either one of two things happens. They either have a question, in which case we've got to rush back to the courthouse, or, the verdict, we have a verdict and we get those calls. And Allison and I are like, like from the lawyer side of it, when you're sitting there and you're looking at your phone and we see the number pop up, we're like, oh shit, and like we're answering.
And
like,
they'd
oh,
let you know whether it's a question
They
or a
do.
verdict.
right.
So I'm
Speaking of-
assuming so there was one courthouse in a federal case that I did that they told me I couldn't leave the courthouse and I had to just stand in the courthouse. Like, luckily it wasn't that long of a verdict until I got my not guilty, but I just it was killing me to just stand around in the courthouse for the whole time. But
Jay, what were you going to say real quick before you
No,
forget?
I was just going to say, speaking of, to ask you guys and ask the chat as far as a question, like if you guys had a guess, if the jury has a question or wants to see something, put in the chat, what do you think that they would want to go over?
I was just going to
before they
ask the same
came
thing,
forward?
and then we can use that and make a little poll. What would you ask for if you wanted to see something, and what might a question be?
That's great.
So we
I
could
love that.
kind of gather those up, and then maybe create a poll from it. With he also went through how Proctor did everything in his power to hide evidence, but also hide people. With Lucky Loughran. So with Lally, there was a couple things that, like, a couple of words he used that I didn't know what he was saying, but I mean,
When he said intellectably or whatever
yeah,
that word was, like he
yeah,
said it
I
twice,
was
and I
like,
put it in the chat. I was like, what was
I
that?
wrote down like ineluctally.
We
I
couldn't
didn't
figure- I
know.
couldn't figure
He
it
said
out.
it twice though.
Yes, he did.
So, but he talked about, there's no conspiracy, there's no cover up. He talked about the things not being mutually exclusive, like Proctor can be a jerk off and Karen killed John. Like then he goes through the whole timeline, which I also thought that the defense should have pointed out, why is the Commonwealth been telling you 12:45, 12:45, 12:45, 12:45, like, but you got to pick and choose your battles. And he makes a big point of it, how she leaves the bar with her glass and then lies about it. Like, come on. And I don't know if I already said this, but clearly he did not get his consciousness of guilt instruction that he wanted, because he didn't argue it, and then we didn't hear it, obviously. But so we knew that from the fact that they didn't argue it.
But they
and
did
then
get the Bowden.
they did get the Bowden, and that she had said going in yesterday, I'm not giving that. I'm well within my rights not to give it. You
Right.
can argue it. I thought that Yannetti made a very, not even a really strong argument. He was almost like, you guys often tell me no when we ask for a Bowden instruction. But then I think he might have said he was putting something in writing. Clearly she changed her mind
Wait, let me
between
switch us to the other side.
now and then. And
I
this
want
is
to bring it up, babe, so you can
Yeah, you
talk
got
about
it.
the
I
Bowden.
see it.
But we can't see you or Jay.
Oh,
Here, I'll just take the thingy.
no,
off.
just switch us. There
Oh,
you
there
go.
we go. How
I
do you
did.
do that? How do you like? I
Look
don't
at there's the thing right under the screen, all the different orientations of us.
You gotta click on a little arrow though, Bob. If you don't click on that little arrow
I didn't
To
see
the
it.
right, there's a little
Right
tiny
above
arrow.
our little pictures at the bottom where you click add remove. There's
Yeah, I see
the
those.
orientation thingies.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so
All right, let me blow it up.
and again, for those of you who don't know, a Bowden instruction is not a third party culprit instruction, although Bowden evidence does speak to the fact of that would the police have found a third party if they had looked? You want to read it?
No, you read it. Well, I'll
Okay.
I'll read, you explain. So, omissions in police investigations. You have heard some evidence suggesting that the Commonwealth did not conduct certain scientific tests or otherwise follow standard procedure during the police investigation. This is a factor you may consider in evaluating the evidence presented in this case. With respect to this factor, you should consider the three questions. First, whether the omitted tests or other actions were standard procedure or steps that would otherwise normally be taken under the circumstances. Second, whether the omitted tests or actions could reasonably have been expected to lead to significant evidence of the defendant's guilt or innocence. And you can see this is a huge instruction for them to get. Third, whether the evidence provides a reasonable and adequate explanation for the omission of the tests or other actions. If you find that any omissions in the investigation were significant and not adequately explained, you may consider whether the omissions tend to affect the quality, reliability, or credibility of the evidence presented by the Commonwealth. All of these considerations involve factual determinations that are entirely up to you, and you are free to give this matter whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate based on all the circumstances.
And if you look at that very first note, they're citing Bowden.
Right. So that's where they got it. So this instruction comes straight from a case.
Right.
Okay. Which many of them do. Like when you hear about, an Allen charge, when they're talking about that comes from a case. That's why they call it an Allen charge. So yeah, I thought that was a huge instruction for them to get, because remember, everybody, the jury goes back with a set of these instructions. When I'm saying like Jay's like, oh, this is boring as shit, but this is literally their guidebook. Like when they're back there, like when they're arguing about shit, like, and somebody's trying to make a point, they're like, well, no, like this is what the instructions say. It's literally their instruction manual that they have to follow in terms of their deliberations. So now having this particular instruction, then there's a constant reminder of how shitty this investigation was. It's going to lead to conversations during deliberations about the state of that investigation. I think it's a huge instruction.
Yesterday she didn't decide. She decided that she wasn't going to do that, and today she, like after the closing, she decided.
No. I'm sure that was part of what they discussed in the morning.
So if that is, to your point, Allie, that would have been really good if he kind of just breezed through that a little bit and be like, guys, just remember.
Right. Exactly.
She
did do a 180 because she said exactly what Allie said. She said, which was, I'm well within my right by the law to not give that instruction. So, I mean, she clearly, we didn't hear whatever, because there were two instructions that she was vacillating on. She was going to think about overnight, this being one of them.
I thought she had said no on that one.
I thought that was the one where Yannetti said that he was going to provide her with a memo of law.
He did, but if you remember, then she said, well, make a record now.
He did, but I don't think that was in lieu of him preparing a memo and sending it to her. Because I know that Lally's counterpart, his second chair, said that she would get something to him as well. So, but I mean, it's a big instruction. It's a big instruction.
Right. I was trying to pull up the stream. I don't know why it's telling me all of a sudden that I can't.
I mean, do you want to go through?
I just wanted to play back the inference ones, and I can read most of it, and it's the second instruction that she gave after reasonable doubt. And this was an instruction that the defense asked for, that she specifically said, I don't usually give this instruction. I haven't given this language in years, but I will give it. And it was about inferences. And she said, inferences are little steps and reasoning steps in which they take some known information. See, whatever, because I was dictating and there's a lot of this that didn't come out correctly. But she says, remember, when you're dealing with inferences, you never have to infer anything. You may, but you do not have to draw any inferences whatsoever. Inferences from circumstantial evidence need not be necessary or inescapable. Oh, inescapable. But any inference which you do draw must be reasonable and possible, must be logical. It must be the natural something, one which may not be too remote in the ordinary course of events. Now, this thing with the damn that he kept talking about, that one piece of evidence, and he kept saying, "Do you see the what's he call them?"
What? The chalks? What do you mean?
No,
What?
no, on the plastic where he said they've got these little divots or whatever. Like no expert ever said that that was caused by that long piece of plastic that he keeps trying to assert is. And I'm surprised that
Oh, the dimpled piece of the
right.
plastic. That's what called that's what caused the arm injuries. That dude, that like him saying those words was just beyond bizarre.
It was so, but we've heard him do it throughout the entire trial. Ask everyone, do you see this one with the little dimpling? Do you see this one with the little dimpling? But he never even established what it felt like, whether it had whether it was coarse enough to dig into the skin. You would almost expect that to look like a cheese grater if you brushed a cheese grater up like a straight um
But it would
friction
never
burn.
cover that amount of the arm. It doesn't make any sense.
It was
It's
crazy.
like that
It was crazy.
whole it was almost as crazy as the shoes. It was almost as crazy as when he said the shoes thing. The
Again, with the
shoes thing was so bizarre.
and I'm
So
surprised the
bizarre.
defense didn't focus on that. How does the shoe get there? You've heard from everybody that you need to get hit in the center of mass in order to lose your shoe, you know. Um, but then she goes on to say about if the Commonwealth proves two possible propositions they've proved, or if the evidence establishes two, you know, reasonable propositions, the Commonwealth has proved neither of them, and you must find not guilty. That was a huge instruction for the defense. That is going to be, I hope, something that they very much focus on. And
And
then
Elvin Toes, no, she was not like straight up DUI was not charged.
no,
So
you
just a
cannot. There
standalone
is no
DUI, no.
the only, and it's, OUI, operating under the influence, which
Right.
someone corrected me on yesterday. But
Same thing. Just
yeah,
different.
no, I know, but that's what they call it there. It is not, that's not a charge. It's only operating under the influence and striking John O'Keefe. There is no just straight operating under the influence that is a possible charge that they can find. Now, what I did find interesting is the lesser included of involuntary manslaughter. Now, if you want to go through each one, we can go through each one and
The
stick to the word.
manslaughters were like, so I've got all the instructions pulled up. Could you switch us over to where the three, like, I don't see the word three of us are on one side. Like, I'm not seeing that thing anywhere. But, so let's get so this is the murder in the second. Okay.
Well, before we get there, I just want to comment on
Okay.
something, and we can circle back when we get to it. But the involuntary manslaughter, you remember he said that the weather was a weapon. That was what he said. She used the weather as a weapon. I honestly think he is trying to circle the involuntary manslaughter. It's the only charge that does not require a collision between the vehicle, technically, between the vehicle and the body of John O'Keefe. And I think he's hoping that the jury might say she knew that he was drunk. He wasn't properly clothed. She left him outside without seeing if he had even gone inside, and that is the series of events that could go to involuntary manslaughter. And we'll just keep that in mind as you go through each of
Right.
these
And
instructions.
he furthered that argument by reiterating the fact that hypothermia was a major contributor in his death. So he followed up that point that you just made with that comment about hypothermia, not necessarily just the wound to the back of the head. All right, so let's go through this is the instruction. Because babe, you're gonna have to tell, like, there were a lot of manslaughter instructions.
Right.
Like, and there's when I'm looking through their pattern instructions, there's a shit ton of them for homicide by vehicle. So murder in the second. In order to prove murder in the second, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements. This is what I'm always telling you guys about. Each and every element have to be proven. That the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. 2, that the defendant, A, intended to kill John O'Keefe or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe,
So
or
that would encompass backing into him on purpose.
right, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result.
And I guess that would cover charging a man that you're watching in your rearview mirror to be there at such extreme speeds. But obviously, it requires her to intend to hit his vehicle with his body with her vehicle, or to charge at him in such a way that she got close enough to think that.
Right. So the rest of so they obviously were, the self-defense was not an
No,
issue
but
here.
they
So
did
that
get
wasn't
an accident instruction, which was a very important instruction. But so let me just go on for the first element. She said that he caused the death. The defendant's act is the cause when it is the natural, continuous sequence results in death, and without which death would not occur. And then the second element is that the defendant intended to kill or cause all those things that you just read. And as you can see, this is what she said. The second element has 3 subparts, which I will call prongs. Those are the 3 prongs that Bob just read off. And the Commonwealth satisfies its burden of proof if it proves any one of the 3 prongs beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, I assume, although they did not discuss, that that's one of those things that they don't have to unanimously agree on the prong. They just have to agree that one of those 3 prongs are in play, that she either intended or intended the death, intended to cause a great bodily harm, or intended the act that caused it.
See, I think their best bet on that is C, 2C. Like that's the only way that he's getting that, because they simply, like, I don't think that they proved her intent to kill him flat out, but
Or intent to cause great bodily harm, because that'd be
right,
one and the
but she
same.
could have intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. I mean, if they come back with that thing, it's going to be under C.
Under C. It's the only
It's the only one
possible
that,
to
yeah, it's the
believe that she saw him in the rearview mirror, charged at him, and even if she didn't mean to actually hit him, she was trying to scare him or trying to get close enough to scare him and accidentally, inadvertently hit him.
all right.
But
So
intended
Before
to literally, go at him in that speed, in that weather, even if she didn't intend to kill him.
So
And for that prong, she said, if you find she intended to perform the act, then you must decide what the defendant knew herself and what the and then I wrote damn it, because I stopped.
did
I
you
didn't-
write
you
damn it,
able
damn it?
I said it. But I was so I got behind. Then you must determine under what circumstances known to the defendant a reasonable person would have known that the act intended by the defendant created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether Mr. O'Keefe's death was accidental, so this is where the accidental came in. If you have a reasonable doubt over whether it was accidental, then you're going to have to find not guilty. So if those 2 things, are kind of competing there.
Yeah. They are.
wait,
And I mean, like the overarching theme of this is always going to be Wolf and Rensselaer. Like
And
their
Jay, what were you gonna
testimony is
say?
always going to be competing against these 2 concepts. Like they have to first get to a place where they've decided that she hit him. And I don't know that they can ever get there. Honestly, I just, if you're going to weigh the strongest evidence that they heard from the most qualified witnesses that they heard out of anybody, either side, in terms of accident reconstructionists or biometrics, whatever the case may be, those two guys were it, So I mean, those are going to be the ones that they're going to have to tend with in terms of determining whether or not, because it's like all they have from the Commonwealth side is the broken tail light. Like that's their proof, and then because like if I'm Jackson, you and I would have had very long discussions about our closing in light of the fact that Rensselaer, or it was Wolf. Was Wolf talking about the pneumatic cannon? Right, that was his. And so like Wolf talking about the pneumatic cannon, because theoretically, like if John's DNA is all over that glass and he did in fact throw it at the tail light. And I was trying to give a good analogy, because Allie was like she was saying on her live, she's like, how would the glass end up where John O'Keefe's body ended up? Like that's just happenstance. And I'm like, well, you have to think about it. Think about in terms of a baseball being struck by a bat and how the physics of that work. You have a baseball that's coming in pro level anywhere from 90 to, for, the most elite pitchers, 100 miles an hour. And then you have a bat being swung, not at the same speed, but a very rapid speed, depending on bat speed. But, and the ball goes out towards the players as opposed to the ball breaking through. So in this scenario, the Lexus would be the SUV and the glass would be the ball. Because
Speaking of that, Lally did in its closing go out of his way to say we're talking 5 to 12 feet from the curb. That's where he was placing everything. So it's a lot different than the 30 feet.
30,
And it's going to depend on what the jurors believe in that regard about did they establish how close he is. And then Jay, you were going to say something.
Yes, I was going to say, did you hear my new idea with Venmos? Me and Bob are always saying, we don't know whether we should say people's names. So we said, put in the comment, put your YouTube name. And I was going to bring up that. Thank you so much. I got a $25 Venmo. It says new member, coffee during verdict watch, AKA boss lady in chat. So if you want to send us a Cash App or a Venmo where you can put it in there, put your name in the chat. Thank you so much, boss lady. Also just got a $50 Venmo from Shiraz. Nice shorts, Magic Man. Thank you so much. So I just wanted to thank the folks and remind Bob to check if he hasn't to check.
To your point, Jay, I got one from Artsy Fartsy Vinyl by Char. That's her handle, and I got a nice $5 Venmo from her. Jolene also gave 20 bucks to DD Pod. Courtney C, she paid 20. Thanks for the entertainment and the legal discussions throughout this crazy trial. And then Melissa N, a new member, also sent a $50 Venmo. Love your work on Karen Reed trial, aka boss lady in chat. So there you go. I screwed that up and shouldn't have read her regular name.
And Courtney, both Courtney C sent $20 to me, and Artsy Fartsy Vinyl did as well. And
spreading the love.
Thank you guys so much.
So and another thing about the instructions that the judge said, she said, and this was in part of the reasonable doubt, you folks are the most important people in the courtroom. It all begins and ends with your function. You will determine the facts of this case, and that is your job and your job alone. You are the sole and exclusive judges of facts. If there are any conflicts in the testimony, it is your job to resolve those conflicts if you can do so. Once you determine the facts, it is your duty to apply those facts to the law as I explain them to you. And
that's
to
our
decide,
right,
if the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt, only the evidence as you have heard them. So she's giving them that to, like, if there's a conflict, it's you. And then she tells them the kind of inferences they can use. Like, that's a pretty strong inference that somebody watched the mail get delivered versus you find the mail in your post office. And she lets them know it's got the post office, it's got the stamp, and it's during the days that mail's delivered. And that your mailbox was empty before it got there. I mean, I don't think we've got that kind of circumstantial evidence that follows that cleanly as her, as her example did. And then I don't know if you wanted to go through the
So
next.
here, Bay, I pulled up the homicide ones, or through OUI. So there's a lot of them. So did you happen to note whichever
Yeah, so
instructions
they
read?
did, the next thing that they did after second degree was manslaughter in order to prove manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle. That's the one they did.
So do you know what number that is?
No, she didn't. They did not read the numbers. Yeah.
Let's see. Let me go. Like that might still be at. Let me see. Manslaughter is going to be under the homicide still, theoretically. Okay. Did they do voluntary? They did voluntary manslaughter, right?
Oh, sorry. So they did manslaughter while operating motor vehicle, and then they did involuntary manslaughter. That's the one that I'm saying doesn't technically require any collision with the vehicle and the body.
All right. So this is the involuntary, where the Commonwealth has proceeded on the theory of involuntary manslaughter. She included as a lesser included, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's that one, caused by wanton or reckless conduct.
Yeah. So she said, so involuntary manslaughter caused by wanton or reckless conduct. Wanton or reckless conduct. And this is like literally what the jurors are sitting back there reading this shit. So it's like when we kind of wonder about the length of deliberations, remember they're having to go back there as non-attorneys trying to translate what this gobbledygook means.
And the judge told them, and that's something new that I've never seen, not to do a straw vote first. That she did. She did not suggest that they do that. So you're almost guaranteed they're not going to do that first. And they're going to go through the evidence first.
Do you like that or not like that? No straw
I don't
vote?
know. I was thinking about it. I noted that it was different, and
because I mean, typically,
usually from a defense side, you would, I think, like that. But in this
case, unless it's like, unless it's 12, 12-0 guilty, then we don't like that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, usually we would want them to go through it all because in our minds, they're already leaning towards the government.
Yeah, but I think if you do that straw vote and it comes up with a unanimous guilty initially, they're like, that alone is going to crush any kind of substance.
I'm agreeing with you. Typically, as the defense, I'm going to want them to not do a straw vote.
Oh yeah,
first,
okay, all right.
Because in my mind, the people are already predisposed to lean towards the government's case in chief, and that the government got it right and the police got it right. But in this case, I think that it would have played in favor of the defense, and unless I've got everything way wrong, but that's in my mind,
All right, let me see. Hold on. So, all right. So, y'all, I want to
somebody watching to make sure they don't walk back in that courtroom.
Jay, you got eyes on that?
I do. I got the live feed. I got a quick question for you, Allie.
Okay.
While you were over on Joel's channel, do you feel you got the commiserate shout outs for you and your show and the pod based on the facts that you were pulled like 24 hours and like they pulled you from your own show? I just hope that I saw the COE come in here and try to like tell us to do it, but so I'm curious, do you think they gave you some love over there so people are coming over? I hope. That's no, son of a bitch. That pause says it all. Son of a bitch. You got over there in 24 hours. You went over for a guest for them and they didn't shout you out. This is outrageous. Outrageous.
I was a minute late. They might have said all that right before I got there.
Yeah.
Like, Allison's coming and we got her last minute and we took her away from her own show. Some of that might have happened. But once I got on there, they were like, I think I got in there like 8:01 or 8:02. Was supposed to be there at 8. But he definitely did on the end. Said he loved Bob. Always says he loves Bob.
All right. Good.
That's good. And yeah, the COE popped over. Like it's equally important that they throw the link in the chat. I had told I'd asked the COE, I'm like, can you make sure that you throw the link in the chat a bunch? So we'll see.
There's
And I
plenty of
wasn't
ramp
paying
counters on
attention to the
stream,
chat because
so
I
that's
was
good.
really, really paying attention to like what was happening. So it was like very rare if I happened to notice something in the
All right. So our last poll with 1,059 votes coming in was how long for jury to return a verdict, came down at 60% under 3 hours, 40% over 3 hours. So I did an over under that I thought was like, what do you think, Bay? Like, I think it's going to be over.
Over. I put over was my answer to the poll.
Okay. All
Over
right. I'm
3
gonna
hours.
switch up. I'm gonna end that poll and I'm gonna throw up a poll.
So let's see.
for-
What did the people throw out there? Did anyone pay attention to what people threw out there as like what the question they'd ask or the
Right.
evidence?
I did see a couple. I did
The
see a
video,
couple.
the inverted video I saw.
I think
I don't know.
Annie had
Have we
said she
done like
wanted to
all
see the
these
DNA
questions?
results.
Because there's a bunch of questions. I don't know. Have we? Stand by.
All right. So I'm going to do it like I did yesterday. Now that closings are done, I'm going to do it with the. I'm just going to go through the second degree. We're going to do the second degree murder first. Okay, guilty, not guilty. God damn it! I need my little keyboard. I had to go charge it though. Okay. Now, Jay, when you're creating a poll,
yes,
I want to ask you this as a fellow poll creator. Do you think that putting something as the first choice gives people like does that have a reflection on the poll results? Do you think that like so like if I were to say not guilty first or guilty, I'm interested. I should do a poll on that.
No, I think if
I
you're
think
doing
your next poll needs to be which one of us is going to run Scarlett and her friend to the jewel. Is it going to be you?
I think it will
or
be
me?
me
What's the
because
jewel?
people have been missing you. So
Okay.
I will do that happily. Are they ready to go?
I mean, sometime in the near future, yes.
Okay. Do you all right, so I started that poll on the second degree murder. Now we've read the instructions, so I think that that's helpful for people to give a knowing answer based on what we heard is in terms of evidence. All right.
Stick back up your
Yeah, I will.
the
The
instruction, Jay and I can go over that one,
Okay.
the involuntary. So this is the one where I'm arguing that it's possible that Lolly's hoping that they can find this without colliding the vehicle colliding with the body. And
All right. So do you want me to read it real quick? So why don't you pull this up so you can control this and I'll go do the jewel thing? Or come
are
up
you
here.
on mass.com? What are you on?
Yeah.
What's
I'm
the
on
jewel?
mass.
The
It's
supermarket.
it's
grocery
all
store.
owned by the Alberts, whatever that
The
company is.
Alberts?
Not the Alberts, like whatever Albertsons,
Albert?
whatever that chain is. Yeah, that's what we have in Illinois, or the Jews. I'm going
Is
to
it like
the
your
Jews.
Stop and Shop like they use? Like
Yeah,
how we have Stop
it's
and
our
Shop?
biggest grocery chain. We used to have Dominic's and Jewel. Dominic's went out of business. Jewel and Aldi are basically the only two left. And of course we have like Trader Joe's, but yeah, Albertsons. Thank you, Missy. That's the family. Okay, so all right, babe, do you want to pull it
I
up?
got you, yeah.
All right, so I'll bounce. Y'all have fun with my woman and her brain, and I'll be back.
Okay. No, sorry. I shared the wrong screen.
While Ali's doing this, folks, did you guys know I said this in the chat? What I got for my birthday? Babe got me Crocs. And anyone who shits on Crocs has never look at these fucking things. And anyone who shits on Crocs, Crocs are lame. You've never tried them on. They're so comfortable. They're amazing. Sorry, go ahead, Ali.
No, you're fine. Okay, so involuntary manslaughter caused by wanton or reckless conduct. Wanton or reckless conduct is the intentional conduct that created a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another person. It usually involves an affirmative act, an omission, or a failure to act may constitute a wanton or reckless conduct where the defendant has a duty to act. So, to prove the defendant is guilty of involuntary manslaughter because of a wanton or reckless conduct, they have to prove the defendant caused the victim's death and the defendant intended the conduct that caused the victim's death. The defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless. Um, and then this is exactly what she said. She's like, I will now discuss each element in detail, but I'm just going to skip to the ones that matter. So the second element is that the defendant intended the conduct that caused the death, and they're not required to required to prove the defendant intended to cause the death. So if we're talking about leaving him at the scene knowing he was drunk and not properly dressed for the cold, you know, could
Wait,
that
you think he's trying to get this in without having to have hit him with the car?
I don't know. I
That's
mean, he said
absurd.
that the weather was a weapon, and technically it doesn't like the other murder manslaughter with a vehicle requires that they establish that the vehicle collided with the body of John O'Keefe. So I don't know. It says that it's conduct that creates a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another, involving grave risk of harm to another person that person undertakes with indifference or disregard to the consequences of such conduct. Um, you have to go based on what she knew or what she should have known. If she realized the grave risk created by their conduct, subsequent acts amount to wanton or reckless conduct, whether or not a reasonable person would have realized the risk of grave danger. So they're saying based on that person's knowledge, what they knew they would have figured out, then it doesn't matter what a reasonable person would have figured out. And then they do it in the reverse. Even if the defendant himself did not realize the grave risk of harm to another, that the act would constitute wanton or reckless conduct if a person, knowing what the defendant knew, would have realized the act posed a risk of grave danger to another. So it's, and when you're dealing with, she also read the part where it's here with the, um, consumption of alcohol. Now, interesting enough, they used mental impairment yesterday and or consumption of alcohol or drugs, and they switched it today to just or to just impairment. I mean consumption of alcohol, not um mental impairment. In deciding whether defendant knew or should have known his conduct created a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm would result to another, you may consider any credible evidence defendant suffered from, or now they think they left that out and it said, or was affected by his consumption of alcohol. Defendant may have the requisite knowledge, even if he suffered from the consumption of alcohol, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proven this element. So, and I don't know. Do you guys remember if they read the failure to act,
No, I don't
whether an
remember.
omission? Because I don't remember hearing there was a special relationship between them.
No,
So
my mind was like a Homer Simpson with the jug band and his like I completely zoned out. I have no idea. By the way, if the law and crime verdict clock is correct, we just hit 1 hour, folks. 1 hour according to the law and crime verdict clock. 1 hour. Oh, they ran banners, so that's good.
nice. Yeah,
Hopefully you guys
they're
got
great
some new
over there.
subs.
I
Yes, they
love those
are.
guys.
I'm just
So
busting chops, but hopefully sometimes Joel will forget to but if they did the banners, that's wonderful. We're glad to hear it. We love Joel. I had Joel on my show. If you want to see that interview, you can check it out. And his lovely wife, they're both awesome.
So the leaving the scene of an accident charge required also that the vehicle collided with Officer John O'Keefe. So everything else very specifically requires it, you know. So I don't know if there was no duty to act added in there. I think you almost need the duty to act to get there for involuntary, because if you're arguing that she knew he was unavailable and she wasn't responding, so she should have known that he was left in the cold and she left him there, that she had some duty to act, because at that point she couldn't find him and he was drunk in the freezing weather. I don't know. I don't even know if
Well, if
that's
he was going that way, he certainly didn't explain. He
right.
didn't explain his closings. I mean, the way that ended, I mean, just brutal, brutal. Why, Allie? Why show that ridiculous video? Why like that time could have been used for something else? What a ridiculous thing to show! It makes no, and like it didn't even look like when they showed it that they even showed the car move. I mean, what it's absurd! I could not get why they showed that.
Yeah, they just wanted to show how fast that he would have been driving, but I think it plays against him when they relate that back to what the experts said about the injuries you would see on the body had it been struck like that. I mean, he pulls his arm in. So that's what he says. He doesn't explain then how does the tail light get broken? What broke the tail light? Because now he pulls his arm in and says the broken part of the tail light scratched the arm. So how did it get broken?
No
How
sense.
did it
Makes
get
no
broken?
sense.
So I think we should pull up some of the questions that people had, and I don't know if the mods starred. Um, it looks like they may have specific questions, and I don't know which ones you guys did and you haven't done. So you can click on these, right, Jay,
You the starred ones,
or
yeah.
whatever. Any questions anything that we haven't answered question wise.
No, it looks like we're pretty up to date on the. I'm
Really?
looking at this. Let's see. Well, you already did this. I know you guys already explained that.
Okay, so did we explain yeah, we did, and we read it, and it's not the same as a third party culpability issue.
I don't know if we did this one from Amy. Does anyone think she'll be found guilty on any of the other charges? Can you explain the drunk driving charges?
So I think we did kind of explain them. So there isn't just a plain old drunk driving charge. And then so it's interesting with the drunk driving, and it just depends in your state. Some states have like a no tolerance. If you're under the influence and you cause an injury, that's it. Where others are saying, well, you have to show that impairment caused you to drive recklessly, like it caused you to do something recklessly. And I found that interesting that was an additional requirement. So it's not just she was driving drunk, but you could take she was driving drunk because the judge went through everything about the weather, the speed, the this, the that. So being impaired and driving at that speed could be considered reckless. Being impaired and driving in that weather with that speed, would be considered, reckless. So, but it's not just straight. uh, Given this evidence, I don't think it makes that much of a difference, the difference between those factors. But I found it interesting that it wasn't just she's driving under the influence and the car caused the accident, which it could have been, and it's not in Massachusetts. So they've got to show that then that impairment caused her to drive in a certain manner that was reckless or wanton, and caused the car to impact with John. So all of the DUI type charges, and I think I typed this into your text. I mean, involuntary manslaughter is not a gift. I mean, that's 20 years she could get sentenced to. And you can bet your ass if the jury comes back guilty on anything, the judge is going to give, I think, the most serious penalty that she can under the law, because that's going to basically, believe that she, you know, the state's theory of the case, just maybe with a slight variant, that it wasn't straight intentional. So yeah.
Ellen says that 10 to 100 Dutch King Cobras. I don't know what the
Woo!
DK. The three of you are great company. I love how you don't always agree on everything. Thank you to the mods for making this a great place. She also sent me a $20 PayPal. Thank you so much, Ellen. And I have a question for you, Allie.
Yep.
Let's just say hypothetically there's a world where this is a hung jury and they cannot get a verdict. Are they going to recharge Karen Reed?
I mean, I would say that they would, but I just think that based on everything, that there might be higher up saying, no, we're
I
not,
think so too. The
we're not
PR is too
exposing,
bad.
right. Yeah. We're not exposing ourselves to this again. You know, what a disaster. You know, so that I think is, you know, that they might not, they really just might not. And so what poll did Bob get up right now?
His poll right now is he put second degree murder, guilty or not guilty. And someone asked if he thought, I think he was asking, what do you think the jury is going to come back with, not what you are, but I'm not sure. But that was his poll, which is
So
now at 98% not guilty.
mods, if you can help me maybe start some of the things that people put up as if we got what questions they would be asking if they were the jury, what evidence they might be first asking to re-see. But let's start with you, Jay. If you're in the jury, is there a piece of evidence that you would be asking to look at right now?
If there's a piece of evidence that I would be asking,
I'm thinking the same thing because I'm not sure myself.
I don't know if there would be something that, and by the way, I agree with Ellen. Thank you, mods. This whole 31 days on both our channels have been amazing, and we appreciate it. You guys are the bestest, and keep this place a safe space for everyone. And I know it's been hard, and I know this case has been hard. So, mods, as always, thank you. What about Allie? What about a vehicular homicide, negligence, not reckless?
So it's like can range from I think 2.5 to 2.5 to 15 years. Wait, let me pull up the right make sure I'm looking at Massachusetts motor vehicle. No, that's like a guy's website. Try to get to Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Okay. Well, now this looks like, I don't know if this is, I'm looking at their actual statute on their legislation website. I'm not sure if this is proposed, but it does say not less than 2.5 years, not more than 15 years. And that's under section 24G. I just couldn't tell if that was proposed. And since it coincides with what I said before, that's what I'm going with. So 2.5 to 15.
I think people are saying the videos is what they were backing out of the. I see Amy Lou says she would want to see the videos backing out of the garage and the Sally port.
I feel pretty strongly that somebody now that you said it was Amy Lou.
Yeah.
That Amy Lou said that's going to be one of the first things that they ask for is the Sally port. Maybe both of those, but I feel like unless they're like, we don't need to see it again, we know that it was inverted, you know.
What's interesting, if they do take the video of the backing up, they won't be able to have Master Bates to be able to zoom in. But I mean, I can't imagine anyone that jury, whether or not that car was not hit. I mean, it's very obvious. It would seem like a very slight bump, but very clearly, there's no way of denying that you saw that tire move. Like if you don't think to the
and the
state's
snow
point,
fall from that tire. So I don't know why
so that
Lally said you saw no snow come off of anything.
Oh, see, I didn't see that. Then I didn't see that. I didn't see. I saw the tire move. I thought he said the back window of the car.
Yeah,
But either way, it's
the
very
snow didn't
clear
come off
there
the
was that.
back window either, I don't think. But I definitely saw it move on the. I thought the first time around on the when they blew it up. Did we already do that? Oh yeah, we did that.
Snow, Betsy's saying Snow did move off the wheel. By the way, just a reminder right now, if you haven't hit that like, please hit the like. Get this in the algorithm. We're at 1 hour and 11 minutes on the verdict clock. If you have any questions for Allie, let us know. Anything about the case, about the trial.
Let me
if you
think
can
what
believe
else.
it.
I put some comments in.
Oh, I have a question for him at this. When
Yep.
you were in school, were you the person that was like taking you take a lot of notes? Were you like in law school, like writing down everything? Like you seem to
No.
be. No.
No.
Interesting. Interesting.
I'm the person barely paying attention, hoping that someone else has got some notes if I need them.
That would have been me. I was thinking that was gonna be me, where you are like always taking notes. You're always referring to your notes. They're very. Meanwhile, I have no idea what happened.
I mean, that's mostly right now because I can't remember something from one moment to the next if I don't write it down, and then that's why I tend to like interrupt Bob, is because if I don't say it right then I forget it, and then I'm like, oh no, I forgot. So let me say it right now.
By the way, I have the feed up. If there's a question or anything, we will go to it. Yeah, I just don't think. I know Bob put less than 3 hours. That's a short amount of time for so much that has come out in this trial. I mean, if they do, that would be something. But I think it's got to be, if they come back today, I got to figure maybe at like 4:30. Like, can we say if they ask to say a little bit later today? Obviously, we'll probably get something, but maybe not.
I think that will tell you whether they feel like they're really productive or whether they're really close. And if they decide to stay, like if I find it strange when they want to stop like deliberations at the same time that they would stop the day. I mean, like literally we've had juries deliberating until 10 o'clock at night, without the judge giving it up to them,
Right.
It's
Yeah.
to me unusual to stop deliberations that early. It's like once they start, they typically go and into the evening, and then at some point after dinner, they like, all right, we need to ask them, do they want to go or not?
Yeah, if I'm on that jury, I'm like, guys, we are not fucking this is day 31. I want to go home. I don't want to keep going back here. I mean, obviously, if it's close, I can't imagine that. Well, you never know. You just never know
And
with the jury.
Scott, I would say yes, and especially with the fact that they did give the Bowden instruction that does specifically tell them that they can decide whether any of it, the rest of it's reliable or not. And Scott's question was, if I think the defense proved that law enforcement lied, tampered with evidence in one or more specific instances, can I infer that the other statements, evidence from law enforcement are unreliable? And the answer to that is absolutely, positively. And that was brought home by the fact that the judge did give they could do it anyway, but that the judge gave that instruction about the Bowden instruction about omissions in the evidence and the reliability of the investigation.
Oh, we got a nice note here from Elvin Toes.
I didn't touch.
$5. I've enjoyed being in this chat. Thanks to the mods. Ali, Bob, and Jay are fantastic. Thank you so much, Elvin Toes. Kathy Rousson with Law and Crime is saying they're done at 4:30. Interesting.
Unless they want to stay longer, though, right?
I don't know.
I thought she said she was going to make it up to them. I was looking for my notes of where else I made, because I made comments when I thought Lally said something that was one of the things I thought was good that the defense did was they said that some of the pieces that they found were the size of a salad plate, really giving them a visual with the pieces of taillight that were found. So
Le-
go ahead.
I was gonna say lead with love, $10 super chat. I feel like two grown-ups get in a car drunk. It's a Solomon's choice. I'm no Bible guy, as we know. Solomon, he's the one that cut the baby in half. Is that what wanted to cut the baby in half?
He
Is that
is?
Solomon? Is that
Or
not
was that the
Solomon?
one who No, that's not Solomon either.
I feel, babe, is Solomon the one that said, "I'll cut this baby right in half"? Yes, she is. And the true mother said, "No, no, don't do it." And that's how Solomon knew,
Oh,
because
which
she
mother
was
was
like, was
Isn't
the
that
other
the
mother like,
same
"Yeah,
of
cut
the
that thing in half, babe"? The other one was like, "Cut it in half."
Isn't that the same like with James and the two kids? One of them was gonna kill I don't know.
James and the two kids. I
I
don't
don't
know.
know. I'm
James and the
speaking out of
giant
my ass
peach.
right now.
It's James and the giant
James and the
peach.
giant peach. Yeah. Um so and I think I might have did I already mention this that when they put up the pictures when Lally put up the pictures of the taillight and he used the one from 8:23 in the morning. That's when we were talking about how I thought it was very good that he um oh no, that was going back to the defense. But you had like the snow that covered the the taillight specifically on the left side. There was no snow on the taillight, and there was a lot of snow on the taillight on the right side. So it almost lends to, is it as shattered as it looks and that the snow is clamping to the broken pieces, or is that could that one little piece that we've been talking about that could have broke from the pulling out, could that have caused it to gather up along the whole along the entire tail light? So I thought there was part of that was effective that Lally did, but at the same time, when you looked at his point of it was, look how the snow is so caked on. He was talking about the magic hair, and he's like, that's how this magic hair got stayed there, because look how caked the snow is. Well, that heavy snow also has to fall. So I thought that played against the hair being there, but it actually did give you that visual of the light might really be broken right there. Um, and that's why the snow is latching onto it, as opposed to the left-hand side where there was snow in all the same places on the back of the car on each side except the tail light.
What does this mean, Taryn? Can Jay say mother again? That accent? Mother. Mother. That's not a word I've heard.
I don't know what you said. You must have
Mother.
said something that gave them that.
What, babe? Oh, the dogs want to eat.
I think he kind of changed Jen McCabe's testimony. He's like, well, Jen was just wondering at, 11:50 or 12:50, where did he go? I'm pretty sure she testified that she was watching the car was out there at all those times, and we know that the car was not out there. And I wonder from the chat, what did you guys think about the 12:30 departure time? I mean, I think that it had to be at least be 12:30 if she's back at his house at 12:36.
Yeah, that I feel like that when that came out, that was a big deal about connecting to the Wi-Fi at 12:36. It totally messed up their timeline.
Yeah. And defense attorney Meow, I was expecting to hear the solo cups and bags. Why would they skip over it? It shows all about cross contamination, and I think that that's just it's just a product of that hour time frame. Like, you can only pick so many things to focus on, and I think that they kind of remember that about the cups. And at the end of the day, I don't think that the cups in and of themselves are as compelling as, like, the inverted video and what they're trying to hide from those things. Because again, if you believe they planted some evidence, then of course, of course you're going to find the DNA somewhere, because it's planted. So, I think I think that if he had all the time in the world, he most assuredly would have focused on the solo cups.
Carrie asks, what time would they finish for the day in the UK here, and want to work out what time I can stop looking for the verdict. Allegedly 4:30 Eastern, which I know because I am a man of the world, is 9:30 whatever UK time is called. So UTC. No, that's like the general 9:30 your time, but I don't know if they can stay later or not. Lamont James asked, can the jury ask for parts of the testimony to be read back?
I think it depends on your jurisdiction, but in most places, yes, they can. Um, and I've had it where the court made a transcript and got them the transcript. You've seen it where they come back in the courtroom and the court reporter reads it out loud. Um, but I was thinking about that, like if they might want to hear someone's back, whose might they want? And as all of you know, as anyone who's been doing any trial watching knows, the questions are the window into the jurors' minds, what they ask about or what they ask to see. Um, we saw it in, I don't know if anyone was following the the Trump trial, but they read back certain testimony that they asked for. And I didn't follow the trial at all, but I was got interested when they got to verdict watch, and that there was a question. And I could tell based on what everyone else was saying that those witnesses had testified to, that they're looking, what they were looking for was helpful to the prosecution and not to the defense. So, you know, you can you can usually draw very, very strong conclusions by what the jurors ask for.
Yeah,
And for anyone out there who might leave or want to pop in and pop out, just know as soon as there's a question or a whatever, Jay, Bob, it'll be posted on, social media alerts. So make sure you're following at the Shaming of Jay on Twitter. Is that where you do most of your?
Yes, or
And
also, Defense Diaries. I think is he Defense_Diaries on, or Ali Law Mata, or go on Discord as Seeking Justice, where you will get notifications when either of our channels go live. Also, I don't know if you guys know this, but if they do have a question, what they do with the transcript, in this case, because it's special, we have the special transcriber. They bring the jury out and they all put their ears next to her little elephant tusk, and they project it, they replay what she was speaking into that thing. So it's a special case where they all could just listen to the test. I'm kidding. I hope no one's taking me seriously.
Another thing that Ollie did, he kept focusing on the fact that she didn't make a 911 call, and I think that's in my mind was going towards the possibility of this involuntary manslaughter. That's why I was wondering if she read the part about an omission to act, because I think that would be an omission, that she didn't call 911 after she couldn't get a hold of him and she knew he was out in the cold and she knew what he was wearing. But I see all that as such a stretch. And like Jay, like you said, if that's where he was trying to go with it, he didn't spell that out for the jury. So, but there was something else that he said. Oh, I noted that when he played that cruiser camera, I just wonder if the jurors, how much that does play a factor, that she that Karen knew exactly where to go to. What do you think, Jay? Is that something that really plays in favor of the prosecution as strongly as some might think in your
Not
mind?
calling 911.
No, her finding the body, knowing right where to run to the body.
I mean, that could be a big deal if you believe that that's why she did that, and no one else knew where she was. And he said she was in the back of the car and in the middle of the road, and she's the only one that darts right to it. I mean, I think a juror could potentially make that think that's a big deal.
Have we gotten any other?
I have a question for you, as someone
Okay.
who's done criminal work for over 20 years. When you're waiting for a verdict, if it goes, let's just say they don't come back today and it goes more than one day, are you able to eat dinner? Are you just staring at your phone waiting? What is that like for you when you, particularly maybe in a murder case or a case where it's very serious, the consequences if your client is found guilty? What are you doing at this time?
Yeah, I mean, you're just watching your phone, and normally, it's not. I mean, once you go home for the day, then it's just like, it's sort of like you've got nothing else to worry or think about. So you can actually think and worry about all the other things, because when you're on trial, you are not thinking about anything else for any other client, anything else for anybody else. I mean, you're literally, at least with me, you have to stay like focused and not, like I tell my clients, you're going to want me to do this to you when I'm on your trial, and not take other people's calls and deal with their stuff, because this is the one thing that is all encompassing on your mind. But once they say the jury's gone for the day and you're home, then it's like a whew, just like a sheer, you know, think about anything else. You know what I mean? And then once they're back in again, then you're back, like you said, you're got your phone right next to you, you're watching every second. And typically we are very relaxed during while we're waiting until you get the call. And then you're nervous again. And then you're like relaxed and you're kind of, talking about things that happened, and but it's just a different feeling once it's all over and it's all been left in the hands of the jury. It's like, I'm done. I don't need to be on. I think there was one time that we went and we had a drink with dinner, and I am a very huge lightweight. And we got called back very quickly uh for a jury question. And I'm like, all right, well, I can't have even a drink with dinner because, you know, like I said, I'm like such an easy lightweight. Walk in there, with your eyes glassed over. Obviously, that would be a problem. I mean, I would never let it get that far. I'm just saying, but I mean, you have a feeling that you're like off, but you do need to be on when a question comes up, because it's what you say in those minutes that you can't just agree to what the judge suggests. Like, you have to be thinking of all the appeal issues and what everything's going to be. And um usually if it's like a question like that, a question that comes out, or something that a question's the most difficult, because it's like how to answer it and what type of answer. And I've left and then researched it after we walked out of the courtroom, and had to try and go back and say, I want to bring the judge back in, because I've got an issue with how we answered it. It's like, because so sometimes those are really, really significant issues. So um you can relax, but not relax too much.
Yeah. By the way, folks, I have the feed up. Don't worry. Right now, we're hitting 1 hour and 30 minutes. Not only do I have the feed up, I have a couple journalists up. So if there is anything, we will let you know. And I don't know, Ali, if you want to talk about what's going on tonight, if for folks who don't know about on your show with Bob, he's got
Oh,
two
Delphi.
shows. Yeah, two, right?
Yeah. Oh, does he have two? I thought I
Yes.
saw, when I tried to get into this stream, I saw something with Gacy's going on.
So he's got Bill Dorsch, but I'm not sure the time. He's got a reunion of Barbara McDonald, and I forget the other gentleman's name, to talk about Delphi and down the hill. And he's also has Bill Dorsch. Not sure the times, but
I'd like to take a little poll here, and then we're not going to do an official poll, just like people in the chat answers. How many of you have not been following Delphi, are not deep in Delphi?
by the way, thank you, Kaylee, who just tagged me per court TV at 3:45. The judge will ask the jury if they want to go home at 5 or stay late. So there you go. Thank you for tagging me in that.
All right, so most people have. We've got someone here that's not too much. So it's just like, if you're not paying attention to Delphi, you definitely want to start. That's it, it's a crazy case. I can't get into it all right here, but you've got all the makings of prosecution having just a one-track mind and trying to close a case for political reasons, and a guy who's in custody on very little evidence. But you also have a very divided community, like you saw here in Karen Reed. And even just us getting sort of up in arms about some of the, um, I guess, injustice that we're seeing in the pretrial world as far as things that happen to their taking their lawyers off the case, and him being in prison instead of in jail, and kind of losing his mind, being secluded for 23 or 24 hours a day. I mean, just getting upset about that. You've got the people on the other side who just think, well, this person's guilty, so none of what you're saying matters, and you're trying to just say that he's innocent, where we're just saying we haven't seen any evidence yet. There's very little evidence that's known to the public, and there's all these things that had gone on that were just got the defense bar across the nation up in arms, as far as defense attorneys saying, what in the hell is going on in Delphi? And that went up to the Supreme Court, sort of like what's going on in your uh, JSL, JLS,
Young Thug.
YSL, Young Thug. That the Supreme Court's having to get involved, and that's very, very unusual. So there's a lot of things going on in there that if you haven't been paying attention yet, I'd suggest hopping on for the Down the Hill Delphi reunion at 6 p.m. And I know the mods are going to be
Central.
working on Central Time. Yes, working on overtime, trying to keep the chat clean, because when anybody expresses another opinion, people are just attack them. I'll tell you, when we had on our um the guy from Body Bags, who was, very knowledgeable,
So
very
sad.
respectable, has no dog in the fight. And people, I saw on, I think it was Twitter, or maybe it was in a comment somewhere, someone saying I had to leave because of the Body Bag guest that they had. I couldn't even listen to him. Like, if you can't listen to the other side, you're just as bad as the side you're not listening to. You're just as bad as the side you're not listening to if you can't even listen to and entertain, um, the other side's positions, because it does an intellectual disservice to yourself. I think about, I had a family member who was really, really, really religious, got very um religious very fast at a young age. And I remember my brother trying to ask him, "Have you ever read this philosopher? Or have you ever thought about this?" And he was like, "No, that's not God's word. I don't even want to consider it." And it's like, you can't close yourself off to, you've got to stay intellectually honest by considering everything, and then forming your own opinion, even when it's something, you know, sometimes as strong as faith. Like, you've got to take into to account, uh other ideas and other thoughts. And if you're not, it's really not, you're just as bad as the people that you're complaining about when you do that. you know um but yeah, Delphi is a just a crazy case, and it's so sad. It's really hard because there's two young, beautiful girls that were victims, and just child victims are just so much harder, than adult victims. Um, and it makes people even sort of more closed-minded, I guess, to staying focused on I think this person did it, and we're going to get justice for the victims. But you can't have justice for the victims if you're not sure, A, whether the right person's charged, or whether all people are charged. And that's a huge issue in the Delphi case, is that the police came out and they said that there were likely other suspects involved, yet they've stopped looking for anyone, to the exclusion of Richard Allen, because Richard Allen doesn't have ties to anyone else. He doesn't almost fit into a theory that involves other players. And that's a shame, that they to not even look for other people. And then you see things like you see in Rex, and you realize, wake up, world. There are probably tons and tons of underground you know, serial killers whose murders are being assigned to so many other people that they're not even any longer being investigated and they're not being connected. I mean, is that part of what was going on in Rex Huerman? Was there anyone other, do you know, as of to the victims now, if there were
There,
other people that were being investigated for those?
well, there is another guy, John Bitroff, who has been convicted of cases where I know there's some question whether some were misassigned to him. There was definitely Long Island has a lot of serial killers, so yeah, yeah. There's Raul. Raul knows. Yeah, John Bitroff. So yeah, it's definitely something that's out there for sure. Still keeping an eye. I have a good idea, folks. So I know me and Bob definitely want to cover and Allie want to cover um Alec Baldwin. And if you missed it, we covered Hannah Gutierrez, and I had some amazing guests, former Lisa Statman, former director, Karen Smith. So we will do that and hopefully give you good coverage. And then after that, I absolutely, of course, we're definitely covering the Ailson case. Are there any other cases that you guys are aware of that you think we should have on our radar that are coming up soon, particularly before Alec, because that's like July something.
I feel like that's the silliest case ever, like the Alec Baldwin case. Like, who thinks that he actually didn't care whether or not somebody got shot? Like, why was he even supposed to be alerted to the possibility that there could be a live round in that gun?
Well, I think the question, I don't know, but I think the question is, since he was a producer, and he was like rushing people, he was very much, they showed it in the trial, he's like telling people and kind of telling people not to follow the so I don't know if the question is if he's guilty because of that, because he was a producer and like in charge, or if the question is, one of the things they teach people, never point your gun at someone, never do it. You should never point. I get what I don't know what the law is. I don't know why they consider him, but they did make a motion to dismiss the thing, and it was denied. And he's got some high powered attorney. So
And I didn't cover it, so there could be something like, for example, what is it that they have in those guns that aren't live rounds, and do they cause injury if you shoot somebody with them?
they're not. There's not supposed to be anything in there. It was a bullet. There were bullets that
No,
came from.
but what is in there, is it just a sound, or is it something that if it
There are two
penetrates?
different things. There's like a blank, and there's like a, I forget what it's called, but one of them like makes a noise. One of them like shoots like the powder. There's different things that should never be a
But nothing
projectile
that
that could
would,
kill
if it
someone.
was the way it was supposed to be, nothing that could even injure somebody.
Right? No one should
No.
be getting injured by anything that's in those guns.
Okay, so if it was the way it was supposed to be, and I pointed it at you and I pulled the trigger, it should have zero
It
physical
should. Yes.
ramifications for you.
Yeah. Correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Well, then it can't be stemming from that. But you realize when you hear all the jury instructions, there's a level of intent. So even if they get him with some sort of recklessness, it has to be something that a reasonable person would have appreciated the possible fear of. That if I rush people and I don't make sure everything's right, that someone's going to put a live round in the gun. They've already found her criminally guilty for that. So it had to been as the result. You're not supposed to have to predict the intentional crimes of another person. So, look, take this all with a grain of salt. I haven't looked into this case at all. So I don't know, but it's I can see it somewhere. If what is in that and you shot it at someone, even if it was what it was supposed to be, could cause an injury to somebody, that could be a transferred sort of intent, like you intended to do that. It would have been a battery because they would have gotten struck in the arm by some sort of something. But if it's really just that he should be held accountable, that sounds civil to me. If he's the producer and he didn't take the proper precautions and he didn't do the things, but again, it's and yes, from people in the chat, it was a real bullet that struck him. My question was, if it was what it was supposed to be and not a real bullet, would that have actually caused any sort of harm because you have something in the law called transferred intent. So just like we're talking here, if Karen intended not to kill, but to charge her with his vehicle and stop it right beforehand, while the intent of you decided to drive in reverse in this weather and is reckless enough that gives you the necessary intent for the ultimate harm. Like if it struck her, that if he pulled the trigger and it would have created a little sting in the arm, that is something, you know, um, that his intent could have been transferred not to a homicide. But what is he charged with?
Yeah, I think it's involuntary manslaughter.
Involuntary manslaughter.
And
In-
they want, by the way, if you have them, they wanted Hannah Gutierrez. The state wanted to force Hannah Gutierrez, who was found guilty, to testify against Alec. And I'm not sure, there was a hearing yesterday and the day before. I'm not sure if that's been decided on, but it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. But that's July, so I don't know if there's anything before there. I know there's another case that me and Bob covered a pre-trial conference. Ashley Benefield, or is that the right name? The woman who's claiming self-defense. Is that her name, babe? Do you know? I don't know. Yes. So that's a case that I think is coming up because I saw Court TV just did a piece on that. Whether it was a self-defense. So yeah, we got that. But that might be coming up. 7:25. Thank you, Dizzy. So that's after. That should be after Alec Baldwin. But do we know anything that's before then? Because this is ending likely today or tomorrow or the next day, and then we're gonna have to decide what we're gonna do, folks. I mean, there'll always be a trial. It's just a question of no, I. So let's see. The clock is at 1 hour and 43 minutes. Please hit that like if you haven't. And as Ali said tonight, 7 Eastern, 6 Central. Bob, are you going to be on that, Ali, or is it Bob and Barb McDonald and someone else?
As far as I know, I'm not on there. Sometimes Bob's just like, "Hey, aren't you hopping on?" So I don't know. Not that we have discussed, and if there's too many people, it sometimes doesn't make sense to have someone else on there as well. But yeah. So I'm interested to know, did anyone come out of anything from that closing? Let's start with the prosecution side, where it gave them pause and said, "Huh," at all. And I'd like to hear if anyone actually did, and then we'll ask the same from the on the defense side. But was there any part of the closing that gave you some pause and made you kind of rethink something? And if so, what was it? Was there anything for you, Jay?
Well, I did think he made a good point where he's like, where he said, Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, they came from like this officer, they drove to New York for this officer's funeral. So you think they came back and then killed another officer and just dragged them on the lawn? Like, because I'm not one of the people, I don't believe in that theory. I just don't believe. Like, to me, that like that made like. Do you think what did he say? He's like, these criminal masterminds just left him out on his lawn to see what happened. Like,
And mods, if you can flag any answers to questions that I just asked as they come in so I don't miss them. But so here's the thing. I think that in our world outside of the courtroom, we know that they're alleging that this was an entire plot to get him there to hurt him. But is what was presented in court more along the lines of a fight just ensued, like unexpectedly? I mean, yeah, there's some evidence, like he did talk about, he coaxed him into the house, he did this, he did that. But I don't know that is something that was very strongly argued by the defense. Was it?
They brought up the Nebercracker and the running on the lawn, and that was like.
Did they bring up all that? That might have been while I was
not in the closing. I'm talking. I'm
Oh.
just talking about in the trial. If the jury's paying attention, it seemed like, and they're bringing up Brian Higgins and his text with, he was the scorned. He was a lover scorned. You know what I mean? Like that's what they're trying to say, right? Like that he was. So I don't know. You know, that's I think what they're clearly with Nevercracker and Colin Albert. They're trying to say, well, this guy he was pissed at him because he ran across his lawn, so they were going to get back at him because this and that.
Yeah, I thought that was just ridiculous. I
Yeah,
thought
me
that
too.
was just ridiculous. I mean, there's Deja Vu's asking if I saw the video. Oh, she's talking about the Turtle Boy video. Is that the one they're talking about?
Yes, that's what she's talking about.
I mean, I didn't know if it got super violent. I saw her kind of lashing out at him, but I don't know that I saw everything. So has anyone put forth anything else? Anything like Jay, that you saw something that made you think? So you're saying that it was the fact that personalizing Higgins and Albert to the extent that they went there to uh
Yeah, I just thought
yeah.
it was a good point. Like these two guys that have been cops their whole lives aren't, they're gonna drive up to, and also like, does that make sense? If you're a cop, wouldn't it be easier? I mean, I don't think he brought this up, but like, wouldn't it be easier to be like, this was a self-defense thing? If you're a cop, than to drag a guy out and then hope he dies if he's still alive and leave his phone with them? Is that something who was someone who was like
No,
trying? That doesn't
no,
seem to make
it's
sense to me.
I agree with that 100%, that if they wanted to come up with a reason, they could have said that he came in guns a-blazing, they defended themselves, and he fell down the stairs. I mean, it would be their word against his, and it would be a lot easier to explain. I mean, we heard this whole theory outside of court, and I thought I heard it in a pretrial motion because I was not following all of this outside of court and what everybody was saying. I didn't know much of it, but I remembered from something that they said that there was this phone call that someone, either Lucky got or someone at the associated with the towing, I mean the plowing, that somebody called in and said, I think there was a plow accident somewhere or something like that. And then that someone was told, if you ever mention this again, don't you ever mention this again, or you're going to lose your job. Something like that. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
Does anyone in the chat know what I'm talking about?
But Annie McGee brought up a point about, to your question of if there was anything. She says the timeline of Karen's drink shown in that short time was eye-opening to her.
Yeah, he definitely got his drunken part out, like that she was intoxicated. And if there was a DUI standalone, I think the jury could find that she drove under the influence just based on the amount of drinks that she consumed and the fact that she drove a vehicle. But she found that to be compelling towards ultimate guilt. One thing that we were surprised that we never heard about was her condition. We had talked about that with her condition, that she could have been sort of, I kind of correlated to like Tourette's, with her shouting out, Jen, 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 like over and over and over and over, that wasn't it wasn't a drink. I'm sorry, it wasn't the alcohol, it was her condition. What did I say now? So
Babe has a question. Babe, go ahead.
Well, if you spend this much money on a defense, do you have a mock jury beforehand to find out which way you should go in a closing argument, whether you should go conspiracy? They really did not bring up Colin Albert at all today, but we heard about that for months in pretrial, that it was Colin, and Lally was the getaway driver. We heard none of that, but we heard Brian Higgins.
Yeah.
Good question by Babe. Out of the class star. Thanks.
You would think if you're spending this kind of money that they would do some sort of, we've never done that. We've never held a mock jury. We kind of just ask we have certain friends and family that we kind of bounce things off to see how they they react to stuff. But you would think that they would have, and that they would have played that up. And I do agree with what Shannon's saying. It's clear that they changed gears in the trial compared to their closing, because Colin Albert does sort of disappear, and that whole theory was ridiculous. But I think what we need to remember, and I saw a lot of people in the chat saying whatever I was thinking about is not a thing, as far as someone getting this phone call and being told don't ever mention this again. I
I got
swear
some
it was
people agreeing with you. I see some people saying
I
they
thought it
remember
was in
that.
a pretrial conference that I saw this. But but I I am surprised that they didn't, play it out. And I forget what I was saying. I was starting to say is something to what Shannon pointed out. Um, that they got rid of the Colin Albert thing. It was sort of silly. Oh, I remember what I was going to say. That I think the way that they got on here, and I did hear this in a pretrial motion, was that someone came to Yannetti and told him all of this. They told him it happened in the house. Colin was involved. There was this fight on the stairs. There was blood on the. They put him told him that all this stuff happened. And so that's what they honestly believe happened, and might be why they focused so much on it, because they think, hold on one sec, guys.
All right, while Allie goes, we are now at 1 hour and 53 minutes and 8 seconds on the long crime verdict clock. We thank you all so much for being here and supporting both myself, Bob, Allie, Babe, all of us. We appreciate it very much. You sticking with us. We've said this from the beginning, and we'll say it to the end, that 31 days, and you guys have stuck with us, and we appreciate it. You've had other places to go, and you watched with us. We really appreciate that very much. Oh, a verdict, and we
So,
could. There's a verdict if you want to go, Allie. There. Let me see if it's.
what do you mean a verdict?
Not not Karen Reed. Sorry. Wade Wilson, the guy I covered that me and Babe did. The guy who killed 2 women. There's a sentencing verdict for if he gets the death penalty. You guys want to check that out while we wait here? Let me see. Present.
Who is it?
This guy who looks like a villain in Wade Wilson. So let me. He killed 2
that's right.
women,
The one that you said had
strangers,
the
didn't even
tattoo on
know
his
him,
face.
was found guilty, and now they've been.
The jury unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that Wade Wilson was previously convicted of a felony and under sentence of imprisonment or placed on community control or
Death penalty.
probation. Yes. We, the jury, find unanimously that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that Wade Wilson was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use of threats of violence to the person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. No. If you, the jury, answered no to every aggravating factor listed, you have completed your deliberations. If you, the jury, answered yes to any aggravating factor listed, proceed to section B. If fewer than 8 jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation must be for a penalty of life in prison without the possibility of parole. If 8 or more jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation must be for the death penalty. We, the jury, unanimously found the state proved one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more
mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Wade Wilson should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. We, the jury, find by a vote of 9-3 that Wade Wilson should be sentenced to death.
Wow.
As to count 4,
9-3.
Yep.
and Ruiz, we, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of aggravating factors. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that Wade Wilson was previously convicted of a felony and under sentence of imprisonment or placed on community control or on felony probation. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that Wade Wilson was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use of threat of violence to the person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. If fewer than 8 jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation must be for a penalty of life in prison without the possibility of parole. If 8 or more jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation must be for the death penalty. We, the jury, unanimously found the state proved one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Wade Wilson should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. We, the jury, find by a vote of 10-2 that Wade Wilson should be sentenced to death.
Wow.
Dated this 25th day of June, 2024, in Lee County, Florida, 4-person, 234.
All right.
Does anybody want the jurors to be polled? Yes. Okay. Members of the jury, we're going to ask each of you about the jury's decisions.
Oh, you guys are watching dipshit
welcome back.
face get sentenced to
I'm gonna go
death,
juror
huh?
by juror by
Yeah,
number.
he just
Mhm.
got
So
sentenced. We don't have to. That's it. That's for folks who don't know. If there ever was a case, I know Bob is against the death penalty. I mean, and you know, Bob, you always say it's worse to be in a cell than it is to be. But this guy, for folks who don't know, this freaking guy killed 2 women. One woman he just met at a bar, hooked up with, had sex with, and he kills her. And then as he's like escaping the police or he's on the run, he kills just another random woman that he sees walking on the road, calls his dad, and he says he just did it to feel, to see what it felt like.
He's a sick bastard. I mean, so like, let me just clarify, because it's true. I mean, fundamentally, do I think that there are people on this earth that no longer serve any purpose to be on this earth? Yes. I think there's people like this dude. I'm not going to be weeping in my bed when this guy gets the death penalty. I'm just saying that in terms, if you really want to punish somebody,
I get it. I wasn't like,
I know.
Maybe I explained it wrong.
I'm telling the other. No,
okay.
you actually explained it perfectly. But it's like, it's just conceptually, I think that there's no worse punishment than being in a cage your whole life, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Like I'd really want to die. I'd want to have the death penalty. I'd be like, you know what? that death penalty thing that was on the table, because like I'm 15 years in on this bid. This sucks. Like I'm ready. Like I've got like there's no my life has no value. Like how many books can I read? You can't, you know what I mean? So did you guys make it through the instructions?
Yeah, I just checked. We are now on hour 2. We're on hour
Hour
2.
two. All right. I mean, so there you go. They're talking back there. Something's going on. I mean, those instructions are gonna take an hour and a half to get through, just like straight from the get. So I had to bring Scout, doing a little baking thing down there. They're making some brownies from scratch. So it's
Ooh.
exciting. Should be a nightmare messy kitchen when I get down there. I had to give Minnie, 2 12-year-old girls had to give a lot of like, be very careful when you open the oven. Okay. You have to make sure, and they're using like a double boiler or broiler to like melt the semi-chocolate chips and the butter. I'm like, be very careful. So it's like, and Scout's so short, she has to be on her stool. Her friend's much taller. It's cute. It's cute. I'll have to try their baked goods and then lie if they're not good.
Of course.
This is delicious. Okay, so are there clocks in the jury room so they themselves know exactly how long they've deliberated? It's a good question. I'm assuming there are clocks. It's like it's not like Vegas. You go into a casino in Vegas, you have no concept of time. They're pumping oxygen in there, feeding you with alcohol. Gamble, spend all of your money, gamble. The oxygen was here, so good in here. Yeah, it's like it's not quite like that.
You started to sound like Bane a little bit there from back.
Dude, I will mess with some Tom Hardy. Hey, what's up? Hey, good looking. What you got cooking? So what I missed? Anything good? Oh, you got some of those? You see the girls are making some brownies up there?
Yeah.
I just admonished. I'm like,
I know. They were like, we just got that. And, I tried to do the same.
No. I gave him all the tips. I was admonishing Scout. I'm like, Lane would love to have you guys over there swimming. I'm like, why aren't you hanging with Lane? Lane's our sweet, sweet neighbor. Kid's like a miracle. He was born like 4 months premature, like for all intents and purposes, like he fought to live. And now like he's the sweetest kid ever. And he's got an amazing angelic voice. The kid, like, and his mom is really pushing his singing career. And like Scarlett and Lane have come up through like theater and doing, all that kind of stuff together. And like, I'm worried that like Scout's like getting all her little girlfriends.
Hey, is something going on?
With what? Uh-oh. Court Zoom is online. My God. Hold on. Let me see. All right. Let me see where we're at. Did they stop that early stream? Is there a new
I'm
stream?
pulling up the Zoom.
No, it's still up.
Okay. Because I'm at like closing arguments. I'm showing nothing here.
I'm going to the Zoom.
Let's see. Live. Yeah, no, I'm not seeing shit.
I'm going to pull
Yeah,
up
and the
the
clock,
actual
they didn't
Zoom.
pause the clock, so I don't know.
6:05.
Wow. Even so, law and crimes poll, which they should never put hung jury in there, because what will be the jury's verdict? Hung jury is not a verdict. So they're 85% not guilty with 45,000 votes in, 9% guilty. I mean, yeah, I'm not seeing.
The journalists that I'm following haven't tweeted anything, so I don't know.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna pull it up.
And just another reminder, tonight, 6 p.m. Central Standard Time, 7 p.m. J-Bo Nation time, which is Eastern Standard Time. We are having the Down the Hill podcast, which was an award-winning podcast about, of course, the Delphi case with Abby and Libby, the poor, beautiful girls that were killed. 6 p.m. We're having an actual reunion. So it's Barb, And it's like people are confusing. Like Dan, was a producer on that and a writer. He was doing something with Susan Hendricks. Susan Hendricks has nothing to do with this. Susan was the one who took a lot of heat. We had her on a live with Dan because Dan's a friend of mine, and he was doing something with Susan. That's long over. Susan had nothing to do with Down the Hill, the podcast. She wrote a book, had nothing to do with this. So, but it's all the producers and the on-air talent from Down the Hill podcast. Tonight at 6, we're going to get into any of it. Wait, Jen, Mitch, I got news for you. This is work. This is a lot of work between my podcast and the YouTube. It's frankly more work than when I was practicing. So I can promise you. So if you're acting like, if Allie needs me for a trial, I'm there. But like the day to day, no, I'm out. I'm doing this. This is what I do. So yeah, make sure you guys are joining us tonight. I've tweeted about it. It should be good. My mods are going to have to be on standby because Barb takes some heat out in the world, because Barb was like one of the ones early on that was getting like intel. Like she was getting, or like way before the arrest, Barb was getting, she got Logan, like his, I think it was his warrant or the affidavit for warrant. Like she just was getting things because she has connections. She's an investigative reporter. She does her shit. She makes connections. That's how you get, that's how you get sources. And so, and Barb has always been incredibly kind to me. And I think that she's a lovely person. So I'm not going to let people be bullying anybody, like always. You know how we do it, Jay. We don't let people come into our house.
Nope.
And push people around. That's not what happens in our spot. So, if you're coming in to hate, save yourself the time, because we will boot you with a quickness.
Right quick.
Yep. And that doesn't mean that you can't disagree. Like there's a distinction. Like you can disagree. We don't care about that. Just be cool. Just be cool. Like our chat is like a master class, and like people that don't necessarily agree about everything, but they can civilly discuss it without like turning into jerk offs. Like yesterday I had some jerk off in here like giving me heat. I think it was probably little Frank, baby Frank from Norway.
Yes, we are on Verdict Watch. We are on hour 2 hours and 10 minutes.
Let me see I must have left my phone somewhere. Let me put on my Apple Watch and page that thing. It's my favorite thing about the Apple Watch, Jay. Like whenever I misplace my phone because of my advanced age,
yes.
I can always page my phone. Let's see what's up. Oh yeah, it's downstairs. I hear it. Not Norway Bob. How dare you? Wait. God damn it, Mandy. Use some punctuation. Like Jay, you got Mandy screaming all the time. You know that? I blame
me.
Mandy's constant screaming.
The caps. By the way, Bob, you know what we missed? It's unfortunate that this it's not still live, but little Woody was live on his Instagram.
Excuse me, Jay. Allison has told me it's Little Woody.
All right,
so
Little
say
Woody.
it right, buddy.
Sorry, Little Woody.
Yeah, Allison keeps admonishing me. Bob, it's not Little Woody, it's Little Woody.
Well, Little Woody was live on his Instagram, but we missed it.
Oh, what?
That would have been probably must-see TV.
Oh man, that blows, dude. So yeah, and I do want to give a shout out. Mandy had a really tough day yesterday. Like her internet was down because it's probably like literally hot as like the plains of hell down where she lives, and somewhere in Texas, undisclosed area. So she was battling her internet all day. Like I'm throwing all kinds of shit at her. Like I need thumbnails. What are you doing? And like so she handles everything like she always does, like a champ. And Mandy, I just want you to know I love you. And we appreciate the hell out of you. And,
definitely. If you guys see these
she was still like making changes, dude, on like a thumbnail at like 12:30. She's like, I'm fucking done with this day. like I'm officially done with this day. Good night. And I was like, you're the best. So I wanted to give, Dizzy and Tracy actually were able to spank out that thumbnail for me. So Trace and Diz, I love you guys. Thank you so much. Because I was sleeping. I was trying to get the graphic out for tonight's show. So of course, Dizzy and Tracy stepped up like they always do and came through with some amazing graphics for me. So I thank you both for that. And then, I mean, it's all good. So I'm ready. I'm ready for that tonight. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. It's going to be dipping my toes back into the Delphi cesspool. Woo, dipping the toes in the Delphi cesspool. It'll be fun. It'll be good times. Hey, babe. You're muted, hon. Oh, we can hear what are you watching there, sweetie? All right, listen. So the question becomes, as we advance through the 2 hours into verdict watch, I mean, how long do we stay on? I mean, like, do we still like I don't necessarily feel like we have to stay on for I just like I'm nervous but we'll have enough time. Like if they come back, there's usually like that 20-minute, 30-minute buffer before they fire it back up. But
And it's likely they're gonna have at least one question or ask to see one thing before they come back.
I would
I
think
would
so.
think.
I would think so. I would definitely think that that's the case. Yeah, Allie's got me on the pay no mind
All
list.
right. The jury is deliberating. They are not in session.
What's that mean?
There's nothing going on in the courtroom.
Oh, you mean the court's not back in session?
Right.
I'm like, wait, what? Okay, where did you get that? You got good intel on that?
Yeah, I got my secret intel.
Wow.
Can't
That's
tell the world. Sorry,
That's so
world.
cool. Could you tell me, but then kill me?
Mm-hmm.
At least I'll know then. I'll
Yes.
know before I die. Who's that? Oh, thanks. You're the best Bubby ever.
What'd she bring you?
My phone.
Oh.
So sweet. Kid's as sweet as pie. Sweet as pie.
The jury has been out 2 hours and 13 minutes, Ramblin' Rome.
Babe, I got us some eggs. What is this? You sent me some kind of weird passcodes.
I know.
What is that?
It's a private passcode.
Wow. Cool. I mean, it's cool, even though I don't know what it's for. It could be for a million things. I have a feeling that Scout's going to crush this whole brownie situation. Or it'll go horribly wrong. She'll put too much baking powder in there. She'll accidentally put too much salt instead of sugar. The old dreaded sugar salt switcheroo. Ugh. Makes for brutal baked goods. Let's see. Oh, and also Bill Dorsch tomorrow or tonight at 9 as well. I've got a full day, full slate. Like there was no way I was about to because I had agreed with Dan to do this thing. And one of the other things we're doing with the Down the Hill crew tonight is we're promoting Dan's new podcast, which is a true crime series called Deviant, which Dan sent me a preview of the first episode. They're digging into Israel Keys for the first 4 or 5 episodes. So they're going to be doing and it's Dan and Andrew. Andrew was Barb's co-host on the Down the Hill podcast. So, and of course he's got connections, so he ends up getting Apple, of course, threw their shit up right up there. I'm like, dude, don't make me punch your face. It took me 2 years to get, as a featured. I'm like, Dan knows people though. Dan gets shit done. But I listened to the first episode. It's great. And like I was saying, the production value on that pod will be awesome. So I'm excited about that. So we'll be doing a little preview of that tonight. You do? All right. My daughter needs my help. Please hold.
Yeah, someone, let me just see something. No one can hear my video that's playing right now, right?
I can't.
Good. Hmm. Yeah, people are tagging me in that Patty's Playhouse, who is a creator who follows the Adelson case, that apparently she spoke to Jack Campbell, who is the Attorney General in Florida, or whoever's handling the Adelson's case, and he indicated they're still pursuing Wendy Adelson, and they only get one bite at the apple, so it looks like they are still, as we all hope, are going after Wendy. And one day, can you guys just imagine if Wendy Adelson goes to trial? Holy shit. So yeah, and if you don't know Donna Adelson, it's coming up September 17th, I believe. Absolutely, will be covering that, of course. If you're not familiar, if you're new to Bob's channel, you're not familiar with mine, we have done a bunch of videos, me and Shannon, on both of our channels about the Adelsons and Dan Markel, which again, if you guys can believe, it's the 10-year anniversary, 10-year since Dan was shot, July 18th, 2014. So we are still pursuing it. And in my opinion, Wendy was involved and knew about it. She should get arrested. She should go to jail. But the question is, do they have enough evidence? We shall see, folks. Brownie edges. What's a brownie edge? I'm not a huge fan of brown. You guys are gonna be shocked by this, but I'm not a huge brownie guy. They're too rich for me. It's too much chocolate at once. I'm not a huge Give me a chocolate chip cookie. I'll take that every day over a brownie or a nice macadamia nut cookie. Big fan of those. Yes, Mandy, chocolate chip cookies for life. Facts. We are at 2 hours and 18 minutes on the verdict clock. We have not had a question. The clock is still going. We have not had a verdict, obviously. We are keeping an eye on it. I have the feed up. There was something I wanted to. By the way, Publicly Buzzed will be live tonight. You don't want to miss them too. Speaking of cookies, Publicly Buzzed, Steve's favorite cookie is the oatmeal raisin cookie from Subway, if you can believe that. It's not that I don't hate chocolate. It's just brownies are just they're too rich. It's too much for me. I'm very sensitive palate. I'll have a brownie. I'm just not a big brownie guy. I don't know. I like a nice the Entenmann's, the little Entenmann's chocolate chip cookies are amazing. Also, the Entenmann's chocolate chip crumb loaf. The loaf, it's chocolate chip. That's delicious. Entenmann's is the best. I think everyone has Entenmann's, but if you don't, it's the best. Oh, Allie, does Allie know about Sarah Boone?
Who?
Sarah Boone. Do you know who Sarah Boone is?
I do not.
Oh, Sarah Boone is this insane woman who zipped up her boyfriend in a suitcase while they had some wine, and she tried to say that they were playing hide and seek, zipped him up in a suitcase, and he suffocated and died.
Do remember that. How do
And
we
she's
know
on-
that that's not a possibility?
What are you talking about? Are you fucking with me, Allie?
I mean, I don't know. That's all I know about it is that.
What do you
he
mean?
got-
That's a possibility that they played hide and seek and that they got her phone after, and she's on her phone she's like has a video. She's like, "That's you want to cheat on me?" I don't remember what her exact wording was, but
Wow.
they got videos of her, and he's like
Wow.
trying to get out, and you can hear him. It's
Oh,
awful.
Jesus.
Yeah, and she's
Jesus.
on her like 8th attorney now because she just keeps firing all of her
Well,
attorneys. All her
they
attorneys
have to
withdraw.
she needs to plead out. Look,
She's
what's
not
left?
pleading out. She's insane. She continues to like just either she fires the attorneys or the attorneys withdraw because she's so insane. She's literally on her 8th one. Um I am not on the spectrum. I'm just a moron. I'm not. I don't believe I'm on any spectrum. I just am very. I'm like a toddler. I will try any food. What? What? All right, babe says I shouldn't have said that. I didn't mean like that. What should I have said, babe? I don't find that my sensory issues have anything to do. What? I just don't like certain foods. Sorry, I didn't mean to that to come off like I was saying anything wrong about anyone on a spectrum. I am just I eat like a child, but I will try anything. I just won't eat it again if I don't like it. Sorry, I didn't that didn't hope that didn't come off like people are sensory gate.
Yeah. What the hell? I can't find did they hide where they keep your stored passwords? I can't find my passwords.
On your phone.
Yeah.
So go to settings.
Usually I type in passwords and they're right there.
Oh, make sure you type it fully out, and it's like the second one should be passwords and keychain, and then just password should come up. I'm getting canceled. Thanks, babe. I'm canceled. I've canceled my.
Oh, show all. Okay.
Babe is the one who had the problem with it. Her brother's on the spectrum. She is currently filing divorce papers as we speak. The Crocs were one thing, but now this. She's out. It's been a good ride.
I don't know. It's not working. I click passwords and keychain, and it's taking me to this weird password and keychain iCloud thingy.
Passwords and keychain.
And so then I went to go back.
No, not that. We got to pick the one after it with the key. Like this one. Can you see?
The one after it with the key. That's, oh. Why was that not there a second ago? I'm blaming the.
I am helping her, Sarah.
He is. Okay. Let's try this again. I don't know what's going on.
Send all your hate tweets to @Shannon Shaming to tell her how terrible I am. Or you could just @me, the shaming of Jay. Just let me know how terrible I am and how I've disappointed you and how you used to like me. And then I said something that was terrible. Hit me up on the old Twitter machine. We're at 2 hours and 24 minutes on the verdict clock. Oh, God.
Huh.
She did give the Bowden instruction named after Bobby Bowden, former coach. Was that Bobby Bowden, FSU, Florida, one of them? Yes, she did give that instruction. Or the comedian Alfonso Bowden. What time are we staying live to? That's a good question, Sinead. I don't know the answer to that. We'll wait for Bobby Digital, who's making brownies with Scout.
I'm just trying to figure out how that one guy, Joe Schmo, said that he got he could see something that I
Zoom?
can't see. So I'm
The Zoom?
still trying to figure out why it's telling me there's you can't even see anything. Oh,
Prudy. Prudence.
okay.
Prudence. Prudence.
There we go. Try this one more time. Yeah, the meeting ID is not valid.
Oh, now I know it was the Zoom shit.
Oh, there he is.
Hi. I was helping with baking. There was all kinds of baking. Baking shenanigans going on. All right. So have you guys been answering all the questions here?
I got canceled while you were gone, Bob. I'm sorry.
Of course
but,
you did.
You're going to have to
mean-
fire me. It's official. This is the time where you have to fire me now.
No, I
Shay.
was still trying to figure out how Joe Schmo said he was seeing the courtroom, and the clerk told me no, and then I tried to
Jay, I've
log
just
in
sent
just
you
to see.
a very strongly worded letter. Check your email, please.
So
Hey,
should we
Bob.
get off until there's a question or excitement? Just create a stream that says question, excitement. We're
Question,
here.
excitement.
I mean, the
It's up to
fact
you.
I'm just it's up to you. But I mean, you're the one who's going to be on like 2 more times tonight. If you want a little break, it's up to you.
Yeah, fortunately, both of those will probably only be like an hour. Like I'm going to run a tight ship like you.
An
do.
hour or a Bob hour, which is 3 hours.
I'm going to do a J hour, like an actual hour.
So like 45 minutes.
Yeah, well, I mean, like you'll typically go,
No,
you'll
I
get
usually
an
don't.
hour.
Yeah,
Sometimes you'll bleed it like an hour 5, but you're pretty good about cutting.
If you stay in an hour, I'll fall over.
Oh, quiet. Jeez, constant attacks. Doesn't the world shitting on me? Isn't that enough? You gotta add to it. Thanks, babe. Bob,
Nobody shits on my man.
innocent. Bob, he's changing the narrative of all the
Who's
cases
shitting
in
on
the
you?
world.
Where are you reading this stuff? Do I have to
Oh
get
my
back
God,
on
are you
Twitter? My
fucking
lord.
serious? Are you kidding me? I told you, like little crazy Frank from Norway, that like he put me on blast, which was all ridiculous.
Oh, this is Delphi hate you're getting?
No, now he's switched it over to this. He's like claiming that I can't practice law in an entire state. I'm like, wait, does he not?
What's
know
entire state's he talking about?
I have no idea. He has no clue what the fuck he's talking about. I keep trying to do, but I'm like, more importantly, little Frank like leaked, like actually.
All right, I
published
don't like
crime
even
scene photo.
let's not even say his name then.
Oh, is he Dutch? Oh, but the best part was, I told you, Coffindaffer like quote tweeted him. So I took great.
Wow,
great
she has
pride.
no idea what kind
She
of
has
crazy
no
she's
idea
engaged
what like
in.
who she is like really, linking hands with and running down the shit street with. Oh, Leahy, it's a shit hurricane. Let's see. Oh, you know what we need, Jay? I've decided. I forgot. Like there would be so many great sound bites from Trailer Park Boys. Like, did you ever watch Trailer Park Boys?
No, I've seen clips of it. I've never watched it.
Dude,
I've watched like parts of it, but
like as a weed smoking guy, like you can't be like dissuaded by like the first.
When he first
couple
started watching it, I
episodes.
was like, there's
Right.
something wrong with you. Why are you watching this? This is ridiculous.
yes,
and then
that's
it
kind of
was,
how I felt watching.
And
the
then
first
she
one.
learned. It's like their production value, like the
It
first.
took a
season
while,
was
though.
below. Yeah, and then we went to. They did like they're all classically trained actors. They're all brilliant, hilarious. The guy who played the drunk, like kind of overseer of the Trailer Park, Leahy, who was the raging alcoholic, he actually died in real life. But Allie and I went to go see Trailer Park Boys live, where they basically ran a whole scene.
It was great.
Trust me when I tell you this, that you will absolutely love that show. Like you'll be like, and it was Canadian. Like that's why I had never heard of it initially. And then one day I was like sitting there and found it on Netflix. And then oh my God, we definitely need I want Jay to dig into Trailer Park Boys, and then when he comes around, he's like, Bob, I just want to tell you, I actually did watch a couple seasons of Trailer Park Boys. Like, dude, like Bubbles, Ricky, Julian, Bubbles in the glasses is worth like the price of admission. His glasses.
You've got the guy that always walks around with the rocks glass.
That's Julian. Like that's
I think
Julian.
it would stay in his hand no matter what.
Always. There's not one scene where he doesn't have his rum and coke in his hand. Like no matter where they're at, except when he's in prison, then he doesn't have it. Because they keep getting busted. They're weed dudes. They're always trying to sell weed. Like Ricky makes hash coins. He's trying to create this new currency called and he uses like hash and hash coins, so he trades them for value. And they're like, yeah, it's just such a funny show, man. It's such a funny show. Because there's a couple of Canadian shows like Letterkenny's funny too. I happen to think that Trailer Park Boys is funnier, but it's really good shit, man. It's really good shit. So, but my point is when you watch it, then we could do the AI image of. I'm trying to think, Jay. I'm definitely going to be Julian. I want to see Jay as Bubbles. Yeah. Woo! Jay is Bubbles. They're going to put those Coke bottle glasses on you, man. Your eyes will be real huge. It'll be really funny, man. It'll be so good. Bubs. Huh? What are you talking about? But Leahy's, like his lines are so good, man. Just so good. Like everything's like a shit hawk. It's a shit hurricane, shit birds. It's so good. All right. So
Was the pathologist actually a defense expert?
The pathologist?
Yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't hired by the feds.
Yeah, he was Frank Sheridan, Dr. Frank. Yeah, he was not a Fed hire. He was he was a hire by the defense. Hired gun. I don't know how I felt about his testimony. Like he wasn't very compelling to me.
Yeah, I was more concerned he was going to actually die in court, to be honest. I was a little concerned.
I know, everyone's like, oh, maybe he's got a condition. So I always like back off making fun, But yeah, the breathing was intense. I just felt like he was like nose breathing a lot. Like he couldn't breathe through his nose, so he was a mouth breather. Well, just a lot of that kind of noise. Yeah, we knew Sheridan was the defense guy. Allie was asking if he was part of the Fed investigation, and he was not. All right, so here's what I think we do. It's 3:00. It's 3:01. I think we end it. I'll make another little.
And when you say 3:00, it's 4:00 Eastern Standard
Correct.
Time.
So
potentially we might want to wait.
Yeah, let's wait because she's gonna kill it at what 4:30. Like, is that the word on the street?
So someone had tagged me in a tweet that said she was going to ask them at 3:45 if they were going to stay till 5. So I don't know if that's true because that would have. Someone tagged me in a tweet of someone else who said that Court TV.
She's only giving them the option to stay for an hour.
So someone tweeted. I was tagged in a tweet that says per Court TV, which not always, but they said at 3:45 the judge will ask the jury if they want to go home at 5 or stay late, which is weird because 5 isn't even their typical ending time is now. So I don't know. It's up to you guys. I don't know I feel like what's gonna happen if we end this shit immediately.
Right.
Something
immediately. Yeah, I agree. So let's wait it out till 4:30. And see what happens then. And if it continues on past 4:30, because I imagine she'll ask the jurors, she'll either send the bailiff in and say, well, let's give them the opportunity. I mean, if they're close, she could try to gauge the temperature. Like, are you guys close? I'm not rushing you. I'm just curious. Or just give them, straight up ask them, like, would you guys prefer to continue to deliberate for a bit longer? But she's going to want to get the hell out of there. Like
Kathy Rousseau is reporting they will not be deliberate past 4:30.
So C-Dub said, yeah, not super reliable info in C-Dub's opinion. So yeah, I agree with that. Calm down, Bob. You guys know that when you tell somebody to calm down, it has the exact opposite effect, right? Like if you really want to piss somebody off, you tell them to calm down. Calm down, Bob. Oh, T's in the house. What you gonna do? Go AWOL. T's in the house. What you gonna do? Go AWOL. What's up, T? Oh, what's Shan saying? Inquiring minds want to know.
She forgot to feed the friends, but it's in her. It's only 4:03, so they. Prudence is right here.
Exactly, Kelly Bobelli. Calm up. Calm up, Bob.
Where's Penny?
You guys know this is a true story. I've never taken any kind of pharmaceutical medication ever my entire life.
Nothing.
Not a goddamn thing.
Not a
That's not
painkiller.
true. There was like, yeah, like when I got my LASIK, it's a nightmare. I got my LASIK like 15 years ago. Allison's like, I want you to, she set up the appointment because she's amazing. Because I was like, I had like, I was blind as hell, dude. Like, I had worn contacts my whole life. So I went on a Friday, and you're awake when they do it. So they just like, it's like they pin your eyes open. They put some like numbing shit in there. So you're awake when they're like cutting your eyeballs and like doing whatever they're doing
Holy
in there.
shit.
You can smell it. And it's like, polio shots. Come on, Mandy. It's not medication, dude. That's in vaccinations. Yes, I've been vaccinated and somehow I didn't get autism. So that's good. That's good because that's the word on the street. The whole anti-vax thing is I think that might be a cause of autism, which I can't say that it doesn't. Like what do I know? Who knows? But so like I get home, they're like, yeah, it'll be like uncomfortable. Like just go into a dark room, close your eyes, try to fall asleep. They don't give me any pain medication. They're like, it'll feel like an uncomfortable burning. So I close, I'm in there like an hour, and like I'm a bad sick, like most men are bad sicks. I'm screaming at Allison. I'm like, so like an hour and a half in, this pain in my left eye feels like somebody literally has gored like a steak knife right through like my eyeball and is poking my brain. Like I had never felt pain like that ever. And I'm like, oh, I'm fucking dead. I'm going blind. I'm like, they fucked up. And like, I'm going blind. And it's a Friday. So I'm like, there's no one to call. And I'm like just whining and crying. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm gonna, so because it wasn't supposed to be that pain. Like they're very clear. It's supposed to be like an uncomfortable burning. And then you'll wake up and it's like, like God touched your forehead and all of a sudden you have great vision, perfect vision, like a hawk. And so like Allison, fortunately, because, my wife had to have her third C-section after Cameron was born. And so she had some Percos left. So like, fortunately she had like 2 Percocets left and she ran them up to me. She's like, take these and shut up. So I did. It killed the pain. I fell asleep, woke up, and it was like a miracle. I could see. It was amazing.
That story reminded me because you said, all men are the worst when they're Babe. Don't ever let Babe tell this story. But when I got the little snip, snap, snip, apparently she advised me on the ride home as I came out. By the way, I did get put under. For everyone's like, man, when are you gonna? Why'd you get put under? Of course, I fucking got put over. You think I was gonna be awake for that shit? So anyway, I got the snip. I come out of the anesthesia. Apparently, I was very mean to her on the ride home, telling her she doesn't know where she's going. I have no recollection of this, but that reminded me when you said that.
Sure, Jay.
I was very mean. I was very mean to her after that. So,
what a jerk.
I'm the worst.
Yeah, you're a terrible person.
All right, somebody look at the courtroom.
What?
I'm looking at the feed. It's still up 2 hours.
They're heading into court. Wait, it's 4:07. Oh my God. Jury is going home for the day.
Oh.
Kaylee H is saying court might come back live in a second. Defense is heading in. Wait, that's not 4:30. Oh, jury question. Ooh.
Oh Lord.
Does anyone know the actual? Let's. The clock is still running. They haven't paused it on long crime. So if there is something going on, the clock is still.
I don't know why my link is saying that it's no good.
They heard about you. They're like that Mata chick. Ace her. We're changing it up on that Mata chick because she's, she's trouble. She's trouble. Grin for me. Yeah. Shout out to T. What's up, T? T, where are you at on this thing? I want to know if you're still here. Tell me where you're at. Where are you thinking this verdict's falling? Give me on first T. I want to hear on 2nd-degree murder. Give me a NG or a G. And then on the manslaughter with OUI. I want to hear it. I want to hear where you're at. Let's see. Oh, by the way, I did get a Cash App that I meant to shout out. I checked that. I never get those. Catherine H had shot me a $10 Cash App today, so I wanted to thank Catherine if she's still here.
Oh, me too. And also, Jade sent me 50 for my birthday on there. I thanked her. I thanked her in the chat, but I gotta make sure I say it. So thank you. I got it from Catherine H and also from Jade. So thank you.
That is delightful. That is delightful. That is delightful.
None of the reporters are reporting anything, which is weird.
I know. Where are y'all getting this intel?
Sue O'Connell is not. Ted Daniel is not. The clock is still up. They haven't paused it yet on Long Crime.
Alan Miller, you are the liquor. I am the liquor. Okay, Jay's birthday. You missed it. It was Sunday. T. You missed the memo. You missed the memo.
Were you here when I showed one of the gifts I got, Bob? I don't think you were. Check these fucking bad boys out. Babe got for me one of the gifts. These sick ass Crocs, and I said for anyone who talks shit about Crocs, you got to try them because they're super comfy.
Are those the fur lined ones?
No, these are not fur lined. What are you laughing at, babe? These are not fur. What are you laughing at? She's laughing because I said sick ass Crocs.
I mean, they are sick ass Crocs. I mean, what else? Oh yeah, T. I saw you were in. T was like doing some momming this weekend. I think one or two of her daughters were in a huge gymnastics competition in NYC. So that looked like that was fun. I hope the girls dominated. It looked like a good time. Some quality family time. Yeah, those things are sick, dude. You know, you got to sport those with that PB shirt that you wore the other day, the one that kind of like everyone thought you were just a floating head. Remember that day?
That's a
floating head.
The camo wasn't PB. I do have a Feral Friday, but I wore a camo shirt. But that was
that was a straight up camo shirt. So you were
just straight up
floating. You literally were a floating head. Oh yeah, here you go. My daughter was in nationals gymnastics. Got first. What? That's
nice.
Amazing.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. That must have been like a fucking amazing moment for all involved. Congratulations, and congratulations to your daughter. That's amazing. You know, Lally, Olympic quality gymnast for the better part of her life. And had horrible back pains for like almost her entire decade of the 30s until we got the new bed. The new bed really cured the whole back thing, man. It was like Allison would wake up with just the worst back pain because T will, because Cameron, our 17-year-old, was a gymnast too, competitive gymnast, and that sport is brutal on the human body. Just with the back, the knees, the hips, the ankles, just the pounding between like floor, vault, the bars, all of it. It's just so much like heavy duty, like pounding on the legs. Like Cameron was like 12 and we were sending her to like a competitive, it was two former Chinese Olympians. I guess they both medaled. They had opened a gym like in a suburb called Carroll Stream. So it was about a 50-minute drive for us. Like, I think she was going, what was she going 4 times a week? So, and it was like 4 hours. So she was doing 16 hours a week. And it was so far that it didn't make sense for us to drive there, drive back, then drive there and drive back. So we'd like sit there and try to kill 4 hours of time while she'd sit in there. And this place was like a mill, like a gymnastics mill. They had such a huge, puppy time. Puppy time. It's puppy time. It's puppy time. Oh yeah. True story, Elizabeth. Home of the rock and roll deli. It's true story. True story. Yeah, T was putting up some great pics. Everyone, she did all the hard work, but I was exhausted. I'm sure.
All right, I'm finally in here.
Oh, you got into the Zoomers?
Yeah. It's a black
Yes,
screen.
Bill Dorsch, 9 p.m. tonight. That's Central, 10 EDT. Chasing Gacy, and Bill's really wanted to tell y'all, like, he's got a lot of stories about that whole Guevara thing that he was getting into. I hope that people don't get off put by the fact that it's not all Gacy, because Bill really wants to get these Guevara stories out, and they're disturbing and unbelievable. So Bill's going to be talking about that as well. Yeah. All right. Start connecting him now, no doubt. Bill has a tough time getting, like, he got logged in just in the nick of time, but we had a problem getting his sound up. And I'm writing notes. I think I probably have, oh, here. I was like, look in chat, answer Viber. It was like, it was challenge. It was challenging. Do you, Sinead, do you think a proper search warrant was carried out on my? No, never.
Having onion oven problems.
You are? What do you mean? All right, hold on. I'll be back. I got to help with some baking.
Here, wait, I'll help.
Yes, folks, that is my dog Penny. She
Damn it,
is
I was
here
trying to say
because
I would do it.
Go ahead. You want to go help? I'll take care of her. You guys help.
No,
I
that's
got
right.
this. Penny and Prudence. Penny's in here because she had dinner at 4, and she expects her after dinner CHEWNOLA. And she will be here until I give it to her. Just staring at me. Eventually, she will go and just be sad and lie down and look the other way until we finally give her her treat. Guys, the clock is still up at 2 hours and 48 minutes. I'm checking the journalists. I don't see anyone reporting that there's any update. So if
But people have reported there was a question.
No, I'm not seeing it on the couple of
Oh.
journalists that I follow. I am not seeing anything.
The hashtag is Karen Reed trial.
Or Karen Reed, yeah. But don't go by the the journalists, because you're gonna see. Let me see. What's the David's guys? David, I forget what his name is. Let's see, Sue Boston. What's she doing? Ted Daniel News. He's got nothing from Sue O'Connell. She's got.
They're going home for the day.
Who says that?
Just our chat.
Oh, I know our chat saying it, but no, the journalists have not reported that I have seen.
Screen's still black.
And the clock is still, we're about to, in 10 minutes, we're going to hit 3 hours. And that was the poll, Bob. That was the poll, 3 hours or more. So we will see if they stay.
All right. So I'm winning on that. All right. So they didn't,
It's not fair because people didn't get asked. They should have been asked again after the judge gave her. I want you guys to take your time. I don't want you to rush to a decision. I don't want a straw vote.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Although I voted more than 3 hours before that.
So did I.
Shiraz, I will not let my dogs eat macadamia nuts. Thank you for letting me know.
So Eric says, Twitter says, defense is going back into the courthouse.
I mean, it could just be because it's going to be 4:30.
Exactly. Like if it's that could definitely just be they're getting in there for the 4:30. She's going to call them in.
Yeah, I think they're coming back tomorrow. I would, if I had to guess, tomorrow around 12-ish. They go to lunch. They're not going to, unless they want to. Tomorrow around 12 is my prediction on when we will get the verdict. That's between 11 and 12. Mark it down. I'm saying that's when the verdict comes in. Let's say 11:30, but we don't know. Hi, Penny. Yes, I know you're here.
Penny Lane.
Yeah, and I asked the folks what we should, if they had anything we should cover, in between this and Alec Baldwin, but we have I haven't seen any.
Oh, and for any of y'all that are Garcia listeners, I got another episode in the can. It's in Darren's hands. We hope to have it released tomorrow on our Patreon. It's a pretty good episode. This is when the full attack on Allison by the state of Nebraska starts in that case, where like people are like, why are you always talking about that stupid Omaha case when you're talking about Delphi? I'm like, because the exact same shit happened to us. Like exactly. Like that, like people need to be listening to that. See, like everyone scan this, do it right now. Listen to our podcast. It's great. It's different. It's different than our, like the serialized is very different. And we're going to we're starting up our recording on season 2 of Avery, by the way, Lally, wherever she is. So that's going to be the Avery part 2's coming. Aw, T. I love you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that so much.
15 ma.
Dude,
Nice.
Nothing.
That's word of mouth, man. That helps. Thank you.
Dude, it's huge. It's like word of mouth is the whole way I grew the pod from the get. Like there was I didn't have like Dan's pull, like where he's getting Apple to put him on the, like, what did he call it? He's like, Dan's like, oh, the thing isn't even out yet. He's like, it's like in fun news, Apple is featuring us. Thank goodness. Like, wow, that must be nice. Must be nice to just drop a pod and get Apple.
Oh, I hear something.
Oh, okay. You do? Oh, all right.
Here we go.
Okay. There we go. Let's see what's up. Those noises. All right, you guys flip us to the other side. Flip us. There you go.
Why is their clock still going?
I mean, technically, the jury's probably still back there.
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe, yeah, it's 4:20. Maybe they just need to give the
time to blaze up.
Smoke break. They're like, all right, guys, it's 4:20.
Okay, we're passing out edibles to all the jurors.
Yes.
Edible break.
We know it's been a tough trial. Here's some edibles.
I love that. Thank you, Simone. My passion play.
Someone sent you edibles?
No, they're giving it to the jury now at 4:20. That's why they're going. Well, we did hear. Oh, now I got a picture. Are you live, Bob? Make sure you're probably like a second behind. There we go.
Yep. I think I'm good.
My camera never came on.
All right, yeah.
Like where I think I'm in the courtroom on the Zoom, it never came on.
It's weird that all these people would be in the courtroom for just her dismissing court for the day.
You want to know what's some bullshit right now? Why is Master Bates not at the adult table? He no longer has to be at the fucking kids table. Why is he not at the adult table? Petition hashtag get Master Bates to the adult table. This is outrageous. He did his job. He did it well. Get that man on the adult table. This is an outrage.
Is he a lawyer?
No, he's just an AV guy. But
AV guys don't sit at the fucking big boy table.
He worked hard, Bob. Come on.
I don't disagree with that. The guy worked like a champion, but that's the big boy table and big
All
boy
right,
table.
Fine.
Alan had to fix his hair there a little bit. This is exciting.
I don't know what the hell courtroom I'm in over here.
Like in Hell World.
Allie's in another court. Allie's at a divorce proceeding right now that's occurring in
some kind of horrible custody battle.
No, it's still a black screen.
What's your prediction for the fight then?
Prediction?
Yes, prediction.
Pain.
Yeah, Mr. T knows. Mr. T knows.
Clubber Lang.
What a great character.
Ooh,
he was a bouncer in a Chicago bar when he got discovered.
I did not know that.
Who put that up? You guys?
You got the audio? We got the audio? All right.
Can you hear it?
No.
I can't. Do you have it on?
You can or
No.
cannot?
I can't. I cannot.
No.
All right, everyone calm down. Hold on. Why would
Oh,
you not be able to hear the
my
audio?
camera came on. The Honorable Beverly.
Wait, hold on. But why is there no audio? All right, I'm gonna pull it off and put it back on because I think it's a what's it called? All right, so let me share screen. Boop boop. Verdict watch. There she is. There better be audio now. Okay.
No, I'm not hearing it on my end, and I'm
Yeah,
watching
it's
it on the
paused
Zoom.
right now.
No, like on Zoom.
No, I can
All right.
hear them. Can you
Now
hear
I
it?
can hear them. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it was StreamYard.
The
Fuck
hell?
no.
You should see what I see.
Babe, can you hear this?
I can.
That was wonderful. Bravo. I loved that. Oh, it was great. Well, it was pretty good. Well, it wasn't bad.
All right, jurors. So as you know, I sent you in a note at 4 o'clock asking if you wanted to go home and come back tomorrow. You said yes. I apologize. It took us so long to get everybody together to do this. So I'm going to excuse you for today. When you come back tomorrow, you will start again after coming into the courtroom. So I do have to give you those 3 cautions, and the cautions also concern the alternate. So please do not discuss this case or any aspect of this case with anybody. Do not do
The
any
host has ended the
independent
meeting.
research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. We've all worked so hard for this last 8, 9, 10 weeks, however long it is. Let's just make
So
sure that
weird.
we continue to be as secure in how you've done things as you can. We really appreciate it. So we will see you tomorrow morning. Have a good night.
All right.
That's so weird. My screen said like the host ended the meeting. Like she must have ended it quicker. It's crazy.
Yeah. I think that's it. Oh, yeah, we
Yeah.
got fan time. Boop. All right.
No question.
No Jesse Weber for y'all. Boop. All right. So that's it, man. That's it. And so what's our plan? Should we I think you start a stream for tomorrow, dude.
Yeah, I'll start one and I'll set it for like what should I just set it for like 9 and then just when we go live, or do I set it for like 12 or
I
we
don't
can
know.
go
You
early?
set it. Well,
Can you not set it for a time?
No,
no, you got to set it for a time. I
Wow.
think you go. I think you set it for noon because like I heard that there's some weird thing of like we missed the time because when we set it up on StreamYard, it then funnels it to YouTube, and I've heard that if we don't start it on time, that the notifications like it resets some clock on YouTube. I have no idea if that's true or not, but it seems like maybe we set it because it's like I don't think that'll be the case if we come on early.
Right.
You
Yeah,
know what
that's
I
fine.
mean?
I'll do that. We'll just remind the folks before we end this, just what you got going on.
Babe, and that's just you. I'm not on that tonight, right?
No, you're free. And I mean, you're of course always welcome. Always, always, always. But yeah, tonight, 6 p.m. Central, 7 p.m. Eastern, Down the Hill reunion, Down the Hill podcast for Delphi case. It's all the folks who put together the Down the Hill podcast, which came out, I think, in 2020. It was headline news, did it. It was a great podcast, won awards, really well done. So we got Barb and Andrew, who were the hosts of that, and then the producers and the writers. So it should be great. And we'll also be promoting Dan and Andrew's new podcast called Deviant. So that'll be good. And then 9 o'clock tonight, you'll have to come back if you are so inclined to hang out with Bill Dorsch and I as we talk Gacy and Guevara. So yeah, more programming for our little community. And Jay, I'm sure will be feverishly making videos of the closings today. So keep your eyes and ears open for Jay's shorts, because I'm sure within a couple hours we should get our first one dropping. They're always great. So I will definitely be looking for those. And that's it. Yeah.
I got on this X machine and tried to find someone talking shit about you that I could yell at, but I couldn't. So you'll have to come show me.
That's all right. Like I don't even give a shit. So we love you guys. Mods, thank you so much. Thank you to everyone that donated to and gave to Jay and I and Lally, because we love you guys. We adore you. You guys were incredibly gracious today and super generous to both of us, all three of us. I consider Lally and I are like
Yeah, we're one.
Conjoined twins at the
Yeah.
hip. So like what I'm talking about. So we
The
cannot
royal
thank you
us.
guys enough. Cannot thank you guys enough. We adore you. Thank you for being a part of our community. Thank you for taking this journey with us. It was amazing, Jay.
Don't
And speak,
forget to
yeah,
be on. I was just going to say to be on Verdict Watch with us on the shaming of Jay tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
yes. And just a reminder, you may not get a notification from YouTube, but you'll definitely get one on Tracy and Dizzy's Seeking Justice Discord. Just
Yes.
shared it. It's a good way to get it because notifications suck. So, or me and Bob will be tweeting it out, but you will absolutely get one on there.
Jay, didn't you don't you have a new outro?
Well, you have your outro. I have an outro, but you have yours. We're on your channel. What's your outro?
I know, but we both play each other's intros. It makes sense.
Oh, we should. I'll have to do that.
Whatever. Moving forward, just give me your outro over here.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys, you're amazing. We adore you. We love you. And we will see you tomorrow. I can't imagine we're not getting a verdict tomorrow.
I think so too.
I think we'll definitely get a verdict. So that will be a
Yeah, I feel pretty confident in that.
yeah, that seems like that'll be some amazing nail biting shit for all of us, as we've all invested a lot of time in this trial. And inquiring minds want to know what the hell that jury's doing back there. So thank you. Because without you guys, I'd just be an old man.
Talking about a lot of cases.
Yeah, talking to you next time. Love y'all.
Bye.
Bye.